He Sheng and He Taigen were expressionless, not knowing from where the Blood Sabre Monk could unleash such remarkable martial arts. Dai Yun gasped for breath as his throat was let loose. He wanted to stay alive and jumped up at once, but his right leg was still broken and he let out an "Io" before falling back down again. He supported himself with his right hand and got up with his left leg. He saw the Blood Sabre Elder with both legs facing the sky and his head sunk inside the snow. He did not understand what happened and rubbed his eyes to take a closer look. All he saw was that the Blood Sabre Elder was stuck head first in the snow without the slightest trace of movement. When Dai Yun jumped up, He Sheng was afraid that he would hurt her and brandished her saber in front of her a few times and retreated a few steps. She fixed her gaze on him completely and watched his every move. All she saw was a confused expression stretched across his entire face as he scratched his head in perplexity. All of a sudden, He Taigen complimented. "This little monk's divine martial arts are matchless, truly unrivaled in this world. You managed to kill that old perverted monk with one simple kick. Such a kick must have contained the power of at least 1,000 pounds. This act of chivalry has really earned my utmost respect." As He Sheng heard up to this point, she could not bear it any more and scolded. "Stop blabbering nonsense. Don't you think people will feel disgusted when they hear it?" He Taigen said. "That Blood Sabre Monk was vicious and cruel to the extreme. Everyone wants to kill him. This little monk placed righteousness before family and rid the world of such a menace. Truly a remarkable accomplishment. Such an act of greatness is hard to come by and is truly gratifying." He saw that both legs of the Blood Sabre Monk were stiff as a corpse, and it was obvious that he was dead. At once he began to flatter and praise Dai Yun, although his personality was somewhat shady. But in his life he had done many heroic deeds and had a sense of justice. Never had he committed any act of evil. Otherwise, how could he have sworn brotherhood with Lu Tianshu, Liu Chengfeng, and Shui Dai for over a dozen years? However, today he accidentally killed one of his sworn brothers, Liu Chengfeng, and his state of mind suffered a surge. His normal heroic spirit disappeared in a flash. Furthermore, he was humiliated greatly by the Blood Sabre Monk, causing his many years of repressed vile and repulsive character to suddenly emerge all at once. In only the span of a few hours, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Dai Yun said, You said I kicked him to death," He Taigen said. "That is without a doubt. If little monk does not believe it, you can slice off his legs with the blood saber and then lift him up to see if he's really dead or not." At this point, every scheme he considered was filled with malicious intents. Dai Yun gave a sideways glance at He Sheng. He Sheng knew that he wanted to take the blood saber from her and retreated another step in fright. Dai Yun shook his head and said, "You don't have to be scared, I won't hurt you. Just now you didn't kill me along with the old monk, you have my gratitude." He Sheng groaned but did not respond. He Taigen said, "Niece Shui, you are acting incorrectly. This little monk wants to express his gratitude, you should thank him in return. Earlier the old vicious monk wanted to kill you. If not for the little monk's tenderness towards women, he would not have risked his life to save you. Then how would you still be alive?" When He Sheng and Dai Yun both heard him say the words, tenderness towards women, they both gave him a glance. Although He Sheng was indeed a beautiful young lady, when Dai Yun saved her, he was only concerned about saving an innocent life. The way He Taigen spoke suggested that Dai Yun actually harbored malicious intentions. He Sheng was already extremely suspicious around Dai Yun. Now upon hearing He Taigen's words, it only served to reinforce her hatred towards him. She could not tell whether she hated He Taigen or Dai Yun more. She only knew that they were both crafty and evil people. As she gazed upon her father's corpse, she could not help but feel heartbroken and rushed towards the corpse and began to cry. He Taigen smiled and asked, "Little monk, may I ask for your religious name?" Dai Yun replied, "I am not a monk, do not call me one. I only wore this monk outfit to disguise myself, I had no other choice." He Taigen was delighted and said, "That is wonderful, so little monk is actually not." No, damn it. May I ask for Hero's honorable name?" Although He Sheng was crying, she heard their conversation very clearly. When she heard that Dai Yun was actually not a monk, she became skeptical. She heard Dai Yun reply, "My surname is Dai, I am an unknown nonentity, a person who has many times narrowly escaped from the brink of death." "How can you call me a hero?" He Taigen remarked. Excellent. Hero Dai is brave and courageous, a perfect match for my talented niece Shui. Looks like I will definitely have to play matchmaker. Wonderful. So it turns out that Hero Dai is actually not a monk. Once your hair grows back and you change your clothes, then there will be no mistake about it, and we don't have to worry about having you leave a monastic order. He had already affirmed that Dai Yun was a monk from the Blood Sabre clan who only cared about He Sheng's beauty without even realizing it. Dai Yun shook his head and replied, "Do not speak such nonsense. If we can get out of this valley, I will never see you again, nor will I ever see Lady Shui again." Hua Taigen was stumped for words and did not understand his meaning. At once he changed his attitude and laughed. "Oh, I understand, I understand." Dai Yun glared at him and asked, "You understand what?" Hua Taigen spoke softly. "Hero Dai must be in an intimate relationship with another beauty from your monastery, so you are unwilling to take Lady Shui as your wife. You can still be man and wife for several days, why not?" He Sheng found it hard to suppress her anger when she heard these words. Slap, 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 slap. She ran over to Hua Taigen and slapped him hard on the face 4 times. Dai Yun watched blankly as he thought that all of this had nothing to do with him. After a while, the Blood Sabre elder still did not move in the slightest. Several times, He Sheng watched to go forward and cut off his legs with her saber, but she did not dare to. She only watched as her father lied motionless on the ground, knowing that she would never feel his affection ever again, and cried softly, "Daddy, Daddy?" Obviously, Shui Dai did not reply. He Sheng's tears dripped on the snow and melted it slightly. Thereafter it merged with the snow and became ice. Because Hua Taigen's acupoint was not yet released, he flattered Dai Yun to get on his good side. The more he spoke, the more sappy his words became. Dai Yun ignored him and lied down on the snow to rest. After Dai Yun successfully interlinked his Ren and Du meridians, he felt very invigorated, a warm current passing through the insides of his body. From the front of his chest to his back, the energy kept on channeling in a continuous cycle. Every time it completed one cycle, he would feel energy all over his body. Although he was still in great pain from the injuries he received from He Sheng, because his internal energy increased greatly, he could repress it somewhat. He was afraid of such a strange occurrence, coming and going just like that. At once he lied down motionless and let the Ren and Du meridians channel its energy automatically. He Sheng got up and slowly moved towards the Blood Sabre elder and saw that the monk was completely lifeless. Gathering up her courage, she brandished the saber and sliced off his left leg. A small slashing sound was heard as the leg promptly fell on the ground. However, what was strange was that it did not bleed at all. He Sheng looked closely and realized that the blood had clotted to ice. It turns out that the Blood Sabre monk really died some time ago. He Sheng was both delighted and sad. She held on to the blood saber around her leg and thought, "Now that my daddy is dead, I don't want to live anymore. How will this vicious little monk torture me? If he wants to violate me in any way, I will kill myself at once." Hua Taigen watched closely at their actions and was delighted as he thought, "Although this little monk is vicious, he currently has no intention of killing me. As soon as my acupoint is unsealed, I will take his life. Even that little doll He Sheng will be mine." All these despicable thoughts rushed to his head at once. After an hour or so, Dai Yun realized that his flow of energy still did not stop channeling. So he began to channel his energy according to the methods of the heavenly glow taught by Ding Dayan. At once, the uncontrollable surges of energy inside his body were now in his control. It was as easy as nodding his head or raising his hand. He felt both surprised and delighted. After channeling his energy for half a day, he stood up and with the support of a twig, walked towards the Blood Sabre monk. He saw that his body was completely in the snow, while both legs were badly mutilated by He Sheng. It was without a doubt that he was dead. Dai Yun thought that this person was wicked and evil and deserved to die, but after all, he was benevolent towards him, and he could not help but feel sorry. So he decided to pull out his corpse and place it firmly on the ground, then buried it with snow. Although it was hasty, it could still be considered a burial place. As for why the Blood Sabre monk suddenly died, Dai Yun was perplexed without the slightest clue. This person's martial arts was profound. There's no way that he died from one simple kick. He Sheng watched Dai Yun's actions closely. She saw several bald eagles spiraling in the sky with the intention of scavenging on her father's corpse, so she imitated Dai Yun and buried her father. At first, she wanted to bury Liu Chengfeng and Lu Tianshu as well, but one died on top of a cliff and the other died on the deepest parts of the valley. She realized she was incapable of retrieving them and did not bother. Hua Taigen said, "Little monk, the 3 of us must be really tired and hungry by now. Earlier I saw there was horse meat at the top. May I request that you bring it here? After we eat, we can come up with a plan to get out of here." Dai Yun knew of his personality and did not respond. Hua Taigen pleaded repeatedly, but to no avail. He Sheng said, "That meat belongs to my horse. It cannot be eaten by such a shameless person." Dai Yun nodded in approval and gave a glance at Hua Taigen. Hua Taigen urged, "Little monk," Dai Yun said. "I already told you that I am not a monk. Stop calling me that." Hua Taigen said, Right, Hero Dai. Hero Dai has successfully killed the Blood Sabre Monk with one kick. You will most certainly be renowned throughout the world. When I get out of this valley, the first thing I'll do is announce to everyone everything that happened today." The great Hero Dai dashed on bravely with no regard for his own personal safety, willing to rescue Lady Shui at any cost, and killed the Blood Sabre Monk. This is an act that will be top news across the martial world. Dai Yun said, "I am a prisoner, nameless and without reputation, who would believe your words. You should really stop talking now." Hua Taigen said, "My humble name has a little bit of reputation in the realm. If I speak out, people will believe me for sure. Hero Dai, may I request that you retrieve the horse meat and give me a piece to eat?" Dai Yun became fed up and scoffed. "Why should I give you horse meat? In the future you will say how worthless I am. Who do you think I am? Can I be bestowed upon such a name?" As he thought of all the injustices and cruelty he suffered throughout the years, he could not suppress his anger and resentment. Hua Taigen did not actually want to eat the piece of horse meat. Although he was indeed hungry, but what was it to go without food with a day or so? He was only afraid that the little evil monk would flare up and kill him. To ask for horse meat is pressing by retreating, attacking by defending. He did not expect that the monk would not get the meat for him. His heart began to feel apologetic and lost all of his murderous intent. Dai Yun saw that the sky was turning dark, the west wind blowing swiftly into the valley. He said to He Sheng, "Lady Shui, why don't you take a rest inside the cave?" He Sheng was startled and thought he harbored malicious intent. At once she retreated 2 steps and held tightly onto her blood saber horizontally in a defensive position. She shouted, "Little vicious monk, if you take another step I will kill myself." Dai Yun stared blankly and replied, "Please do not be mistaken. How would I harbor any evil intentions?" He Sheng said, "You little monk have a face of a human but the heart of a beast, a dagger hidden in smiles. You are even more vicious than the old monk. I won't fall for your tricks." Dai Yun was unwilling to think further and thought, "As soon as the sky turns bright tomorrow, I will get out of here. What Lady Shui or Hero Hua, I will never see either of them ever again." At once he stationed himself far away and slept on a large rock. He Sheng thought that the further the monk went, the craftier and evil he was. She thought that it was a scheme and that he intended to violate her in the middle of the night. She did not dare to rest inside the cave for fear that she would not have an escape route when the monk arrives. She was so frightened and felt as if she was in a battlefield as she held the blood saber firmly on her right hand. Her eyelids began to droop down and she reminded herself, "I can't fall asleep, this monk is extremely vicious." But she was both mentally and physically exhausted. How could she not sleep? Gradually, she grew hazy and drifted into a sleep. When she was conscious again, she felt the brightness of early morning sun irritate her eyes. She woke up at once and saw that the blood saber was no longer in her hands. She became alarmed and looked around, but saw that the blood saber remained untouched beside her leg. He Sheng picked up the blood saber at once. She raised her head and saw that Dai Yun was moving in a faraway place, holding a twig in hand, slowly making his way out of the valley. He Sheng was delighted and thanked heavens that he was going to leave. Indeed, Dai Yun was trying to find a way out of the valley. However, there were no paths out from the north or northeast direction, while the other 3 directions were surrounded by the walls of the cliff. It was evident that there was no way out. There was no point in trying. There was a small probability that there could be an exit in the southeast direction, but the accumulation of snow was over 100 feet deep. There would be no hope to escape until the snow begins to melt and his leg begins to heal. He had been exhausted for over half a day, and upon staring blankly at the peaks of the valley, he felt dismayed. Hua Taigen asked, "Hero Dai, how is it?" Dai Yun shook his head and replied, "There is no way out." Hua Taigen thought, "You may not be able to get out, but how can I, Hua Taigen, be compared with a little monk like you? Come afternoon when my acupoint unblocks itself, you will witness my power." His expression did not change the slightest as he said, "Don't worry, wait until my acupoint unblocks itself. I will be able to us out of here." He Sheng realized that Dai Yun had never violated her in any way, and her anger began to diminish. However, she still remained vigilant and kept a good distance away from him without even saying a word. Dai Yun did not beseech her to understand him either, but when he saw how she was treating him, he felt resentful and only hoped that he could get out of here sooner. However, the snow covered the mountain completely, and there was simply no way out. He could not help but become disappointed. When afternoon came, He Sheng suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Niece Shui, your uncle wants to eat a few pounds of your horse meat. After we get out of here, I will return the favor." He got up at once and made his way to the roasted horse meat, took a piece and began eating it. It turns out that his acupoint automatically released itself after some time. As soon as He Sheng's acupoint was released, he became more arrogant and overbearing. He thought that since the Blood Sabre Elder was already dead, even if Dai Yun and He Sheng were to join forces to fight him, they would not be his match. However, it would still be best to get out of the valley as soon as possible, and when that time comes, he would first kill Dai Yun and then deal with He Sheng. Even if he were to not kill her, he would still intimate her so that she would not speak out her mind. All the despicable deeds he did yesterday, how could he let it be revealed to the outside world? He executed his lightness martial arts to examine his surroundings. He saw that the snow from the avalanche earlier sealed the valley completely. If he and the other members of Luohua Liushui did not rush in before the avalanche, they would have been trapped outside with no way in. At this point, all the paths out of the valley were covered by piles of snow which were over 100 feet deep and stretched over a few kilometers wide. It is possible that he could travel under the snow up to 100 feet or so, but how could he stay under for several kilometers? Besides, it would be difficult to distinguish direction beneath the snow, and he would most likely be suffocated. It was only the beginning of November, and it would take over half a year until the beginning of summer. The valley was completely surrounded by snow. How could they find anything to eat that will last 5 or 6 months? He Sheng returned outside the cave, and his expression was extremely serious. He sat down for a long time and took out a piece of horse meat from his bosom, chewing slowly amidst his thoughts. After he finished his horse meat completely, he spoke softly. "By the time of next year's Dragon Boat Festival, we should be able to get out of here." Dai Yun and He Sheng were situated about 36 feet away from him on each side. Although his words were quiet, they could both hear it as if it was roaring like thunder. The two of them gazed upon their surroundings at once and only saw that snow all around. It would be difficult to find even grass or tree bark to eat. Both wondered, "How will I last until next year?" At this time, the sounds of eagles crying were heard as they soared in the air. The three of them looked up together and saw 7 or 8 eagles flying in the distance and thought, "Only if I could fly like an eagle would I be able to get out of here." Although He Sheng's horse was fat and well built, but with the three of them eating away every day, it would not even last a full month. Come another 7 or 8 days, even the head and all its intestines would be eaten away completely. He Sheng, Dai Yun, and He Sheng did not say a word to each other. Occasionally they would look at each other, but when they made eye contact, they would immediately look away. Several times, He Sheng had the intention of killing Dai Yun and He Sheng, but thought that if he were to kill the two of them, the feeling of being all alone in the valley would be unbearable. Besides, he thought that the two of them were under his control and was not in a hurry to finish them off. After some days, He Sheng's suspicion and resentment for Dai Yun decreased substantially, and she finally went inside the cave to sleep. When December came around, the temperature inside the valley was even colder than before. The north wind blew against them the entire night, and they trembled to the bone. As Dai Yun had completed the heavenly glow, he continued to practice, and his internal energy would increase by 1% every day. However, his clothes were thin, and in this world of ice and snow, he found it difficult to endure. Sometimes, He Sheng would look outside the cave and see him shiver without any intention of setting foot inside the cave. She thought that although this monk was vicious, he still had courtesy. By now, Dai Yun's various injuries had healed completely. Even his broken leg was reconnected, and he could walk without trouble. Sometimes, he would remember that his leg was fixed by the Blood Sabre Elder, and could not help but feel sad. Now that the horse meat was finished, finding food became a serious problem. In the past few days, Dai Yun searched laboriously around for food which became increasingly scarce and only managed to find bits and pieces. The reserves of food he saved up were rudely taken away by He Sheng. He Sheng thought, When a renowned hero faces a calamity, he stoops even lower than a little vicious monk from the Blood Sabre clan. That night, on the third watch, He Sheng was awoken as she heard the sound of dispute. Dai Yun scolded, "You cannot touch Hero Dai's body." He Taigen replied coldly, "In another few days I will eat you alive. I am eating the dead first to allow you to live for a few more days." Dai Yun said, "We would rather eat tree barks and grass roots than eat a person." He Taigen scolded, "Out of my way, what does it matter to you? If you annoy me further, I will kill you immediately." He Sheng rushed out of the cave at once and saw that He Taigen and Dai Yun were standing beside her father's corpse. He Sheng yelled, "Don't touch my daddy," and rushed forward. She saw that the snow covering her father's corpse was already brushed aside as He Taigen grabbed Shui Dai firmly by the chest with his left hand. Dai Yun shouted, "Drop him now." He Sheng could only utter, You! A flash of cold light was seen as He Taigen drew his short spear from his sleeve, slanting it in front of him in an offensive position. At once, he aimed to attack Dai Yun's chest. This stroke was executed remarkably fast. Although Dai Yun's internal energy had increased substantially, his external techniques were taught by Qi Zhangfe and were nothing impressive. Now that he was suddenly attacked by an expert like He Taigen, how could he endure? In a moment of hesitation, the short spear had already pierced his chest. He Sheng cried out in alarm and did not know what to do. He Taigen had intended to pierce the spear through him completely from front to back. But unexpectedly, when the tip of the spear met his chest, it was obstructed and would not pierce through. Nevertheless, the power of the spear was remarkable, and Dai Yun fell backwards from the force of the attack. He flipped over his left hand and hit the pole of the spear with his palm. With a loud crack, the web between He Taigen's forefinger and thumb cracked as the spear flew out of his hand and into the distance. This palm was so strong that it caused He Taigen to do a somersault before he tumbled backwards. The short spear was tossed into the pile of snow without a trace. He Taigen was completely taken aback and thought, "This little monk's martial arts is marvelous. He is not worse than the old monk." He rolled backwards several times before he got up and ran away. What He Taigen did not know was that the reason his spear could not pierce through was because it was obstructed by Dai Yun's dark silkworm vest. However, his stance was executed with much power and caused Dai Yun to suffocate slightly. When Dai Yun's air could not circulate properly, he fainted on the ground. If not for the fact that he had already completed the heavenly glow, that spear would have took his life at once. He Taigen's martial arts, in comparison with Zhou Qi, who also pierced Dai Yun in the chest that day in Jingzhou. Although Dai Yun had the protection of the dark silkworm on both occasions, the difference between the power of these two attacks was over fivefold. The moon illuminated in the night sky. When the two bald eagles saw Dai Yun lying on the snow, they began to spiral around in circles. When He Sheng saw that Dai Yun lied on the snow lifelessly, she thought that he was killed by He Taigen. She was delighted as she thought, "The little monk is finally dead. From now on, I don't have to be afraid of anyone violating me." But she thought further. He Taigen wanted to eat my daddy's corpse, and this little monk died as a result of trying to protect him. But this little monk most likely harbors malicious intentions. He wants to deceive me. Deceive me. HMPH, I will not fall for his tricks. But now that he is dead, if He Taigen comes back for my daddy, what can I do? Even worse, he might violate me. No, he won't. He is my uncle after all. He would not go so far as to, but this person is so obscene, completely shameless. He will do anything, AI. Hopefully, this little monk is not actually dead. She held the blood saber on her hands and slowly walked to Dai Yun. She saw that he did not move in the slightest and lied facing upward on the snow, but the muscles in his face twitched slightly. It was clear that he was still alive. He Sheng was delighted. She bent down and extended her finger to his nose to check for his breath and felt 2 surges of blazing hot air blowing on her finger. He Sheng was startled and retracted her hand at once. She thought that even if Dai Yun was not dead, he would still have very faint breathing. How would she know that he would exhale such hot air? She did not know that Dai Yun's internal energy was profound now. Even though he was unconscious, his breathing was still strong. However, as he had only recently completed such a profound internal art, he could not yet remain calm and unflustered. He had not yet reached the stage of harmonizing his energy naturally. He Sheng thought, "This little monk is unconscious, but when he wakes up and sees me standing beside him, that would not be good." She turned her head and saw that He Taigen was watching the two of them from afar. When He Taigen failed to kill Dai Yun and was further attacked by his palm, he became startled and frightened. But now he saw that Dai Yun was lying down on the ground motionless and did not know whether he was dead or alive. After some time, he saw that Dai Yun still did not get up and began to move forward step by step. At this point, his right arm was slightly numb and in pain. If Dai Yun were to suddenly wake up, he would run away at once. He Sheng became alarmed and shouted, "Don't come over here." He Taigen laughed maliciously and said, "Why can't I come here? A person who is alive tastes better than a person who is dead. We may be fortunate enough to split him into 2 shares, why not?" As he said this, he moved closer. He Sheng had no way of stopping him and began to shake Dai Yun heavily and said, "He's coming, he's coming." He Taigen saw that Dai Yun was still unconscious and was thrilled. At once he leaped over and raised his right palm to strike him. He Sheng brandished her blood saber and executed a stance of Golden Needle Escapes Calamity to attack He Taigen. What she executed was a sword stance, but the edge of the blood saber was exceptionally sharp, and there was formidable power in this strike. He Taigen had lost his short spear and was now fighting barehanded. He was afraid that he would be cut by the saber and did not dare to underestimate his opponent. At once he executed his martial arts of battling a weapon without a weapon with the intent of taking his opponent's weapon away. Dai Yun semi-consciously heard He Sheng's shout of he's coming," and did not understand what she meant. After hearing some more shouts and disputes, he opened his eyes. The moonlight reflected the blood saber that was brandishing against He Taigen. Although He Sheng had the advantage of a weapon, firstly, she did not know how to use a saber, and secondly, her martial arts were far inferior. It was not long before she began to retreat in her attacks. She did not bother trying to wound her opponent and could only hope that the weapon in her hand would not be taken away. As she fought, she kept yelling, "Hey, wake up. He wants to kill you." Dai Yun became alert and trembled as he thought, "That was close. She saved my life. If she did not resist He Taigen, I would have died a long time ago. Although I have the protection of the dark silkworm vest, if he aimed for my head, I would have died for sure." At once he jumped up and attacked He Taigen with his palm. He Taigen countered with his own palm. A loud clash was heard as both of them fell on the ground. Dai Yun's internal energy was profound while He Taigen's palm techniques were brilliant. The 2 palms were equally matched. He Taigen had a high level of martial arts and knew how to shift gears. Once he fell on the floor, he got back up again and attacked with a second palm. Dai Yun could not get up in time and could only return a palm while sitting down. Although he was sitting down, his palm strength did not suffer. Another clash was heard as Dai Yun was shocked and flipped 2 somersaults, while He Taigen was rebounded 3 steps. The flow of blood and energy in his chest was circulating fast, and he thought, "This little vicious monk actually has such profound internal energy." However, when the 2 of them clashed palms, he knew that his opponent's technique was nothing remarkable. At once he mustered up his courage and attacked with his palm a 3rd time. Dai Yun was still sitting down as he countered again with his palm. However, he did not expect that He Taigen's palm was light and swift and swept past his face. Dai Yun's palm only hit thin air, while He Taigen's palm hit Dai Yun squarely on the chest. Fortunately, Dai Yun had the protection of the dark silkworm vest and did not sustain any injuries. However, he could not endure the impact of the blow. As soon as he wanted to get up, he fell back down. He Taigen saw that his attack succeeded and immediately followed with another palm. Although he became renowned through his proficient use of the Zhangping spear and was even nicknamed Zhangping Undefeated, he was also proficient at attacking with his palms and legs. At this point, he executed a stance of the Yue family palm. The palm was light and swift. A palm on the left and a palm on the right in 10 strokes, 4 or 5 successfully hit Dai Yun. When Dai Yun tried to counter with his own palm, He Taigen would dodge it cleverly. The gap between their martial arts was much too great. Even if Dai Yun's internal energy was greater, he could not find a good way to execute it. Eventually, Dai Yun could only cover his head and face with both hands. He could not defend at all against He Taigen's attacks. As soon as he tried to get up, he would fall back down. He Taigen wanted to finish him off quickly and increase the ferocity of his attacks. Dai Yun spat out blood 3 times, and his movements became slow and sluggish. At first, when He Sheng saw the 2 of them in such an intense battle, she did not dare to interfere. But upon seeing Dai Yun on the verge of death, at once she brandished her saber and attacked He Taigen from behind. He Taigen evaded the attack and flipped his hand over to seize her weapon. Dai Yun exerted all his strength and struck out with his right palm. The remarkable force of the palm wind blew on Hua Taigen as it approached. Hua Taigen could not dodge in time and could only counter with his own palm. In terms of a pure internal energy competition, Hua Taigen was not his match. All of a sudden, he began to see stars and felt numbness on half his body. He felt wobbly and could not balance himself. He Sheng shouted, "Let's go, let's go!" She pulled Dai Yun inside the cave. The two of them quickly covered up the entrance with large rocks. He Sheng grasped the blood saber firmly and guarded on the side. The entrance of the cave was narrow, and some of the larger rocks could not obstruct it. But for Hua Taigen to enter the cave, he would have to shift a few pieces of rock first. And as soon as he did so, He Sheng would brandish her saber and cut off his hands. After a while, there was no more activity outside. He Sheng said, "Little vicious, little." She was used to calling him Little Vicious Monk, but at this point they had to join hands to oppose a common enemy. If she were to continue to call him Little Vicious Monk, it would be quite rude. She changed her words and said, "How are your injuries?" Dai Yun said, "I'll manage." All of a sudden, they heard the sound of Hua Taigen laughing outside the cave. The two scoundrels are hiding together in a cave doing unmentionable deeds. He Sheng felt a warm sensation on her face as she heard this. In truth, she was actually a bit scared, because she had already identified Dai Yun as a perverted monk who was extremely dishonorable. To be stuck in the same cave as him was indeed a great risk. She could not help but move a few steps to the left, trying to distance herself from him as far as possible. She heard Hua Taigen continue, "If you don't stop your illicit love affair, this old man will have to roast some meat. Ha ha, ha ha." He Sheng was alarmed and said, "He wants to eat my daddy. What do we do?" Dai Yun had already suffered so much grief and injustice in the past few years. Upon hearing Hua Taigen's venomous slander, how could he repress his anger? At once he pushed the rocks aside and rushed out like a wild tiger and attacked Hua Taigen. Hua Taigen avoided two palms and drew an arc with his left palm while his right palm came from behind his back. Not even in his dreams would Dai Yun expect him to attack in such a way, and with a loud crash he was hit firmly on his upper back. Dai Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. He felt as if the person in front of him transformed into Wan Zhenshen, Wan Gui, the magistrate of Jiangling County, the jailers, Ling Tuisi and Bao Xiang, the appearance of many vicious people who had insulted and abused him in the past. At once he spread out both arms and hugged Hua Taigen tightly. Hua Taigen punched Dai Yun squarely on the nose. At once his nose started bleeding profusely, but it was as if Dai Yun could not feel the pain, and the two arms around Hua Taigen became tighter and tighter. Hua Taigen found it difficult to breathe and was actually a bit frightened. He also saw that He Sheng was approaching with the blood saber. Hua Taigen became alarmed and pounded Dai Yun's flank with both fists. Dai Yun felt the pain and could not use any more strength in his arms. Hua Taigen struggled and broke himself free from Dai Yun's grip. He did not dare to tangle with this lunatic anymore and leapt backwards continuously until he was over 100 feet away. He Sheng saw as Dai Yun's body swayed back and forth, unable to keep his balance. His entire face was covered in blood. She wanted to go forward and support him, but she was afraid. She approached cautiously a few steps when Dai Yun suddenly shouted, "I am a vicious and perverted monk, don't come near me. I don't want to tarnish the daughter of the great hero Shui. Go away. Go away." He Sheng listened as he spoke in such a harsh tone, and his expression was vicious. She was intimidated and retreated a few steps. Dai Yun gasped for breath as he made his way to Hua Taigen, barely able to keep his balance. He shouted, "All of you vicious people, Wan Zhenshen, Wan Gui, you can't harm me, can't kill me, come over here and let's fight. Magistrate and prefect, come fight me now. You can only bully the benevolent. If you have any guts, then let us fight to the death." Hua Taigen thought, "This person has gone mad, he's a lunatic." He backed away as far as he could. Dai Yun faced upward at the sky and yelled, "All of you evil people, all the malicious people under heaven, come fight me. Dai Yun is not scared of you. You have locked me in prison, pierced my scapula, sliced off my fingers, stolen my martial sister, poisoned my brother Ding, trampled my leg, wronged me as a perverted monk. I'm not scared. Even if you cut me into mincemeat, I am still not scared." He Sheng listened to his loud cries and felt both afraid and pitiful in her heart. She heard him say how they pierced his scapula, sliced off his fingers, stole his martial sister, and trampled his leg. She was moved and thought, "It turns out that this little vicious monk has actually suffered so much injustice. I was the one who trampled his leg with my horse. She further heard him say that they wronged him as a perverted monk and thought, could it be that he isn't? Supposing that he is, he has not acted rudely towards me in these days. Maybe he turned into a good person. Dai Yun cried so hard that his voice became hoarse, and he collapsed on the snow. He Taigen did not dare to approach him. He Sheng did not dare to approach him either. Two bald eagles continued to spiral around in the air. Dai Yun collapsed on the ground and did not move. Suddenly, a bald eagle descended and pecked at his forehead. Dai Yun was in a state of subconscious and dizziness. When the eagle pecked at him, he immediately awoke. The bald eagle saw that he moved and hurriedly fluttered its wings. Dai Yun yelled, "Even a creature like you is picking on me." At once he gathered up his strength and struck out with his right palm. The bald eagle was only about a meter away from him and was completely shaken up by this attack. At once it stopped fluttering and dropped on the ground. Dai Yun grabbed the bald eagle and burst into laughter. Immediately he bit the bald eagle on the stomach. The bald eagle flapped its wings and tried its hardest to break free. Dai Yun only felt a mouthful of eagle blood burst into his mouth as he continued biting the eagle, as if an influx of energy was flowing into his body. He danced around and gesticulated for joy, shouting, "You want to eat me? I will eat you first. I will eat you." He Taigen and He Sheng saw as he ate the live eagle like a complete lunatic. Their faces changed colors as they were overwhelmed with shock and horror. He Taigen was really afraid that this lunatic would go crazy again and try to take his life. He thought that if the lunatic were to get a hold of him again, he would be in trouble, so he wanted to get as far away as possible. He looked at the east side of the valley and thought that the way this lunatic captured the bald eagle was a good method. At once he lied supine on the ground and pretended to be dead. Indeed, the bald eagle did fall for this trick, but when it came to peck at him, he could not successfully knock down the eagle with his palm strike. His internal energy was much inferior to Dai Yun. Although his palm technique was remarkable, the eagle was quick-witted and dodged his attack. It was much faster than he was. After Dai Yun drank the eagle blood, the energy and blood in his chest and stomach began to circulate, and he passed out again. When he woke up, the sky was already bright and he felt hungry again. He naturally grabbed the dead eagle beside him without thinking twice and took a bite. As he took a bite, he felt an aromatic fragrance. The taste was not bad. He looked at the eagle and was bewildered at what he saw. All the feathers on the eagle were pulled out cleanly, and the eagle was actually roasted and warm. He recalled that he drank several mouthfuls of eagle blood before he slept. Who was the one who roasted the eagle for him? If it was not He Sheng, could it be the vicious He Taigen? Last night when he cried and cursed so heavily, a lot of the grief and indignation in his heart was released. Now that he woke up, he felt feel from worry. He saw that He Dai was once again buried properly in the snow. He looked inside the cave and saw He Sheng resting against a rock. Dai Yun thought, "She has also been without food for a few days, but she roasted the eagle for me without saving any for herself. Such good conscience is hard to come by. HMPH, she believes herself to be an honorific daughter of a renowned hero and looks down on me. If you look down on me, I will look down on you, so what?" After a while he thought, "She helped me roast the eagle. Even if she looks down on me, I can't let her starve to death." At once he lied down on the ground looking dead as a corpse. Within an hour, he managed to strike down 4 eagles with his palm attacks and gave 2 to He Sheng. He Sheng took and prepared the other 2 eagles as well. Then, without saying a word, she gave the 2 roasted eagles back to him. There were many bald eagles in this valley that depended on scavenging corpses and carrions for food. It was such a natural instinct that even upon seeing their various comrades fall victim to Dai Yun, they nonetheless continued to fall for his trick every single time. Dai Yun's internal energy and the strength of his palm strikes was increasing by the day. Eventually, he did not even need to feign death. If an eagle would land on a branch to rest or fly past him, he would be able to shoot it down with one palm. There were often snow geese coming and going, pecking at various worms and insects buried in the snow, which served as another source of food for Dai Yun and He Sheng. December soon approached, but Dai Yun had lost his sense of time. Every 8 or 10 days there would be a large snowstorm, and the valley would be extremely cold for the entire day and night. Apart from gathering branches and roasting eagles, He Sheng would spend the remaining of her time inside the cave. Dai Yun never said a single word to her, nor did he ever step foot inside the cave. A large snowstorm approached one night. When Dai Yun woke up the next morning, he felt a warm sensation around his body. He looked and saw that there was a black object covering his body. He was startled and pushed it aside. He saw it was an article of strange clothing. This clothing was made by threading bird feathers one by one. The black feathers were from the bald eagles, while the white feathers were from the wild geese. The coat was long and covered up to his knees. It must have taken several thousand or tens of thousands of feathers to complete. As Dai Yun held onto the feather coat, he felt his face flush red. He knew that it was He Sheng who made it for him. The effort of threading thousands upon thousands of feathers together was truly painstaking, not to mention that there were no scissors or needles and threads in the snow. How did she complete it? He spread out the feather coat to look at the feathers and saw that a small hole was pierced at the root of each feather, and the thread was light yellow. He figured that she must have used her hairpin as a needle and her light yellow garment as a thread. Women are so strange. Isn't she just causing trouble for herself? Then he remembered the incident at the Wan household several years ago. He was attacked and beaten into a pulp by the 8 disciples of the Wan clan. Even his new garment was torn apart. When his martial sister Chi Fang saw this, she sewed and mended the garment back together for him. The events of that day were still crystal clear in his mind. Chi Fang sat next to him while she mended his garment. Her hair brushed against his chin and his face became tickly. He smelled the faint fragrance of her skin, which caused ripples in his heart. Dai Yun called martial sister, and Chi Fang said, "Water spinach, don't talk, don't let others wrong you as a thief." As he thought up to this point, his throat became clogged as tears began to drop down his face. His vision became blurry and he thought, "Indeed, they have mistaken me for a thief. Is it because when martial sister mended the garment for me, I said something wrong?" But he had already suffered so many crises and injustices in the past few years, he no longer believed in such nonsense. HMPH, if others have the intent to wrong me, even if I was born a mute, would they not still find a way? Martial sister is truly sincere to me, but the Wan family is wealthy and prestigious, and Wan Gui is much more handsome than I, so who can I blame? Even worse, when I was injured that day and hid in the firewood room, she actually told her husband to capture me for a reward. Ha! Suddenly, he was again filled with grief and misery that he could not repress. He began to laugh wildly. He walked in front of the cave and threw the feather coat on the ground. Then he trampled over it several times and shouted, "I am a vicious monk. How am I deserving of wearing young ladies' clothing?" With a flying kick, he sent the feather coat flying inside the cave. Then he turned around and laughed wildly as he strode his way out. He Sheng spent an entire month to complete this feather coat. She thought that this little vicious monk protected her father's body unconditionally without a single word of complaint, and they had only survived to this day because of his ability to strike down birds. When she saw that he was enduring the cold, whether outside the cave, she could not bear it, and sewed a feather coat for him to keep him warm. However, her good intentions were not appreciated. He actually kicked the feather coat inside the cave, and she had to suffer his rude humiliation. She was both ashamed and furious. Unable to restrain her emotions, she began ripping apart the feather coat, her tears dripping on the feathers. She would never have guessed that when Dai Yun turned around and laughed, the front of his garment was actually filled with many drops of tears. However, he shed tears because he grieved at his own misfortune, because of his martial sister's coldness towards him. When afternoon came, Dai Yun killed 4 birds as usual and placed them in front of the cave. He Sheng roasted the birds and gave half to him. The two of them did not exchange a word and did not even dare to make eye contact. Dai Yun and He Sheng were some distance apart, and each ate at their own roasted bird, when suddenly from the northeast direction footsteps could be heard. Both looked up into the distance, and saw Hua Taigen carrying a ghost head saber on his right hand, while his left hand was holding a long sword, and laughed heartily. Dai Yun and He Sheng both got up at once. He Sheng went back to the cave and took out her blood saber. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Catch!" and threw the saber toward Dai Yun. Dai Yun caught the saber and wondered, why does she trust me so much that she is even willing to part with her saber? HMPH, she wants me to risk my life to battle Hua Taigen. HMPH, I Dai Yun am not your slave. At this time, Hua Taigen increased his pace, and when he got closer, he laughed and said, "Congratulations, congratulations." Dai Yun stared at him and said, "What is there to congratulate?" Hua Taigen said, "I congratulate that you and Lady Shui are happy together now. She is willing to give you her saber. Would she even be willing to give you her body? Ha ha, ha ha," Dai Yun scolded. You call yourself a hero of the Central Plains, yet you are a petty fellow who thinks of such despicable and filthy deeds." Hua Taigen laughed. "In terms of being despicable and filthy, how can I compare with the various members of the Blood Sabre clan?" As he said this, he approached closer. He sniffed a few times and said, Very fragrant, very fragrant. I would like to take a bird, is that all right?" Had Hua Taigen asked nicely, Dai Yun would have agreed for sure, but when he saw how mischievous and frivolous he was, he became angry and said, "Your martial arts is much higher than mine, don't you know how to catch your own birds?" Hua Taigen replied, "I am just lazy." As the two of them were speaking, He Sheng approached behind Dai Yun and shouted, "Uncle Liu, Uncle Liu." She saw Hua Taigen holding the long sword of Liu Chengfeng and the ghost head saber of Lu Tianshu. The north wind blew against Hua Taigen and flipped over his garment, revealing that he had another 2 layers of clothes underneath. The Taoist vest of Liu Chengfeng and the copper-colored gown of Lu Tianshu. Hua Taigen was calm and collected as he asked, "What is it?" He Sheng said, Did you eat them?" She already figured that Hua Taigen found their 2 bodies and ate them. Hua Taigen reprimanded, "What does it matter to you?" He Sheng trembled, Uncle Liu, They were your sworn brothers. If Hua Taigen actually had the ability to hunt birds, he would not have eaten his sworn brothers' corpses. He tried every possible means to catch them. At first, he was able to catch 1 or 2 eagles, but after a few days, the eagles no longer fell for his trick. He did not have the internal energy of the heavenly glow like Dai Yun, so he was unable to knock the eagles down with his palm. He had no other alternative but to eat the corpses of his 2 sworn brothers. Now that he was finished with them, he held sword in hand with the intent of killing Dai Yun and He Sheng. That combined with the corpses of Shui Dai and the Blood Sabre Elder may barely last him until early summer when the snow melts. When he heard He Sheng say such words, his face flushed red. He also began to salivate as he smelled the aroma of the roasted bird meat. At once he raised his ghost head saber and rushed towards Dai Yun, slashing left and right. Dai Yun raised his blood saber to counter. Ting! The 2 sabers clashed intensely, and the ghost head saber advanced upwards and swiped down. The ghost head saber was a remarkable saber, but it could not compare to the sharpness of the blood saber. However, its blade was massive, and the blood saber could not cut it down. That day when Lu Tianshu clashed his saber with the Blood Sabre Elder, the ghost head saber was slashed 3 times by the blood saber, leaving 3 jags. Today it would happen again. Another jag was left on the saber as the blood saber cut it. Although Hua Taigen was not an expert of the saber, his martial arts was high. When he brandished his saber, Dai Yun found it hard to resist. In only a few stances, Dai Yun had no choice but to retreat. Hua Taigen did not pursue. He bent down and picked up the remaining half of the roasted bird on the ground and ate it. He complimented, very good, very good. The taste is amazing, simply amazing." Dai Yun looked back at He Sheng and both of them trembled. The last time they fought, Hua Taigen was empty-handed, but this time he had a saber in hand. The first time they thought, even if Dai Yun was hit by his punches or kicks, he would only cough up blood and sustain injuries. It was not enough to take his life. But this time he had a weapon in hand. If Dai Yun were to be careless, he would lose his life at once. Furthermore, Hua Taigen brought an extra weapon for backup, so he really did have an overwhelming advantage. After Hua Taigen finished eating the bird, he was still not satisfied. He saw that there was another inside the cave and fetched it. He wiped his mouth and said, "Very good. Your cooking skills are really first class." He lazily turned around, then suddenly jumped and slashed his saber toward Dai Yun. This stance was executed remarkably fast, and Dai Yun did not guard properly against it, and his head was nearly cut in half. He hastily warded off the attack with his saber. Hua Taigen was afraid of his profound internal energy. He knew that if he were to clash swords with him, he would be at a disadvantage, and his arms would be numb. At once he slanted his saber and slashed sideways. Within 3 swipes, Dai Yun was already flustered, then his left arm was scraped by the ghost head saber. He Sheng shouted, don't fight, don't fight. Uncle Hua, I will give you some of my roasted meat." Hua Taigen saw that Dai Yun's saber techniques were extremely mediocre and could not even compare to third-class fighters in the martial world. He decided that he would kill him now to save himself the trouble later. At once he intensified his attacks as he said, "Niece Shui, you love him dearly, don't you? Have you forgotten about your cousin surnamed Wang?" Shua. He cut Dai Yun 3 times on the right shoulder. Fortunately, he had the protection of the dark silkworm vest, else his entire arm would have been cut off. He Sheng shouted, "Uncle Hua, don't fight!" Dai Yun scolded. "What are you shouting for? If I can't fight him, then he can kill me." In extreme anger, he raised his saber and slashed randomly. Suddenly, he passed the blood saber from his right hand to his left hand, then flipped his hand over to attack. Hua Taigen did not expect that this little monk would actually be capable of such a technique. This attack came as an unexpected coincidence. Hua Taigen turned his head to evade the blow, but with a loud slap, he was hit hard on the neck. This attack was so powerful that it shook and numbed half his body. Dai Yun was startled and thought, "This is the slap-in-the-face stance that the old beggar taught me." He realized this technique worked and executed the piercing shoulder stance and releasing sword stance in succession. Hua Taigen exclaimed, "Lion Cheng swordplay! Lion Cheng swordplay!" Dai Yun was startled by his words. That day when he fought the 8 disciples of Wan Zhenchen in Jingzhou, he executed these 3 stances, and Wan Zhenchen also called it Lion Cheng swordplay. At that time he said Wan Zhenchen was speaking nonsense. But Hua Taigen is a renowned figure in the Central Plains and is experienced and knowledgeable, yet he also said it was Lion Cheng swordplay. Could it be that the 3 stances that the old beggar taught him was really the Lion Cheng swordplay? He brandished the saber like a sword and executed the same 3 stances numerous times. But how could the martial arts of Hua Taigen be compared to the likes of Wan Zhenchen's disciples? Besides the element of surprise that came with the first stance, the stances were no longer of any use against him. By the time Dai Yun executed the releasing sword stance, for the 4th time in an attempt to swipe away the ghost saber, Hua Taigen was fully prepared for the attack, and with a flying kick he hit Dai Yun on the wrist. At once Dai Yun lost his grip on the blood saber. Hua Taigen continued with a push the boat with the current and attacked Dai Yun with both weapons. The saber and sword both stabbed into his chest, but the edge and tip of both weapons were obstructed by the dark silkworm vest and could not pierce through. He Sheng grabbed a rock and camped on the side for an opportunity. When she saw that Dai Yun was in danger, she threw the rock at the back of Hua Taigen's head. Last time when Hua Taigen failed to pierce through Dai Yun with his short spear, he already felt strange and could not figure out why. He thought that he must have had a bronze or steel medal placed on his bosom that coincidentally blocked the spearhead. However, this time both the saber and sword pierced his chest, and it was definitely not a coincidence. He was dumbfounded for a moment, and Dai Yun took the opportunity to strike back with his palm while He Sheng attacked from behind. Hua Taigen shouted, "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" He started to get goosebumps as he thought, "Could it be that the spirits of eldest brother Lu and brother Liu have come back to reprimand me for eating their bodies?" He began sweat coldly and retreated several steps back. Dai Yun and He Sheng retreated to the cave at once and shifted several pieces of large rocks to cover up the entrance. The 2 of them had already stuffed the entrance quite tightly before. Now, with the addition of more rocks, the entrance was completely sealed. The 2 of them had just escaped from the brink of death, and their hearts were beating at an alarming rate. They heard Hua Taigen shout, "Come out, turtle bastard! You think you can hide in that cave forever? Can you catch birds from inside the cave? Ha ha, ha ha!" Although he laughed heartily, he was actually very scared and did not dare to dig up Shui Dai's corpse and eat it. Dai Yun and He Sheng made eye contact, and both had the same thought. "He's right, what are we going to eat in here? But if we come out, we will be killed at once. What can we do?" If Hua Taigen really wanted to pursue them, he could have easily gone in the cave. Dai Yun had lost his blood saber and would have no way of defending. However, as he could not pierce through Dai Yun's body, he thought there was some otherworldly spirit causing mischief. He was trembling so hard that he did not dare approach. Dai Yun and He Sheng guarded the cave entrance for a while. They saw that Hua Taigen did not attack and felt more relieved. Dai Yun inspected the wound on his left arm and saw that it was bleeding. He Sheng ripped off a piece of her lapel and bandaged the wound for him. Dai Yun had long parted with the ragged and oversized monk garment he used to wear. He covered up his chest so He Sheng would not have to see his bare skin. As he pulled his shirt clothes together, a little booklet fell from his bosom. It was the Blood Sabre Sutra that he got from Bao Xiang. He had just had an intense battle with Hua Taigen. Although the fight did not last long and he did not exert much strength, he was still extremely nervous. After resting for a while, he felt extremely exhausted. He recalled the day when he encountered the Blood Sabre Sutra, how he practiced its cultivation methods by following the diagrams of the male in the booklet, and how it invigorated him. He thought that He Taigen would not let the matter drop. Although he would most certainly die if they were to fight, he would at least want to land a few heavy palms on his opponent. But how could he do so if he was so tired? So he flipped to a random page in the booklet and saw a diagram of a man standing upside down, his hands in an extremely awkward position. At once he followed the position of the diagram and stood on his head. He Sheng saw him in such a weird posture and thought that he was going crazy again. She thought that outside was a powerful enemy, but inside was a lunatic. What could she do? She could not refrain herself from crying. Dai Yun practiced for about an hour and felt his entire body was warm as if he was next to a fire. He felt an indescribable comfort. He turned to the next page and saw a diagram of a man who stood on his left hand. His body was straight while his legs were hooked against his neck. This position was originally extremely difficult, but after Dai Yun completed the heavenly glow, he found that he had complete flexibility in his four limbs. At once he followed the position on the diagram. His internal followed the red and green pathways labeled on the diagram and channeled through various acupoints in his body. This Blood Sabre Sutra consisted of the secrets of both internal and external techniques of the Blood Sabre clan. The diagram in every page would take an ordinary person a year or so to learn. However, Dai Yun had his Ren and Du meridians interlinked and had the matchless internal techniques of the heavenly glow as a foundation. Even if the martial arts were harder, he would still be able to learn it. It did not take him very long to get through each diagram, and he continued to follow the positions page by page. The more he practiced, the more exuberant he felt. He Sheng watched as he practiced martial arts according to the manual. She was frightened when she saw how strange his positions were and found it both funny and ridiculous. At the same time, she was astonished as she thought, could there actually be such a martial art under heaven? She moved forward 2 steps and took a look at the Blood Sabre Sutra. When she saw that every page had a diagram of a naked man in various positions, her face flushed red. Her heart pounded as she thought, if the little vicious monk keeps practicing, will he take off his clothes too? Fortunately, this never happened. Dai Yun continued practicing. He turned another page and saw a diagram of a man holding a curved saber in an offensive position. Dai Yun was shocked and blurted out, "Blood Sabre art!" At once he picked up a twig and practiced according to the diagrams. This Blood Sabre art was truly a strange phenomenon. In every stance the saber was brandished in an unimaginable way. Dai Yun only learned 3 stances before he understood. It turns out that every stance was a result of various strange positions from both front and back. There were diagrams of the man turning upside down, horizontally, extending his leg to his neck, or flipping over his hand to grab his ear. At once Dai Yun picked 4 stances and practiced them until he was completely familiar. He thought, I will continue practicing without rest. If I finish practicing these 20 or 30 stances, in 4 or 5 days I will be able to have a rematch with the one surnamed Hua. Alas, it is unfortunate that I did not learn these stances sooner. However, He Taigen would not even give him half a day's rest. Dai Yun was focused on practicing the saber arts when He Taigen shouted from outside the cave, "Little monk, do you think your father-in-law's heart and liver taste any good? It really tastes great?" He Sheng was startled by his words. She pushed aside the rocks and saw He Taigen digging her father's grave with the ghost head saber. He had not yet completely uncovered the body, but it would only be a matter of time. He Sheng shouted, "Uncle Hua, do you not care about your sworn brotherhood?" She rushed outside. He Taigen had intended to lure her outside. The plan was to first knock her out and then deal with Dai Yun, lest the two of them join forces in battle. He Taigen's movements were quick as lightning. In an instant, he had seized her wrist with his left hand. He Sheng cried, "I-oh," and countered with her left hand. He Taigen evaded to the side, and with one finger he sealed her acupoint by the waist, and she fell unconscious. Dai Yun, still holding the twig in hand, rushed out. He Taigen laughed. "Little monk must be tired of living, trying to fight me with a little twig. Very well, since you are a vicious monk from the Blood Sabre clan, I will send you to your death with your clan's very own weapon." As he said this, he drew the blood saber from his waist and dropped the ghost saber on the ground. In an instant, he rushed forward and attacked Dai Yun 3 times. This blood saber was thin as a sheet of paper but made intense slashing sounds. He Taigen thought inwardly, "This saber is remarkable." Dai Yun saw that the blood saber was remarkably fast and began to tremble. He clenched his teeth and thought, "We will die together then," and brandished the twig with his right hand and attacked from behind. With a loud clap, the twig hit Hua Taigen firmly on the back of his neck. This stance was incredibly strange. If he had a sharp weapon instead of a branch, Hua Taigen would have been beheaded already. In truth, the martial arts between Hua Taigen and the Blood Sabre Elder were just about on par. Even the Blood Sabre Elder who had practiced the Blood Sabre techniques thoroughly would not be able to kill him in a single stance, much less Dai Yun. However, Hua Taigen greatly underestimated his enemy and treated his opponent as someone who had no foundation of external techniques. He intended to defeat his opponent with ease. When he raised his saber to slash downward, Dai Yun counterattacked with the twig that was as fierce as the wind in a rainstorm. He brandished his weapon disorderly, and occasionally he would be able to execute a stance of the blood saber art and would be able to hit him from behind. Hua Taigen turned around and shouted, "There is a ghost! There is a ghost!" He turned around to look, and he was so scared that his arms and legs became so numb and weak that he dropped the blood saber and ran into the distance. After Hua Taigen ate the corpses of his sworn brothers, he felt a sense of guilt and always hallucinated that the spirits of Liu Chengfeng and Lu Tianchu were coming back to haunt him. When the blood saber could not pierce through Dai Yun, he thought that it must be otherworldly spirits supporting his enemy. At that time, it was obvious that Dai Yun was fighting in front of him, and He Sheng had her acupoint sealed and was unconscious. Yet he was still hit from the back of his body and neck several times. How would there be another person besides the three of them? When he turned around to look, no matter what he saw, he would not have been scared. But he actually saw nothing at all and was completely spooked out of his mind. How could he dare to stay any longer? Although Dai Yun hit Hua Taigen twice from behind, the latter ran away without actually sustaining any injuries, which was much beyond anyone's expectations. Dai Yun picked up the blood saber and saw He Sheng lying on the ground. He asked, "Did he seal your acupoint?" He Sheng replied, "Yes." Dai Yun said, "I do not know how to unseal your acupoint. I can't help you," He Sheng said. "You just have to find the spot on my waist and leg." She wanted to tell him where her acupoint was sealed so he could release it. But when she mentioned her legs, she thought of him being a little vicious monk who, although did not violate him recently, was nonetheless improper in the past. Dai Yun saw the fear in her eyes and thought, "Hua Taigen is already gone, what are you afraid of?" Then he realized that she was afraid of him, and a surge of anger rushed to his heart. He yelled, "You are afraid I'll violate you, you think I will? I will. HMPH, from now on I will never look at you again." He was so angry he started kicking the snow as he walked away. He picked up the Blood Sabre Sutra from inside the cave and walked away without looking at He Sheng. He Sheng felt embarrassed and thought, "Could it be that I am actually too suspicious and misunderstood his intentions?" She lied on the floor for over 2 hours. A bald eagle descended from the air and began pecking at her face. She screamed in alarm when suddenly she saw a red flash. The blood saber flew across the air and sliced the bald eagle in half and dropped beside her. Although Dai Yun resented her suspicions, he was worried that Hua Taigen would return and harm her. Hence he did not go very far away and kept a watch on her while practicing the blood saber techniques. When he tossed the blood saber across the air, it sliced the bald eagle in half and flew another 100 feet or so before landing on the ground. He had completed the blood saber stance of shooting star in heaven. He Sheng shouted, Dai Dage, it is my fault. I am sorry 100 times." Dai Yun pretended not to hear it and ignored her. He Sheng continued, "Dai Dage, please forgive me. I lost my daddy and I feel lonely. My thoughts are inconsiderate. Please don't be mad at me anymore, okay?" Dai Yun continued to ignore her, although a lot of his anger had dissipated. It was not until the second day when He Sheng's acupoint released itself. She knew that Dai Yun would not say a word to her, yet he still remained close by her side for the entire night. She felt really grateful in her heart. When she could move again, she immediately roasted the bald eagle and gave half of it to Dai Yun. Dai Yun waited until she got close before he closed his eyes and repeated his words inwardly, "I will never look at you again." He Sheng placed the roasted eagle on the ground and began to walk away. Dai Yun waited for her to walk some distance before opening his eyes again. All of a sudden, he heard her scream, "Ah!" followed by another "Io," and collapsed on the ground. Dai Yun immediately got up and rushed beside her. He Sheng smiled sweetly as she got up and said, "I deceived you. You said you would never look at me again, yet aren't you looking at me right now? You do not have to keep your promise anymore." Dai Yun glared at her and thought, "All the women in this world are sly and crafty. Besides Brother Ding's Lady Ling, any women are capable of deception. From now on, I will no longer fall for your tricks." He Sheng laughed delicately and said, "Dai Dage, you rushed forward to save me, thank you." Dai Yun gave her a sideways glance, then turned around and walked away. Hua Taigen was so scared of ghosts that he did not dare to cause any more trouble. He could do no more than eat tree bark and grass roots in such bitter hardship. Sometimes he would throw rocks and would be lucky to hit 1 or 2 snow geese. Dai Yun practiced 1 or 2 stances of the Blood Sabre art every day. Both his internal energy and external arts grew with each passing day. Winter passed and spring came. The temperature gradually grew warmer and the accumulation of snow in the valley did not thicken. Eventually, the snow started to melt to water. In these days, Dai Yun had fully practiced all of the various external fist and feet and saber arts in the Blood Sabre Sutra. At this point, he possessed both orthodox and unorthodox martial arts. Although he was still lacking experience, and he did not yet completely grasp the essence of both the unorthodox and unorthodox arts. In terms of martial arts, he had already surpassed Ding Dayan. However, he only practiced the profound internal arts of the heavenly glow, but in terms of external arts, he had no one to give him pointers. Besides the Blood Sabre art, his fist and feet arts were extremely shallow. However, he was nimble and understood the fundamentals of fist arts. He would not be inferior to any second-class fighter. Whenever He Sheng spoke, Dai Yun would ignore her in fear of falling for her tricks. He pretended to be mute and did not answer her even once. Apart from being together during meal times, Dai Yun distanced himself as far away as he could and practiced his martial arts. After he leaves the valley, there were 3 desires he had to fulfill. First, he would look for his teacher in Xiangxi. Second, he would return to Jingzhou and bury his brother Ding together with Lady Ling. Third, revenge. He saw as the snow gradually melted into a creek of water constantly flowing out of the valley. The pile of snow blocking the entrance became less and less each day. He did not know how many days it was before the Dragon Boat Festival. He only knew that it would not be long before he could get out of here. One afternoon, he picked up 2 roasted eagles from He Sheng. As he was about to turn and leave, He Sheng called out, "Dai Dage, after a few more days, we will be able to go outside." Dai Yun nodded in agreement. He Sheng continued, "Thanks for taking care of me all these days. If not for you, I would have died by the hands of the evil Hua Taigen." Dai Yun shook his head and replied, "It's no big deal," then turned around and walked away. Then he heard the sounds of sobbing from behind. He turned around and saw He Sheng leaning against a rock. Her back was twitching as if she was about to cry. Dai Yun was perplexed. "We will be able to leave soon. She should be happy. What is there to cry about? The thoughts of a woman are really strange. I will never understand." In truth, even He Sheng did not know why she cried. She only felt unworthy and broken-hearted. She could not restrain herself from crying. That night, Dai Yun practiced a bit of martial arts before he slept on the large rock, just like any other night. This large rock was not distanced too far away from the cave, so he could guard against Hua Taigen from either eating the corpse or violating He Sheng. However, in these past many days, Hua Taigen never appeared. Dai Yun presumed that all was well and no longer remained vigilant. He went into a deep sleep. Amidst his dreams, he suddenly heard the sounds of footsteps approaching. At this point, his internal energy was incredibly profound, and his senses were improved, much different from the past. As the sounds of footsteps got closer, he awoke at once. He listened closely and heard the sounds of numerous people, at least 50 or 60, rushing towards the valley. Dai Yun was startled. How can anyone get in the valley? He did not know that the valley was a lot colder than the outside world because it was covered by peaks. In truth, the snow had already completely melted outside, but it would still take another month for the snow inside the valley to melt. Dai Yun thought, these people must be from the Central Plains. Now that the Blood Sabre Elder is dead, any desire for vengeance has been fulfilled. Lady Shui's cousin will come to pick her up. That would be great. However, they believe that I am a vicious monk from the Blood Sabre clan. There is no way I can explain myself. It's best if I don't see them at all. I will let them take Lady Shui first, then I will get out at a later time. He made his way to the side of the cave and hid behind a rock. The sounds of footsteps approached closer. In an instant, there was a brightness before his eyes. The group had passed through the depression. There were about 50 people or so, and each of them held a torch on one hand and a weapon on the other. There was one person at the front of the pack who did not hold a torch. Instead, he held a sword and a saber. It was He Sheng. Dai Yun watched as he approached with the group. He was astonished and soon realized these people came from Hubei and Sichuan. He Sheng is their leader. Naturally, he would join them. I wonder what he is saying. He watched as the group entered the cave, and at once he climbed several dozen feet closer and hid in a pile of snow. He was still some distance away from the group, but his internal energy had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he could clearly hear what they were saying. He heard a coarse voice say, "So it turns out that it was Brother Hua who killed the Blood Sabre Monk. That is truly venerable. Brother Hua has done us all a great service. From now on, he will naturally be the leader of the Central Plains. We will be ready to risk our lives for you upon your command." Another said, "Alas, Hero Lu, Taoist Liu, and Hero Shui has perished in such a violent way. It is truly depressing." Another said, "The old vicious monk is dead, but the little vicious monk has not been executed. We will search at once. We must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future misfortunes." "Hero Hua, what do you say?" He Sheng answered, "Correct, Brother Zhang speaks true words. This little vicious monk has demonic martial arts and is definitely not inferior to the older monk. He must have hid himself somewhere when he saw that we were entering the valley. My brothers, do not be afraid of trouble. We must kill this little vicious monk at any cost so that he doesn't talk rubbish and spread rumors, tarnish the reputations of the three heroes Lu, Liu, and Shui, and heroine Shui." Dai Yun was alarmed. "The one surnamed Hua speaks rubbish. He is incredibly vicious. Fortunately, I did not reveal myself, else if they all attack me at once, how can I defend?" All of a sudden, a feminine voice was heard saying, He is not a little vicious monk. He is an honorable and upright gentleman. He Sheng is the villain." It was He Sheng. As Dai Yun heard these words, he felt comfort in his heart. It was the first time he heard her call him an honorable and upright gentleman. In these days, even though He Sheng was no longer suspicious of him, but for her to call him a gentleman in front of all these people was beyond all expectations. Then tears began to from his eyes as he thought inwardly, "She called me a gentleman. She called me a gentleman?" When He Sheng said these words, people in the group looked at each other in perplexity. Nobody dared to speak out. Dai Yun looked afar, and the illumination of the torch revealed expressions of contempt. Some were sneering as if they were taking joy in such a calamity. After a long while, an old man spoke out. "Niece Shui, I have been friends with your father for many years. I cannot help but reprimand you. This little vicious monk was responsible for your father's death." He Sheng said, No, your father was not killed by the little monk. Then who killed him?" She was at a loss for words. "Hero Hua said that during an intense battle that day, your father was completely exhausted. The little monk killed your father by cracking his head with a twig. Am I right?" "Right, but what? It was my daddy himself who asked to be killed." As she said this, many people from the group began to laugh. The laughter was so loud that it even caused the snow on top of the branches to rustle and fall. Amongst the laughs, some voices were heard saying, "He asked for his own death, ha ha. Your lies are very comical." So it turns out that Hero Shui was tired of living, stuck his head out and asked his future son-in-law to crack it open. Who is his future son-in-law? After Hero Shui passed away, that little monk already had an affair with the lady. Ha. There is actually such a shameless woman in the world who would rather have a wild man than her own father. However, to tell her tramp to kill her own father is pretty horrifying. I have only heard of the phrase, consensual adultery causes the death of the husband, but today it is much different. There is actually a case of consensual adultery causes the death of the father. The group had first heard the words of He Sheng and had the impression that He Sheng and Dai Yun had a secret affair. When she defended her lover, they gave her more and more harsh words. However, in terms of words in the realm, what is really too filthy to be said? He Sheng's face flushed red and she yelled, What are you guys talking about? Have you no shame?" The group continued to laugh. One said, "So it turns out that we're the ones who have no shame. That is really funny." All right, Lady Shui, it is we who are shameless. But what about you and the little monk making love inside the cave without a care to avenge your own father? How is that for being shameless?" Another straightforward fellow reprimanded, "Damn it! Your daddy I have traveled from Hubei all the way down here without rest, only to save a whore like you. You are a shameless little tch. Your daddy I should chop your head off." Another urged, "That's not good. "Brother Zhao, don't act rashly," an old voice said. "Everybody please restrain yourselves. Lady Shui is still young and inexperienced. Hero Shui has unfortunately passed away. Now she is lonely with no one to care for her. You do not need to feel sad for her. From now on, she will be taken care of and instructed by Hero Hua. He will lead her to a path of righteousness. Everybody please do not speak out so harshly anymore. The events that took place in this valley must not spread into the realm. Hero Shui was a renowned and honorable fellow during his life. Else why would we all spare no effort to save her daughter? Let us show Hero Shui some respect and not mention this incident anymore. Let us capture the little monk and cut open his heart and liver and offer it as a sacrifice to Hero Shui." The one who spoke was a very well-respected man with great dignity. The majority agreed with his words and said, "Right, right. Old Hero Zhang speaks true words. We will find this little monk and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces." Amidst the noisy clamors and hoots of the group, He Sheng began to cry. Suddenly a voice was heard from the distance, calling out, "Buyer, oh my, where are you?" He Sheng heard this voice and knew that it was her cousin Wang Xiaofeng. However, she had suffered injustice and was humiliated greatly. If her cousin were to hear of this, how would he react? She could not help but cry and run back inside the cave. Someone said, "If the infatuated Wang Xiaofeng realizes the truth, he will go crazy." The old man surnamed Zhang replied, "Everybody, please do not panic and listen to me. The young man of the Wang family loves Lady Shui deeply. The snow had not even melted yet, and he went into the valley 2 days before we did. However, the road was difficult and he must have been stuck in some remote place, such as more haste resulting in less speed. In fact, he even fell behind our group. This person is really unfortunate. Everybody should do a good deed and not speak to him about the scandal between Lady Shui and the little monk." An honorable person from the group added, "That is correct. Lady Shui took a misstep in life. She deserves a second chance to start anew. Besides, she had no other choice. In an ordinary situation, how would the daughter of a renowned hero affiliate herself with the monk of an evil sect?" Another said, "Wang Xiaofeng is such a good fellow, but now he is forced to wear a green hat. It is really unfortunate for him. Ha ha. One is willing to fight while the other is willing to suffer. Brother Kyan, you have left your lonely wife at home for quite some time now. It might be the case that the hat on your head is turning a lush green color. Damn it, only your wife is lonely." "That is right, my wife is lonely. But your wife has a partner now in a romantic relationship. She is not lonely in the least bit." He did not even finish speaking when he was hit hard on the shoulder by a fist. The group burst into laughter. Then the sound of Wang Xiaofeng was heard shouting, "Buyer, oh my," and became more and more distant. He was separated from the rest of the group and did not know where they were. He Sheng rushed out of the cave and shouted, Bioj, I am over here, I am over here." Wang Xiaofeng shouted again, "Buyer, oh my, where are you?" He Sheng yelled, "I am over here." A shadow was seen approaching from the northeast corner. This person ran while calling out, "Buyer, oh my," and suddenly he slipped and fell on the wet ground. He Sheng let out an ah and was deeply concerned. She rushed forward to welcome him. It turns out that when Wang Xiaofeng heard He Sheng's voice, he was so delighted that he paid no attention to the hole in the ground and fell in the depression. He got up as fast as he could and ran forward again. He Sheng also ran forward to meet him. The two ran up to each other and laughed joyously. Then they embraced each other. When Dai Yun saw the affectionate and joyous circumstances of their union, he felt a slightly sour in his heart and did not know why. He still could not forget his martial sister Qi Fang. But after all, he spent over half a year together with He Sheng. Even though it could not be said that he felt an intimate relationship with her, for them to part ways after being together for so long, he could not help but feel reluctant to let go. He thought, it is best that she leaves with her cousin. Hopefully she will be free of disasters and calamities, marry her cousin, and live the rest of her life happily ever after. All of a sudden, he heard Wang Xiaofeng let go and cry. He thought it must be that he figured out the news of Shui Dai's death. After a while, he saw Wang Xiaofeng holding He Sheng's hand walking towards him. Wang Xiaofeng sobbed, "Uncle has run into misfortune. I was brought up by him since I was small. He treated me like his very own son." He Sheng listened to her speak of his father in such a way and could not help but cry as well. Wang Xiaofeng said, "Bayamoe, from now on I will never leave you again. Don't be sad, I will take care of you for the rest of your life." He Sheng had always adored and admired her cousin greatly since she was young. Now upon hearing him say these words, Her face blushed red and felt a sense of sweetness in her heart. The two of them gradually walked closer to the cave. Then He Sheng stopped abruptly and said, "Bye, Oj, we should leave at once. I don't want to see anyone else." Wang Xiaofeng was curious and asked, "Why? So many people have risked hardships and perils to come and save you. They have waited outside the valley for over half a year and could be said to be honorable and loyal. Should we not go and express our gratitude?" He Sheng lowered her head and said, "I have already thanked them." Wang Xiaofeng said, "The group traveled here all the way from Hubei for you. We should come and go together, is that not right? Besides, Uncle's remains have to be taken back home. Even if you wish to bury him here, you should still seek the permission of various elders." "And what about Uncle Liu, Uncle Hua, and Uncle Lu?" He Sheng said. "We should leave first. I will explain to you later. Uncle Hua is an evil person, don't listen to his nonsense." Wang Xiaofeng had never disobeyed her in the past and saw her grace and charm despite the darkness of the situation. When he heard her sweet and tender voice, he was completely fascinated and agreed to her commands to leave first. All of a sudden, someone from near the cave shouted, "Nephew Wang, come over here." It was the voice of Hua Taigen. Wang Xiaofeng replied, "Yes, Uncle Hua." He Sheng stomped her foot and interrupted urgently, "Will you not listen to what I say?" Wang Xiaofeng thought, "Uncle Hua is the sworn brother of my teacher. How can I refuse the commands of an honorable elder? There are so many friends who have come to rescue Biome without fear of being labored or vexed. If we just leave after the task is done without saying anything to the others, no matter what, such an action could not be justified. My reputation will be tarnished. How can I ever step foot in the realm again? Biome is just throwing a little girl's temper tantrum. I will just apologize and make it up to her later." At once he let go of her hand and walked towards the cave. He Sheng knew that Hua Taigen was going to speak poorly of her, but she thought, "I am innocent with a clear conscience. No matter what he says, what can he do to implicate me?" At once she followed Wang Xiaofeng, her face colorless. The two walked in front of the cave. Hua Taigen said, "Nephew Wang, I'm glad you're here. I have killed the vicious Blood Sabre Monk, but there is still a little monk hiding somewhere we have to capture and kill him at any cost. This little monk is responsible for killing your teacher." Wang Xiaofeng shouted in alarm. At once he unsheathed his sword and turned his head to look at He Sheng. Under the light of the fire, he saw that her face was wan and sallow with tears coming out from her eyes. Wang Xiaofeng felt tenderness and saw her slowly shake her head and asked, "What is it?" He Sheng replied, "Daddy was not killed by that person." When the rest of the group heard her utter these words, they were extremely angry and all thought, "We thought you would become a good person from now on. For the sake of Hero Shui, we did not expose your scandal with the little perverted monk. But now you are siding with the little monk. This matter certainly cannot be forgiven. You don't even dare to call him a little monk. You only call him that person, truly shameless and despicable." Wang Xiaofeng saw that the various people in the group scowled and revealed expressions of hate, and he felt really strange. He thought the reason that his cousin did not want to meet with the rest of the group must have something to do with their hate. There must be an ulterior motive. He asked, "Biome, we should listen to Uncle Hua's orders and capture the little monk. We will cut him into 10,000 pieces and honor him as a sacrifice to my uncle. Any other matter can be discussed at a later time." He Sheng said, He is not a little monk." Wang Xiaofeng was startled. He saw that the people in the group appeared to despise her greatly, and his heart shivered with cold. He had the distinct feeling that something wasn't right. However, he was unwilling to pursue the matter further. He put his sword back in its sheath and declared, "To the various elders here today, I thank you for your efforts. This matter has now been put to rest. I, surnamed Wang, would like to once again express my gratitude for your good kindness and virtue." As he said this, he clasped his hands together in greeting. The group replied, "Correct, the most important task now is to capture the little monk. We can't let him escape the valley." At once everyone rushed outside the cave entrance. Someone accidentally left their torch behind in the cave. The fire fluttered against the wind in the valley. It illuminated the faces of the twin knights of Bel's sword. The two looked at each other intensely. They had thousands of words they wanted to say, but did not know where to begin. Dai Yun thought, "The two of them must have many words they want to say to each other. I should take my leave now." He was about to leave when he heard the sounds of footsteps. Two people were fast approaching. One said, "I will search over here, you will search over there. We will circle the area and meet up again." The other person said, "Good idea. This place is filled with uncoordinated footprints." It could be the case that the little perverted monk is hiding nearby. The first speaker lowered his voice and grinned. Hey, old song, this Lady Shui is as pretty as a flower. That little perverted monk must have been blessed with good fortune over this half-year, hee. Another person laughed out loud and said, Right, it is not surprising that the one surnamed Wang is willing to wear a green headband. The two of them laughed in conversation and then moved separate ways to search for Dai Yun. Dai Yun listened closely from the side and felt really sorry for Wang Xiaofeng and He Sheng. He thought, Hua Taigen is really evil to an extreme. He fabricated such a shameless rumor and tarnished the reputation of Lady Shui. What good does that do for him? He did not know that Hua Taigen was afraid that He Sheng would tell everyone of his evil deeds, so he made the first move and ruined her reputation. Thereafter, even if she were to reveal the truth, nobody would believe her words. Dai Yun raised his head to look inside the cave. He saw He Sheng retreat 2 steps. Her face was deathly pale and she shivered and said, Bio-oj, you must not believe these rumors. Wang Xiaofeng did not answer. His face twitched slightly. Obviously, what the two people said earlier felt like a poisonous snake biting away at his heart. In this past half-year, outside the valley, every day and every night he had one thought in mind. Bio-oma has fallen into the hands of 2 perverted monks. How can she protect her chastity? But as long as she is alive and well, I will thank the heaven and earth. However, after all, a person's desires can never be satisfied. Now that she is alive and well, he also wished that she would have preserved her integrity. When he heard the 2 folks say such things, he thought, I Wang Xiaofeng can be considered a gentleman. If the people in the realm hear of these things, how can I prevent their ridicule? But when he saw He Sheng's pitiful expression, his heart softened and he sighed deeply. He shook his head and said, Bio-oma, let's go now, He Sheng asked. Do you believe their words or not? Wang Xiaofeng replied. What people want to say is their business, how much can I care? He Sheng bit her lips and declared. So does that mean you actually believe it? Wang Xiaofeng lowered his head dimly. After a while he answered, All right, I don't believe it then. He Sheng said, In your heart you have already believed their side of the story. She paused for a moment and continued, You should never see me again. Just pretend that I died inside the valley. Wang Xiaofeng said, It does not have to be like this. He Sheng grieved deeply in her heart. Her tears rushed down her eyes. She did not care even if everyone else in the world slandered or mistreated her, but now even her very own cousin treats her as a cheap whore. She wanted to leave the valley and run away from all these people. She wanted to go to a place where no one knew who she was and never see any of these people again. She thought, It turns out that in this world, the only one who believes me is that person. She rushed outward as far away as she could, but when she neared the exit, she could not help but look back at the cave. That was the place where she felt the safest over this half-year. Every night she would sleep in that cave peacefully. She was a neat and tidy person and her fingers were clever. She weaved various mattresses with tree barks and bird feathers and sat on it as a cushion. At this point she had to leave. She had to part with the various items that had stayed with her for all this time, and could not help but feel reluctant. When she saw the feather coat that she weaved for Dai Yun, she recalled the events of that day when Dai Yun threw it at her. Thereafter she used it as a blanket to resist the cold. At this point she was moved and thought, Everyone here thinks he is a perverted monk and wants to do him harm. If they find him, how can he handle all these people by himself? At once she came to a halt and fixed her gaze at the feather coat. She was hesitant and wasn't sure what to do. If they actually want to kill him, should I help him or not? Wang Xiaofeng saw the feather coat placed on top of her mattress. This coat was large and wide. It was evidently made for a man. He could not help but become suspicious and asked, What is this? He Sheng replied, I made it. He Sheng wanted to answer, It is not mine, but knew it was inappropriate and did not answer. Wang Xiaofeng questioned, It is a man's clothing. His voice became more harsh and rough. He Sheng only nodded in reply. Wang Xiaofeng asked, You weaved this for him? He Sheng nodded again. Wang Xiaofeng picked up the feather coat and looked at it attentively. After a moment he spoke coldly, This is very well made. He Sheng corrected, Bio-oj, don't misunderstand. We did not, but she saw that his eyes were filled with hatred and indignance. She did not dare to speak further. Wang Xiaofeng pulled out the mattress and asked, His clothes were placed on your mattress? He Sheng's heart felt ice cold. She felt that her normally gentle and understanding cousin now became a vulgar and detestable character. She did not want to explain herself further and thought, If you want to be suspicious, if you want to misunderstand, then that is up to you. Dai Yun watched from the outside the cave. He saw that she was misunderstood, and his face was filled with extreme desolation. He thought, I am a lowly peasant. Even if I have been wronged in the past, it's nothing worth mentioning. But she is a respected and honorable lady. How can she suffer such injustice? When he thought up to this point, he felt morally inclined to help out. He saw that outside the cave were several dozen experts searching around. Everybody wanted to kill him. However, he could not overcome his dissonance, and at once he leapt in front of the cave and said, Young hero Wang, you have misunderstood her completely. When Wang Xiaofeng and He Sheng saw him abruptly appear in front of the cave, they were both startled. At this point, Dai Yun had grew his hair back and no longer had the appearance of a little monk. Wang Xiaofeng had to look closely to recognize him. At once he drew his sword, pushed He Sheng aside and aimed it at his chest. His eyes were filled with fiery hatred and his long sword relentlessly pushed forward. He only wished to cut this person into 10,000 pieces. Dai Yun said, I am not here to fight you, I only wish to speak. Lady Shui is clear as ice and clean as jade. If you wish to take her as your wife, that would be your good fortune. Do not let your imagination run wild, don't listen to the fabrications of these villains. He Sheng would never have guessed that Dai Yun would suddenly step forward so bravely. And the only reason why he did so was to prove her innocence. She was both grateful and worried and hurriedly said, You should leave. There are many people here who want to kill you, it's much too dangerous. Dai Yun replied, I know, but I have to explain to Hero Wang at any cost. I cannot let you suffer injustice. Hero Wang, Lady Shui is really a good lady. You must not wrong her. Dai Yun was clumsy with words. Even in normal times, he would find it difficult to say something clearly, much less something so subtle and disturbing. He stammered 7 or 8 times in succession, and only made Wang Xiaofeng even more suspicious. He Sheng urged, You must leave now. Thank you for your kindness. I can only repay you in my next life. Go now. There are so many people here. They want to kill you. Wang Xiaofeng heard He Sheng's words and saw that her face was filled with worry and concern. He became extremely jealous and yelled, I will kill you. He brandished his sword to pierce Dai Yun's chest. Although this stance was executed remarkably, how could it be compared with Dai Yun at this point? He had simultaneously completed the ultimate arts of the Heavenly Glow and the Blood Sabre clan. When he saw Wang Xiaofeng approach, he evaded the attack with ease. He said, I will not fight with you. I am asking you to marry Lady Shui. You should not be suspicious. She is a good lady. As he spoke, Wang Xiaofeng had already struck out 5 times with his sword. Dai Yun dodged all of these attacks without the slightest difficulty. He was perplexed and thought, this person's martial arts used to be formidable, but after not seeing him for over half a year, how come his swordplay is so pathetic? Wang Xiaofeng urgently pressed on with his attack. However, every stance was dodged by his opponent with incredible ease. He became even more enraged and violent and executed his stances even faster. Dai Yun said, Hero Wang, if you promise not to suspect Lady Shui anymore, I will take my leave. All of your friends want to kill me. I can't stay here for very long. Wang Xiaofeng increased the pace of his attacks. Dai Yun had remarkable internal energy, but his lightness martial arts was average. Although internal energy is the foundation and lightness martial arts is inessential, he further did not receive any pointers from anyone, so he found it increasingly difficult to handle the speed of his opponent's attacks. At once he extended his fingers, and with a gentle crack, he flicked the sword away with his finger. Wang Xiaofeng felt an excruciating pain on the web of his finger, and his sword fell on the ground. He urgently bent over to pick it up. Dai Yun extended his palm to Wang Xiaofeng's shoulder and pushed slightly. Although there was not much energy behind this push, surprisingly, his opponent could not even withstand it and was sent flying backwards with a somersault before falling on the ground. With a loud crash, he bumped against the cave wall. He Sheng saw his pitiful state and immediately went over to assist. Dai Yun was shocked at what happened. He did not want to push Wang Xiaofeng, he only wanted to prevent him from picking up the sword and continue the battle. He did not expect that his opponent would fall so greatly. It was definitely beyond his expectations. He walked forward 2 steps and wanted to help him up and said, Sorry, I really did not mean to do that. He Sheng helped Wang Xiaofeng up by the right arm and said, Bai Oj, are you all right? Wang Xiaofeng felt jealousy and resentment in his heart that he could not restrain. He believed that He Sheng was partial towards Dai Yun, and that after the two of them joined hands to defeat him, she came forward to ridicule him. At once he moved his left palm horizontally and slapped He Sheng hard on the face, yelling, "Go away!" He Sheng was completely startled that her cousin would actually hit her like this. It had never happened before. She extended her hands to feel her face and was expressionless. Wang Xiaofeng followed through with another smack on her left cheek. Under extreme urgency, He Sheng pounced herself against Dai Yun's shoulders, knowing that at this point he was the only one who had the power to protect her. Dai Yun extended his left arm to embrace her, then he turned to face Wang Xiaofeng and said, "Why? Why did you hit her?" Then he heard the sounds of several people approaching who said, "There is some ruckus in the cave, quickly go and take a look. Could it be that the little perverted monk is hiding inside?" He Sheng backed away 2 steps and said to Dai Yun, "You should go." I thank you for your good kindness." Dai Yun glanced at Wang Xiaofeng, then glanced back at He Sheng and said, "I will leave now," and turned around to leave. Wang Xiaofeng shouted, "The little perverted monk is here. The little perverted monk is here. Seal the exit, don't let him escape." He Sheng urged. "Bioj, are you not victimizing him?" Wang Xiaofeng continued shouting, "Seal the exit. Seal the exit." 7 or 8 people outside the cave heard Wang Xiaofeng's shouts and at once headed towards the entrance. Dai Yun increased his pace when someone shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" At once this person brandished his saber to strike his head. Dai Yun extended his hand and pushed against his opponent's chest. The person fell at once. He collided with 3 or 4 people and they all fell in succession. Amidst the chaos of shouts reverberating around the valley, Dai Yun quickened his pace to leave. When the rest of the group heard the ruckus, they came from all directions, but Dai Yun had ran away a long time ago. At least 10 people pursued him in great haste. Dai Yun was frightened and hid himself behind some bushes. He knew that in the darkness of the night, it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. The group thought that he had escaped from the valley and pursued vigorously. After a while, Dai Yun saw that Wang Xiaofeng and He Sheng left as well. Wang Xiaofeng was in front while He Sheng followed behind, the distance themselves over a dozen feet. Their figures were soon obstructed by the hillside as they moved farther and farther away. Just a moment ago, the cave was filled with chaos and disturbances, but now it was completely quiet and at peace. The various heroes of the Central Plains had left. Hua Taigen had left. He Sheng had left. All that remained was Dai Yun. Even the bald eagles that spiraled across the skies were nowhere to be seen. It was truly lonely and isolated. The only thing left was the melting snow gently flowing out of the valley. Dai Yun stayed in the valley for another half-month. He thoroughly practiced the saber techniques and internal energy cultivation methods inside the Blood Sabre Sutra. When he had fully memorized it by heart, he burnt the scripture and placed the ashes on the Blood Sabre Elder's tomb. During this time, he continued to sleep on a large rock outside the cave. Although He Sheng left, he still did not dare to sleep inside the cave, much less use her mattress or cushion. Dai Yun thought, "I should leave now. I do not need to take the feather coat with me. After I complete my affairs, I will return. The people in the outside are sure intelligent. I don't understand what they are thinking. No one will ever come here. It is best if I live here." Thereupon, he left the valley and traveled east. The first thing he wanted to do was return to the cottage in Maxi, Xiangxi, to find his teacher. Since he was young, he was brought up by his teacher. He considered his teacher as his only close relative in the world. To get to Xiangxi, he would first have to pass through Sichuan. He thought that if he were to encounter any heroes from the Central Plains, a battle would be unavoidable. Although he had never wronged them in any way, it all began when he shaved his head and wore Bao Xiang's monk outfit. Although at this point his martial arts were superb, he lacked confidence and presumed that if he were to meet 1 or 2 experts from the Central Plains, he would certainly perish. Hence he bought and wore an ordinary outfit of a village person while he burnt the monk outfit. He further smeared his face with coal to disguise himself. The various commoners throughout Xiangxi and Sichuan liked to wear a white headband, supposedly a result of mourning for Zhuge Liangwan. Dai Yun too found a piece of filthy white cloth and wrapped it around his head. He continued to travel east. Once in a while, he would encounter a few fellows from the realm, but nobody could recognize him. He was most afraid of encountering He Sheng, Wang Xiaofeng, or Hua Taigen. Fortunately, that never happened. He traveled quickly. It took him about a month or so to reach his teacher's cottage in Maxi. By now the weather had turned warm, the grain and sprouts in the fields grew over 4 inches tall. The closer he got to his hometown, the more nervous he felt. Slowly his face turned warm and his heart rate accelerated. He traveled a path that he had grown accustomed to during his youth. When he reached the entrance of his hometown, he could not help but feel shocked, as if he could not believe his own eyes. It turns out that beside the 3 cottages next to the willow trees, the streamlet had turned into a large house with white walls and a black roof. This house was at the very least 3 times larger than the old cottage. From a glance, one could tell that it was built hastily, but it nevertheless imposed a magnificent aura. He was both startled and delighted. He looked closer at the scenery and confirmed that it was indeed his teacher's residence. He thought, "Teacher must have become rich and returned home. That is great." Full of delight, he shouted, "Teacher." But he only called out once before he stopped, thinking, "I wonder if there is anyone else in there. With the way I am dressed, I may make my teacher lose face, but I will go in first to have a look." After suffering so much hardship throughout the years, he had learned to take extra caution. He was lost in thought when suddenly someone came out of the house and glared at him. His face was full of resentment and asked, "What do you want?" Dai Yun saw that this man wore his hat at an angle and his body was filled with dirt. It did not look like this person matched the owner of the house at all. Upon further inspection, Dai Yun thought that this man must be a mason boss and asked, "May I ask if Master Qi is at home?" The man snorted and replied, "What 7th Master 2 or 8th Master, they are not here." Dai Yun was startled and asked, "Is the owner of this house not surnamed Qi?" The man countered, "What are you talking about? If you are trying to beg for food, don't pretend to be a relative. There is nothing here. Little beggar, get lost." Dai Yun was deeply concerned about his teacher. After traveling for such a long time, how could he leave solely based on this man's words? He asked, "I am not here for food. I would like to ask you, in the past there used to be a person surnamed Qi who lived here. Do you know if this elder still lives nearby?" The man laughed coldly. "Look at you, you little beggar. So talkative are you. The owner is not surnamed Qi, nor is he surnamed 8 or 9 or 10. You should take your leave now." As he said up to this point, another person came out from the house. This person wore a skull cap and his clothes were fresh and bright. He had the appearance of a rich housekeeper. This person asked, "Old Ping, what are you shouting for? Who are you arguing with?" The man replied, "Look at this little beggar and tell me if he's worthy or not. If he wants to beg for food, that's fine. Why does he have to ask for the owner's surname?" When the housekeeper heard this, his face changed colors and he measured up Dai Yun. After a while he said, "Little friend, why do you seek the surname of the owner?" If this was 5 or 6 years ago, Dai Yun would have gone straight to the heart of the matter. However, he was now experienced and understood the treachery of humankind. When he saw the expression of the housekeeper full of suspicion, he thought, "I will not tell him. It won't hurt to inquire at a later date. It could be that there has been some misunderstanding." He asked, "I only wanted to ask for the surname of the owner so that I can utter his name loudly and request him to spare me some rice." "Are you the owner?" He intentionally pretended to be a fool to lower the housekeeper's suspicions. The housekeeper laughed heartily. Although he felt this person was foolish, he was delighted that someone would think of him as the owner. He smiled and said, "I am not the owner." "Hey, young fellow, why would you think of me as the owner?" Dai Yun answered, You impose the appearance of an awe-inspiring authority, the looks of a wealthy gentleman." The housekeeper was even more delighted and smiled. "Silly fellow, if I, old gal, really become rich one day, I definitely won't forget you. Hey, little fellow, I can tell that you are young and vigorous. Why would you beg for food instead of finding a proper job?" Dai Yun replied, "No one will hire me. Rich master, would you been kind enough to offer a job to me?" The housekeeper shook the one surnamed Ping on the shoulder and smiled. "Did you hear that? He called me a rich master. If we don't offer him a job, we would be much too rude. Old Ping, tell him to carry dirt and give him an according salary." The one surnamed Ping said, "Right, I will act according to your orders." Dai Yun listened to the two of their dialects and concluded that the foreman surnamed Ping was a local of Xiangxi, but the housekeeper surnamed Gao was from the north. At once he collected his thoughts and respectfully said, rich master, I thank both of you." The foreman laughed and teased, "Damn it, you speak nonsense." The housekeeper was laughing so hard that he almost slipped and remarked, "I am a rich master, you are also a rich master then. Then haven't we become your sugar daddy?" The foreman pulled Dai Yun by the ear and smiled. "Come inside. Have a good meal first. You will work during the night." Dai Yun did not resist but wondered, "Why do I have to work at night?" When he went inside the large house and passed through the main hall, he could not help but be startled. What he saw was extremely perplexing and out of place. In the center of the house, an extremely large hole was dug. The circumference was so big that it nearly stretched across the four walls. There was only a narrow passage left to pass through. The pit was filled with iron shovels and spades and other digging equipment. It was obvious that they were still digging. When he saw the grandiose of the house from outside, how could he ever have guessed that there would be such a large pit inside? The foreman said, "You cannot tell anyone outside what goes on in here, all right?" Dai-yun nodded. "Of course, this place must be blessed with good fortune. The owner wants to dig a tomb and doesn't want outsiders to know about it." The foreman grinned and said, "Not bad, you are pretty smart for such a young fellow. Follow me to your meal." Dai-yun ate a full meal inside the kitchen. The foreman told him to wait by the corridor without wandering around. Dai-yun agreed, but he was actually full of curiosity and suspicion. He saw that the interior design of the house was surprisingly ordinary, and the kitchen did not even have proper place for a furnace. It only had a large furnace leaning against a boiler. The tables and benches were also of extremely low quality and did not match the exterior of the house in the least bit. When it was night time, fewer people went inside the house. It all consisted of young and strong village people. Everyone was clamorous during mealtimes. Dai-yun followed the others and ate. Although he spoke the local dialect with extreme precision, the foreman and housekeeper were not in the least suspicious, thinking that he was just a local idler without a job. After everyone finished their meal, Foreman Ping ordered everyone to gather round the main hall. "You should all put more effort into digging. Hopefully we will be blessed with good luck tonight. Whoever digs up anything useful will be rewarded generously." Everyone agreed and picked up their tools. The sounds of shovels and spades digging against the earth sound filled the room. One young man spoke softly. "I have been digging for 2 months but haven't got anything at all. If there is really a treasure here, you will have to be really fortunate to excavate it." Dai-yun thought, "They want to dig for treasure. Why would there be a treasure in here?" He waited for the foreman to turn away before asking a senior fellow beside him, "Uncle, what treasure are they trying to dig?" The senior replied, "This treasure is extraordinary. The owner of this house is hoping for good luck. He is not a local, but from afar he sensed an illumination of treasure gushing to the surface. He figured there must be a treasure here, so he bought this piece of land. He was afraid that this information would be leaked, so he first built a large house and ordered us to work at night and sleep during the day." Dai-yun nodded. "So that's how it is. Does Senior know what kind of treasure this is?" The senior said. "The foreman said that it is some sort of mythical treasure bowl. It is said that if you put 1 copper coin in the bowl, after 1 night, it will turn into a pot of copper coins. If you place 1 tael of gold inside the bowl, the next day it will become a pot of gold. Is that remarkable or what?" Dai-yun nodded repeatedly and said, "It really is a treasure. It really is a treasure." The senior continued. "The foreman told us to dig gently. It would be a disaster if one were to break the treasure bowl. The foreman said that after we dig up the treasure bowl, everyone will get to use it for 1 night. You can place whatever you want inside it. Young fellow, you should plan for yourself too and see what you would like to put." Dai-yun thought for a moment and said, "I am always hungry. I will place a grain of rice, and it will become a pot of white rice the next day. Wouldn't that be great?" The senior laughed heartily and answered, "Very good, very good." The foreman heard the sounds of laughter and shouted, "Don't waste time talking, keep digging." Dai-yun wondered, "There is actually such a treasure bowl in this world. If the owner is not crazy, he must have fabricated this story to deceive people." He asked, "What is the surname of the owner? You said he is not a local." The senior replied, "Look over there, isn't the owner coming out right now?" Dai-yun followed the direction of the man's gaze. He saw someone coming out from the back hall. This person was slim, his eyes glimmered lively, his apparel was extremely gorgeous. This person was about 50 years old. Dai-yun glanced at him once and felt his heart bouncing around his chest. He turned his head and did not dare to look again. He repeated to himself, "I've seen this person before. I've seen him before. Who is he?" He felt that this person looked awfully familiar, but he could not immediately recall where he saw him before. That person said, "Everyone, tonight you should dig another 3 feet deep to the west. No matter if it is a scrap of paper or tiles and bricks, you must give them all to me." Dai-yun listened to his voice and came to a realization. At once he remembered. Right, so it is him. He lowered his head and looked askance at him and thought, "Indeed, it really is him." The owner of the house was in fact the old beggar who taught him the 3 sword stances. Back then the beggar was wearing extremely ragged clothes with messy hair. His entire body was extremely filthy and sordid. Now at this point he was dressed as a luxurious rich man. His entire outfit was different. Hence Dai Yun could not recognize him until the man spoke out. At once Dai Yun jumped out of the pit and wanted to reunite with him. However, to tell him of everything he suffered throughout all these years in a serious manner could not be spoken impulsively. He thought, "This old beggar treated me very well. Back then I was already completely defeated by the bandit Lu Tong. It was thanks to him lending a hand. Later, he even taught me 3 stances of remarkable sword techniques, which was why I managed to overcome the various disciples of the Wan clan. Now that I think of it, the 3 sword stances he taught me are really ordinary, but back then it was enough to save me from humiliation." Now that he had fully completed the various martial arts of the Blood Sabre Sutra, his knowledge increased drastically. Even the 3 stances of Lian Cheng swordplay that he learned back then were considered extremely mediocre. Dai Yun thought, "When I reunite with him today, I should really thank him. However, this is my teacher's old residence. What is he digging here for? Why did he build such a big house to deceive others? He used to be a beggar. How did he get so rich?" As he pondered further, he decided, "I should wait for another time. Although he is my benefactor, I am in no hurry to thank him. Isn't he afraid that my teacher will return? Could it be that my teacher is already dead?" He had been raised by his teacher since childhood. When he thought that it was likely his teacher had already passed away, his eyes turned red. All of a sudden, from the southeast direction, a soft sound was heard. One of the diggers had come across something. The owner ventured into the pit and bent down to pick something up. Everyone in the group stopped digging and went over to see what it was. All they saw was that he was holding a very rusted piece of iron nail. He looked at it carefully for a long while before casting it aside and said, "Get moving, dig faster, dig faster." Dai Yun and the rest of the group spent the entire night digging. The owner concentrated his attention completely supervising on the side, and it was not until daybreak before they stopped. The various villagers returned home. 7 or 8 of them lived too far away and opted to sleep on a mat in the east porch. Dai Yun also slept in the porch. When afternoon came, everyone ate together. Dai Yun was filthy all over and nobody wanted to stay close to him. Even during dinner, they stayed far away from him. Dai Yun could not have asked for more. He had learned to be cautious and prudent. He would no longer trust anyone easily. However, he had to pretend to be a worker and found it difficult. He knew that as time passed, he would eventually give himself away. The fact that other people did not want to get close to him worked to his favor. After dinner, Dai Yun ventured into 3 small villages nearby to seek the whereabouts of his teacher. He saw several of his childhood friends who had now become thick and well-built adults working in the fields. He did not want to reveal his identity and did not greet them. He found a young teenager and asked him about the situation inside the large house. The teenager said that the house was built last autumn. The owner of the house was very rich and wanted to dig the treasure bowl. However, he still had no luck in doing so. The youngster laughed as he explained. It was evident that the case of the treasure bowl had become the laughing stock around nearby areas. The youngster said, "What happened to the small cottages? Nobody has lived there for a long time. Naturally, when the large house was built, they took these cottages down." After talking to this youngster, Dai Yun felt depressed and full of doubts and suspicions. He could not figure out the intent behind the old beggar's actions. He wandered aimlessly around the open fields and passed by a vegetable field. The entire field was covered in dark green. It was filled with water spinaches. Water spinach, water spinach. All of a sudden, he remembered the crisp and melodious voice that called out these words. Water spinach was a very common vegetable produced around Jingzhou. It grew very thick and long, and the stalk of the vegetable was hollow. His martial sister chose this nickname for him to mock his straightforward and carefree nature. He had not seen any water spinaches since leaving Jingzhou. He stared blankly for a long while before leaning over to pick one up. He smelt the juices of the vegetable and walked westward. The west side was covered with desolate mountain ranges. The surface was rugged and filled with rocks and rubble. Even wood oil trees and tea trees could not be grown. Somewhere in the mountain range was a cave that nobody would ever go into. That was the place that he and He Sheng would often play. He reminisced those days and slowly wandered toward the cave. He passed through 2 hills and passed by a large cave before he arrived at the smaller, desolate cave. There was a cluster of tall grass that reached up to his shoulders that obstructed the cave entrance completely. He felt depressed as he went inside the cave. He saw that the various objects around the cave were exactly the same as it used to be without the slightest movement, only that it was covered in dust. He Sheng used clay to build a clay person and used it as a catapult to sling at birds. She also had a trap to capture wild rabbits. The short flute that she would play when she released the oxen was still placed on top of a rock inside the cave. On the other side was a basket of threads and needles. The scissors inside the basket was yellow and rusted. During those years, every time winter came and the fields were closed, Dai Yun would always weave straw sandals or bamboo baskets. He Sheng would sit beside him and make shoes. She would find various fragments of cloth and make it together into the sole of the shoe, then seam it together with a needle. Dai Yun and his teacher's shoes both had dark green soles, while He Sheng's own shoes would sometimes have an embroidered flower on top, while other times it would be an embroidered bird. That was what she would wear during New Year's. In ordinary times, she would also wear shoes with green soles. If she were to work in the fields, then she would just be barefooted. Dai Yun casually picked up an old book from inside the basket. The title of the book was the 4 words, The Tang Poem Anthology. Dai Yun and He Sheng were not very literate and did not bother reading the Tang poetry. The book was only used by He Sheng to press the shoes together and for embroidery. He casually opened the book and took out 2 paper patterns. It was a pair of butterflies that He Sheng cut out as embroidery. In his heart, he still remembered very clearly all the events that took place. A pair of large black and yellow butterflies would fly inside the cave. Sometimes it would fly east while sometimes it would fly west, but the 2 butterflies never separated. He Sheng yelled, "Liang Shenbo, Zhu Yingtai." These butterflies must be a couple and fly together wherever they went, never separating. Dai Yun was in the middle of making a straw sandal when the pair of butterflies flew next to him. He raised the unfinished sandal and swatted the butterfly. One of the butterflies died at once. He Sheng cried out in alarm and scolded, "What? What are you doing?" Dai Yun did not expect her to be so angry all of a sudden and did not know what to do. He said, You like butterflies? I swatted one for you." The butterfly dropped dead on the ground without moving while the other butterfly constantly spiraled around its body. He Sheng shouted, "Look at what you've done. You have sinned. The 2 of them were a couple, yet you separated them like this." When Dai Yun saw her dim expression and heard her depressed voice, he felt very apologetic and sighed. "Ai, it is really my fault." Later on, He Sheng copied the patterns on the dead butterfly and embroidered a paper butterfly on her shoes. Whenever it was Chinese New Year's, she would embroider a small wallet for him that had a pair of butterflies on it. Yellow and black wings, the part of the wing near its body had a tint of red and green strings. He carried this wallet with him the whole time until he went to prison in Jingzhou, when it was taken away by the guards. As Dai Yun held onto the paper butterfly, he could faintly hear the sounds of He Sheng reprimanding him. "Look at what you've done. You have sinned. The 2 of them were a couple, yet you separated them like this." He stared blankly for a while before placing the paper butterfly back inside the book. He turned the pages and found that there were various red paper figures. There was a carp and 3 goats. It was used to decorate the windows during Chinese New Year. It was all cut out by He Sheng. He was about to take a closer look at one of the figures when he heard the sound of rocks being thrown several hundred feet away. Someone was approaching. He thought, "Nobody ever comes here. Could it be a wild animal?" He put the paper figure in his bosom. He heard someone say, "This area is very desolate. No one will come here." Another old voice replied, "Heh, the more desolate a place, the more likely someone will hide a treasure. We should search carefully." Dai Yun thought, "Why would they look for treasures here?" He snuck out of the cave and hid behind a large tree. Shortly after, more people arrived at the scene. Dai Yun made out that there were 7 or 8 people in total. He looked out from the tree and saw the person in front wore fresh and bright clothes. This person had an oily head and a powdery face and looked quite familiar. The person following behind him was holding an iron shovel. This person was tall with an imposing appearance. When Dai Yun saw this person, anger surged out of his heart and he wanted to go out and strangle him to death. This person was the one who took away his marshal's sister and sent him to prison. This person was the one who caused him so much suffering. It was Wan Gui. What was he doing here? There was a young fellow beside him. It was his younger martial brother, Shen Cheng. The 2 of them approached together. Behind them were all the disciples of the Wan clan, Lu Kun, Sun Jun, Bu Yuan, Wu Can, and Feng Tan, they were all here. The Wan clan had 8 disciples in total. Second disciple Zhou Qi was killed by Dai Yun inside the abandoned garden in Jingzhou, so only 7 remained. Dai Yun was very perplexed. What are they all trying to dig? Could it be the treasure bowl? He heard Shen Cheng say, "Teacher, there is a cave over there." The old voice replied, "Is that so?" His voice was filled with joy that he could hardly suppress. This person followed behind a very tall person over there. It was 5-Cloud Hand, Wan Zhenchen. Dai Yun had not seen him for many years but saw that he was full of spirit and his footsteps were firm. He did not look very old at all. Wan Zhenchen entered the cave first, then his disciples followed behind. Voices were heard inside the cave. "There is someone living here. The dust is so thick nobody has come here for many years." "No, no. Look, there are new footprints over there." If there are new footprints, that means someone was here not too long ago. It must be Uncle Yan. He stole the Lion Cheng manual." Dai Yun was both startled and laughed. Why do they want to find the Lion Cheng manual? How come they can't find it after looking for so long? Who is Uncle Yan? My teacher said that his second martial brother Yan Dapping had disappeared for many years without a trace. It's likely that he is no longer in this world. How could he steal the Lion Cheng manual? Those footprints were clearly left by me. They are guessing in the completely wrong direction. He heard Wan Zhenchen say, "Everyone, do not panic. Search carefully around the vicinity." Another said, "If Uncle Yan was here, why didn't he take these things with him? That Qi Zhangfa is really a crafty schemer. He hid the sword manual here so that people wouldn't find it easily." "Of course he is a crafty schemer, else why would he be called Iron Lock across the river?" Wan Zhenchen said. "Just now we followed that country folk here. That person was extremely swift and disappeared quickly without a trace. That person may be up to something." Wan Gui said, "The locals know the mountain paths well. He probably took a shortcut somewhere. If not for him, even if we searched for another year and a half, we would still not find this place." Dai Yun thought, "So they actually followed me here. No wonder they were able to find such a remote cave in the mountains." He heard booming and roaring inside the cave. The people inside were searching thoroughly, but all they did was throw around a few pieces of ragged items and move its position. Then followed that they used an iron shovel to start digging, but under the cave was completely filled with hard rocks. How could they dig? Wan Zhenchen said, "There is nothing here. Let's go out and come up with another plan." Dai Yun saw the various disciples follow Wan Zhenchen out of the cave. They reached a creek beside the mountain and sat on top of a rock. Dai Yun did not want to be discovered, so he did not dare to get too close. He could not hear what the 8 of them were saying. After a while, the 8 of them got up and left. Dai Yun thought, "They are looking for the Lion Cheng manual and suspect that my Uncle Yan Dapping has stolen it. My teacher's cottage has become a large house, and the old beggar wants to look for a treasure bowl." "Ah, that's it, that's it." A ray of light flashed through his mind as he suddenly came to a startling conclusion. The old beggar is trying to find the treasure bowl, but he is actually trying to find the sword manual. He believes that the sword manual was taken by my teacher. That's why he is digging there. Because he wanted to prevent others from noticing, he built a large house in place of the cottage and dug inside the house to prevent suspicion. The rumors that he is digging for a treasure bowl are obviously fabricated by the country folk. Then he thought, that day when Wan Zhenchen celebrated his birthday, the old beggar appeared both during the day and at night. It turns out that he actually has an ulterior motive. If Wan Zhenchen and his group cannot find the sword manual, have they tried searching inside the large house? It is likely that they have already searched there. This incident is not over yet. I should go back to the house and wait and see what happens next. There is definitely something wrong. But what about my teacher? His house has been completely torn down by others. How could he be unaware of this? And what about Marshall's sister? She's probably still in Jingzhou living a happy and prosperous life as the lady of the house. If the Wan family wants to search her father's cottage, they would most likely not let her know about it. I wonder what she's doing right now? At night, the large house was once again illuminated by oil lamps. Over a dozen country folk picked up their shovels and began digging. Dai Yun mixed in with the crowd and began to dig as well. He did not put much effort into it, nor did he slack off. He wanted to be as unnoticed as possible. His hair was fluffy and he did not shave his facial hair. Over half his face was covered with hair, and he also smeared plaster around his face, so he was changed beyond recognition. He recalled when Wan Zhenchen and the others followed him during the day and wondered if they actually recognized him. Thereupon he took the white headband and the green belt around his waist and swapped its positions. Tonight they were digging closer to the north. The old beggar put both hands behind his back and paced himself around the site. Obviously, he looked nothing like an old beggar now. His clothes were gorgeous, and he wore a jasper ring on his left hand. There was also a large piece of jade hanging on his belt. All of a sudden, Dai Yun heard the sound of someone approaching from outside. There were people approaching from all directions. As these people were still some distance away, the old beggar did not notice yet. Dai Yun turned around and looked askance at the beggar. He heard the sounds of footsteps approaching closer and closer. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people in total. It was Wan Zhenchen and his 7 disciples. The old beggar still did not notice, but Dai Yun had long listened attentively, as if the 8 of them were right in front of him, but it seemed as if the old beggar was deaf. 5 years ago, Dai Yun respected the old beggar like a deity. He merely learned 3 stances from the beggar, and it was enough to utterly defeat the 8 disciples of the Wan clan without giving them any leeway. But now Dai Yun thought, how could his martial arts have gotten so much worse? Could it be that this isn't actually him? Did I mistake him for someone else? No, I'm definitely not mistaken. Dai Yun never would have guessed that his martial arts had reached such an extremely high level. What he heard as distinct sounds were merely whispers to others. The 8 of them got closer and closer. Dai Yun was perplexed. The 8 of them are sure laughable, who wouldn't be able to tell that they were coming. Yet they are still pretending to be sneaky and stealthy. The 8 of them got closer by another 100 feet or so when all of a sudden, the old beggar trembled slightly and slanted his ear to listen for any movement. Dai Yun thought, now he hears it. Is he deaf or what? In truth, the 8 of them were still very far away. If it were 1 or 2 years ago, Dai Yun still would not have heard it even if they were closer. The 8 of them gradually approached. They would walk and stop every few steps. It was obvious that they were trying to prevent themselves from being discovered. However, the old beggar had already figured it out. He turned around and picked up a crutch leaning against the wall. It was an extremely thick dragonwood cane. All of a sudden, the 8 of them rushed forward and encircled the beggar on all sides. With a loud crash, Wan Gui was the first to strike, while Shen Cheng and Bu Yuan followed behind. The 7 of them all wielded long swords and surrounded the beggar. The old beggar laughed. Very good, my martial brother is here too. Brother Wan, why don't you come in? A long sound of laughter came from outside the house as this person slowly walked in. It was indeed 5 Cloud Hand Wan Zhenchen. The 2 of them were on the opposite sides of the large pit and sized each other up. After a while, Wan Zhenchen laughed and said, Brother Yan, we have not seen each other for many years. Looks like you're a rich man now. These words deeply drilled itself into Dai Yun's ears. At once he was thrown into a state of confusion. He thought, what? This old beggar is actually second uncle. Second Uncle Yan Dapping, he heard the old beggar reply. Brother, I have made a little bit of money. I take it that you have completed many good trades throughout the years. Wan Zhenchen said, thanks to your lucky influence. Hey, little brats, why haven't you kowtowed to your martial uncle? Lu Kun and the others kneeled down and said, your disciple kowtows in salute to Uncle Yan. The old beggar laughed. Good, good. It is quite inconvenient to kowtow while holding a sword in hand. You may be excused. Dai Yun thought, this person is really Uncle Yan, him. Wan Zhenchen said, brother, are you operating a coal mine here? Why did you dig such a large pit? Yan Dapping chuckled and said, elder brother has guessed wrong. Your younger brother, I have a lot of enemies. I am here to seek refuge. There are 2 purposes to digging this pit. Firstly, if I successfully kill my enemy, I can bury him here without having to dig. And supposing that your brother I am killed by my enemies, this pit will also serve as my burial place. Wan Zhenchen said, excellent, younger brother has really thought this through, but you are not a fat person. I think this pit is large enough you don't have to keep digging. Yan Dapping smiled gently and said, it is enough to bury 1 person, but I am afraid it won't be enough for 8. Dai Yun listened as the 2 of them crossed verbal swords, opposing each other measure for measure. He remembered what Ding Dian once told him. The 3 of them were responsible for killing their teacher. They are ruthless enough to kill their benefactor. What sort of camaraderie would they have for each other? According to Brother Ding, they found the Lying Cheng manual but did not find the mnemonics. The mnemonics are a bunch of numbers. The first number is 4, the second number is 41, the third number is 33, the fourth number is 53. Brother Ding passed away before he finished saying all the numbers. Did they not already find these numbers? Why are they still searching? Wan Zhenchen said. My good martial brother, we have been in the same clan for many years. I trust that you know my intentions. I have long seen past your scheme. What is the use of beating around the bush? Hand it over." As he said this, he extended his hand forward. Yan Dapping shook his head. "I have not found it yet. The schemes of old Qi III, the two of us martial siblings, cannot compare. I cannot figure out where he hid the sword manual." Dai Yun trembled again. "Could it be that the three of them combined forces to take the sword manual, but my teacher took it away from them? But after so many years, how come there wasn't any news? Right, it must be that my teacher is extremely clever. They could not find it. Since my teacher is not here, naturally he would take the sword manual with him. Why would he hide it inside the house? Wouldn't it be foolish to search around like this?" However, he knew that Yan Dapping and Wan Zhenchen were not idiots. They were probably 10 times smarter than he was. So what kind of scheme was hidden in this plot? He could not guess, and he knew he didn't have to. Wan Zhenchen laughed out loud and said, "Brother, why do you insist on playing dumb? Everyone calls third martial brother Iron Lock across the river and claims that he is the greatest schemer, but I say that actually you second martial brother are even more superior. Hand it over." He extended his right hand forward again. Yan Dapping patted his pocket and said, "The three of us have been martial siblings for so many years. Is there really a need to separate our belongings? Elder brother, if your younger brother I have found this manual, I would not be able to handle it by myself. I would definitely need you to take care of the situation. I can only help you from the sidelines and reap some small benefits. However, if elder brother is the one who finds it, elder brother has so many disciples in his clan who have decent martial arts, I'm afraid that even if I want to lend a hand, it would be redundant." Wan Zhenchen creased his eyebrows and said, "What did you get from the cave?" Yan Dapping was perplexed. "What cave? There is a cave nearby. Brother, the both of us are getting up there in age now. Is there really a need to be so impolite to each other? I ask that you take it out and we can discuss it in detail together. Henceforth, we will endure both fortune and misfortune together. What do you say?" "That is strange. Why do you insist I was the one that took it? If I already found it, why would I still be digging here? You are full of devilish tricks and cunning stratagems. How would I know? How can the belongings of third brother be so easily recovered? From the looks of it, it's probably not in this house. If I dig for another 3 days and nothing comes up, I will not persist." "Ha! From the looks of it, you want to dig for another half a month or so. There's no need to pretend." Yan Dapping's face changed colors as if he was to become hostile. But after having second thoughts, he regained his composure and said, "What will it take for you to believe me?" At once he put his crutch on the side and took off his gown. He shook the gown hard several times. Some clanging sounds were heard as 2 taels of silver and a snuff bottle fell on the ground. Wan Zhenchen said, "How would you be dumb enough as to hide it on your person? Even if it was on your person, it would not be in your gown, it would be close to your skin." Yan Dapping sighed. "If elder brother really does not believe me, then you can search around if you want." Wan Zhenchen said, "Excuse me then." He signaled Wan Gui and Shen Cheng with his eyes. The two of them nodded and put their swords back in its sheaths, then walked to both sides of Yan Dapping. Wan Zhenchen gave a glance at Bu Yuan and Lu Kun, and the two of them walked in front of Yan Dapping, tightly holding onto their sword hilt. Yan Dapping patted his shirt pocket and said, "Please search," Wan Gui said. "Pardon me then, uncle." He extended his hands to feel Yan Dapping's pocket. All of a sudden, he let out a shriek and immediately withdrew his hands. Under the flame, one could see a 3-inch-long scorpion crawling on his finger. At once he flipped his hand and smashed it against the side of the pit, and with a loud clap, the scorpion was smashed into pieces. But the back of his hand was struck with poison and swelled up at once. He wanted to flaunt heroism and did not groan, but beads of sweat were seeping out of his forehead like soya beans. Yan Dapping was alarmed. "Ow, niece Wan, where did you find this poisonous creature? This is a modeling poison scorpion. It is extremely toxic. You cannot play with these things. Brother, quickly, do you have an antidote? If you don't hurry, it will be too late. This is no good." The back of Wan Gui's hand was swollen from red to purple, then purple to black. A thin red line slowly extended upwards toward his arm. Wan Zhenchen knew that he had fallen into Yan Dapping's trap. He could do nothing but hold in his anger and said, "Your elder brother is impressed. I surrender to you. Please take out the antidote and we will go our separate ways. I won't bother you anymore." Yan Dapping said, "Once upon a time I had the antidote, but it's been so many years ago, now I have misplaced it. I will look for it in a few days, maybe I will find it. Otherwise, I can go to the damning prefecture and look for the prescription for you. That could work too. I greatly value our brotherhood." When Wan Zhenchen heard this, he was so angry he felt his chest was about to explode. The toxic of such a poisonous scorpion was extremely lethal and capable of taking one's life in the matter of a few hours. Once the red line makes its way to a person's heart, that person would die immediately. When he said what I will look for it in a few days, and spoke of going to the damning prefecture in Hubei to find a prescription over 1,000 li away, it was clearly intended to insult him, and even went as far as to say, "I greatly value our brotherhood." But at this moment, as he watched the life of his beloved son hang by a thread, he could do nothing but suppress his anger. When a gentleman seeks revenge, 10 years is not too late. Wan Zhenchen finally said, "Looks like I have no choice but to succumb to your requests. Why don't you tell me what you want?" Yan Dapping slowly put his gown back on and buttoned it. Then he said, "Brother, what could I possibly want from you? You can do whatever you want." Wan Zhenchen thought, "Today I will let you take the advantage. In the future you will realize what I am really capable of." Then he said, "Very well then, henceforth the one surnamed Wan will never see you again. If I ask anything of you, I will no longer be considered a person." Yan Dapping said, "I dare not accept such a condition. Your brother only has one request. The Lion Cheng manual ought to be given to me. If in the future I am lucky enough to find it, naturally there is nothing more to say, but even if you find it, you should let me have it." The toxicity level of Wan Gui was slowly increasing. He began to feel faint, and he could not help but stagger wildly in pain. Lu Kun shouted, "Brother, brother!" He extended his hands and ripped open his sleeves. He saw that the red line had already made its way to his underarm. He turned around to Wan Zhenchen and shouted, "Teacher, we should agree to anything today." Wan Zhenchen said, "Very well, the Lion Cheng manual will belong to you. Congratulations." "Congratulations." The last two words were uttered with extreme feelings of injustice. Yan Dapping said, "Very well then, I will go inside and search. Who knows? Maybe I will find the antidote you are looking for. That will depend if Niece Wan has been blessed with good luck." After he said this, he turned around and went inside. Wan Zhenchen signaled Lu Kun and Bu Yuan to follow him inside. After a long while, the three of them still didn't come out, nor were there any noises. Wan Gui was unconscious and was supported by Shen Cheng. He couldn't even move anymore. Wan Zhenchen became anxious and said to Feng Tan, "Go inside and take a look." Feng Tan replied, "Yes." He was about to go inside when Yan Dapping came outside, his face full of glee. "Not bad, not bad. Looks like I found it after all." He raised a small porcelain bottle with his hands and continued, "This is the antidote best used to cure the toxicity of scorpions. Niece Wan, you are very fortunate. From now on you should not play with these things." He walked beside Wan Gui and removed the bottle cork and smeared the black powder on the back of his hand. This antidote was really effective. In no time at all, black blood started seeping out of the wound, slowly dripping on the ground. The more black blood that dripped, the more the red line on his arm regressed, until it turned to his elbow and back down to his wrist. Wan Zhenchen breathed a sigh of relief and felt more relaxed. He was also very angry. Although his son's life was no longer in jeopardy, he had lost this battle miserably, already subdued by his opponent without so much as a chance to fight back. After a while, Wan Gui's eyes slowly opened and called out, "Father!" Yan Dapping sealed the porcelain bottle and placed it back in his bosom. He got his crutch and stomped it a few times, laughing. "This is good. Niece Wan, from now on you should be a good person. Whenever you extend your hand into someone's pocket to search, you must be extra careful." Wan Zhenchen said to Shen Cheng, "Tell them to come out." Shen Cheng said, "Yes." He went inside the hall, then shouted, "Brother Lu, Brother Bu, come out. We are leaving now." All he heard were sounds of moaning, but they did not come out. Sun Jun and Shen Cheng did not wait for their teacher's orders and rushed inside at once. They supported Lu Kun and Bu Yuan back outside. The two of them were deathly pale. One had a broken leg while the other had a broken foot. It was obvious that they suffered at the hands of Yan Dapping. Wan Zhenchen was extremely furious. He already had the intent of taking Yan Dapping's life, but now he felt even more justified in doing so. How could he possibly repress this surging stream of anger in his heart? At once he unsheathed his long sword, the edge of the blade glimmering a dark color as he rushed to pierce Yan Dapping's throat. Dai Yun had never seen Wan Zhenchen execute his martial arts. When he saw how this attack was so fierce and steady, he thought, "This strike does not seem to have any flaws." At this point, Dai Yun's cultivation was already at an extraordinary level. Although he was not taught by anyone, when someone attacks, he can still naturally tell if this person's strike had any weaknesses or not. Yan Dapping slanted his body to evade. Then with his left hand, he grabbed the lower end of the crutch while his right hand held its dragon head. As soon as he separated his hands, a soft click was heard. A white flash of dazzling light appeared as he produced a long sword in his hand. It turns out that the dragon head of the crutch was actually the hilt of the sword. The crutch hid the sword and acted as a scabbard. Now that he had a sword, at once he countered the attack. Ting, ting, ting. The sounds of sword clashes were relentless. The two martial brothers fought on the side of a slope and fought intensely. After exchanging several stances, they both felt that the terrain was narrow, and at once both leaped into the pit. When the villagers saw the two of them vie against each other, they were already startled. Now that they saw they were engaged in such an intense battle, the villagers were so scared they hid in the corner of the room, not daring to make any noise. Dai Yun also pretended to be afraid, but he watched his two martial uncles very carefully. After the two of them exchanged 7 or 8 stances, Dai Yun thought, "My two martial uncles' internal energies are inadequate. Although their stances have been exhausted, even if they receive the Lion Cheng manual, I'm afraid that they won't find any use for it, unless this manual was capable of boosting one's internal energy. But it is a sword manual, so it is likely only for sword techniques." He watched another few stances and became even more perplexed. The martial arts of Liu Chengfeng, Hua Taigen, and the other members of Luohua Liushui are much higher than that of my two martial uncles. My two martial uncles only focus on the exquisiteness of techniques, disregarding their compatibility with internal energy. What sense does that make? When my teacher taught me swordplay, he also taught me the same way. It looks like those 3 martial brothers all learned the same moves. This type of martial arts will be very effective if they encounter someone much weaker than them. But if their opponent has powerful internal energy, their extremely exquisite and fluctuating techniques would be rendered useless. What's the point of learning swords? What's the point of learning swords? Then followed that Sun Jun, Feng Tan, and Wu Ken all unsheathed their swords and rushed forward, making a battle of 4 against 1. Yan Dapping laughed heartily and said, "Good, good. You have really made significant progress, elder brother, resorting to gathering the younger generation to assault your younger brother." He pretended as if it was no big deal, but it was obvious that his sword movements became more sluggish. Dai Yun thought, "In terms of swordplay, my martial uncles each have their own strong points. The piercing shoulder stance, slap-in-the-face stance, and releasing sword stance that Uncle Yan taught me are incredibly effective in dealing with disciples of the Wan clan. However, it is completely useless when matched against Uncle Wan himself. AI, they don't understand that if they only focus on the exquisiteness of sword techniques, without the proper internal energy foundation, what use would it be? It is completely useless. This is really strange. Even a dumb person like me understands this principle. They are incredibly intelligent. How could they not understand? Could it be that I am the one who's confused?" All of a sudden, a flash of light crossed his mind. Brother Ding once told me the origins of the Heavenly Glow manual. If my grand teacher Mei Nian Sheng understands this principle, why did he not teach it to his 3 disciples? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? As he repeated himself 3 times, a cold sweat exuded from his back. He shivered and his body trembled slightly. An old man beside him constantly prayed, Amitabha, Amitabha, please let there not be any casualties. Young one, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The old man saw Dai Yun trembling as he watched the battle and offered comforting words, but actually the old man was really scared as well. Dai Yun already realized the truth in his heart. But the truth was so treacherous and sinister that he did not want to think about it, nor did he want to establish a logical conclusion with this truth. But since he realized the crux of this scheme, naturally the bits and pieces would all come together. Wan Zhenchen, Yan Dapping, Sun Jun, Feng Tan. Every time these people executed a sword stance, it would further verify his conclusions. This is right, this is right. It must be like this. But what if it isn't? Could my teacher really be this vicious? It can't be, it can't be. But if it wasn't like this, then how could this happen? This is extremely perplexing. Many pictures flashed through his mind as they pieced themselves together. All these years, it had been the case that I would practice swordplay with Marshall's sister while teacher gave pointers from the sidelines. Every time my teacher taught me a technique, it would be ingenious. I would practice it thoroughly. The second time my teacher taught it, it would be completely different. Although the sword techniques were profound, it would be very different from the first technique. Back then, I thought it was because teacher's swordplay was so exquisite that it could not be predicted, why the two sword stances were completely different. I never understood. Then a surge of pain struck his heart. Teacher intentionally pointed me in the wrong direction. He intentionally taught me second-rate sword techniques. His ability is actually much higher, but the sword stances he taught me were not impressive at all. His Uncle Yan's martial arts should be around the same as my teacher's, yet the three stances he taught me were much superior to anything my teacher taught me. Why did Uncle Yan teach me these three sword stances? Clearly he did not harbor good intentions. Right, he wanted to raise Uncle Wan's suspicions. He wanted Uncle Wan to fight with my teacher. Uncle Wan did the same thing. His sword techniques are much different from those of his various disciples. But why would he even lie to his own son? Obviously if he isn't teaching his other disciples, he can't teach his son, otherwise his scheme would be easily seen through. Yan Dapping pushed forward and twirled the sword with his right wrist. He made 7 full circles in rapid haste and attacked Wan Zhenshen's chest. Wan Zhenshen slanted his body to dodge the attack, overcoming the circles horizontally. Stabbing and slashing, he completely overcame all 7 circles. Dai Yun watched from the side and thought, these 7 circles were completely redundant. The last strike was aimed to pierce the left side of Uncle Wan's chest, but why not just pierce through directly? Wouldn't that be faster and more intense? Uncle Wan inclined his body to strike and stab consecutively. With 7 stances he managed to overcome the 7 sword circles of Uncle Yan. Although it appears clever, it is actually extremely stupid. If he had just attacked Uncle Yan's stomach, he would have won already. Suddenly, a scene swept past his ocean of thoughts. When he would practice swords with his martial sister, she would have many kinds of varied sword stances. He did not remember everything that his teacher taught him and would be forced into a state of confusion, retreating constantly. Qi Fang would swipe 3 times with her sword in succession, causing him to be flustered and faint with blurred vision. When he saw that he could not counter his opponent's moves, he would no longer be able to think of the stances his teacher taught him. Instead, he would casually defend and then counterattack with his own strike. When Qi Fang unleashed the 2 stances of the wind suddenly blows, and the mountain escapes like a cloth, and brandished her sword in a circular motion to defend. Although Dai Yun's stances were simple and spontaneous, not in the least complying with his teacher's instructions, yet Qi Fang's complex and exquisite sword stance could actually not handle it. He would stab directly to his martial sister's shoulder. Without having time to retract his attack, his teacher suddenly leapt into the fray and, holding a stick of firewood in his hands, knocked the sword out of his hands. He and Qi Fang were both so startled their faces changed colors. Qi Zhangfa reprimanded him greatly for not following with his teachings, saying how it was outrageous that he would just brandish and slash his sword in such a disorderly fashion. At that time he once thought, I did not use the sword according to his method, yet why was I able to win? But once that thought passed, he understood. Obviously, it is because martial sister's swordplay is not up to par. If I had encountered a formidable opponent, there is no way I would be able to win attacking in such a way. Back then, there was no way that he could have figured out that his own simple sword techniques were actually more practical than the various complex and fancy stances taught by his teacher. Now that he thought about it, he had a completely different mindset. With his current martial arts abilities, he could clearly see the truth. Wan Zhenshen and Yan Dapping executed various fancy sword stances that were actually completely useless. And further, the stances Wan Zhenshen taught to his disciples, and the stances taught to Dai Yun and his martial sister by his teacher, consisted of even more useless stances. It goes without saying that Grand Teacher Mei Niansheng had long realized his 3 disciples were schemers. So when he passed on his swordplay, he deliberately guided them towards a devious path. And when Wan Zhenshen and Qi Zhangfa taught their disciples, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they too brought their disciples even deeper into this path. When executing a useless sword stance during a battle, not only is it a waste of time, it also gives your opponent an opportunity to strike back and gain the upper hand. It is like putting your life at the hands of your opponent. Why are his grand teacher, and martial uncles so vicious? Why are they so sinister? Would they have animosity towards their own children? Would they intentionally mislead their disciples to a devious path? That can't be it. There has to be an even greater reason. It must be an extremely treacherous conspiracy. Could it be all for the Lion Cheng manual? That should be it. Uncle Wan and Uncle Yan are even willing to kill their own teacher for the manual, and now they are willing to kill each other. Indeed, they both wanted to kill each other. The battle in the pit became increasingly pressing and intense. It was hard to tell who had better swordplay between Wan Zhenchen and Yan Dapping, but with the disciples of the Wan clan assisting alongside, it obviously increased the pressure on Yan Dapping. The battle made its way to the edge. Sun Jun aimed to stab Yan Dapping from behind. Yan Dapping returned his sword to resist, the edge of the blade following its momentum downwards. Sun Jun let out a screech as his web was injured, then followed that his long sword fell on the ground. At the same time, Wan Zhenchen seized the opportunity to strike and stabbed Yan Dapping squarely on his right arm. Yan Dapping sustained injuries on his right arm and urgently switched the sword to his left hand. But naturally, he was not used to using a sword with his left hand, nor could the wound on his right arm be considered minor. Blood kept spurting out of his wound and covered half his body in blood. After another 7 or 8 stances, he was stabbed on the left arm as well. The crowd of villagers watched in horror and their faces turned deathly pale. They all wanted to run away from the house, yet no one dared to make a move. Wan Zhenchen was determined to slaughter his martial brother today, and each strike was executed with increasing intensity. Kai, the left side of Yan Dapping's chest, was stabbed. It would only be a matter of another few stances before Yan Dapping would be killed by the sword of Wan Zhenchen, yet he clenched his teeth and continued the battle soaked in blood, not once begging for mercy. He had been in the same clan as his martial brother for over a dozen years, and after leaving the clan, the two of them vied against each other for another dozen years. He knew his martial brother extremely well. If he were to beg for mercy, he would only be humiliated even further. It would be completely ineffective. Dai Yun thought, "That year in Jingzhou, Uncle Yan helped me defeat the bandit Lu Tong with a simple rice bowl, and he further taught me 3 sword stances so that I would not be humiliated by the disciples of the Wan clan. Although it is likely that it was done with a malicious intent, I still received his favor. I cannot simply let him die like this." At once he pretended to tremble violently, then he picked up a shovel full of dirt on the ground. Wan Zhenchen was about to stab Yan Dapping again. Yan Dapping's body was swaying and would not be able to dodge this attack. Dai Yun lightly shook the shovel on his hands and sent a cluster of yellow dirt towards Wan Zhenchen. This cluster of dirt was reinforced with profound internal energy. When Wan Zhenchen was hit by its force, he could not keep his balance and fell backwards on the ground. Everyone in the room was taken by surprise. Nobody knew where this cluster of dirt came from. Dai Yun followed through with another few shovels of dirt and threw it on several oil lamps on the wall. In an instant, the entire room was covered in darkness. Everyone cried out in horror. Dai Yun leapt forward and rushed outside with Yan Dapping. When Dai Yun made his way outside the house, he carried Yan Dapping on his back and galloped his way up the mountain. Dai Yun was extremely familiar with the surrounding area. He made his way up a very desolate and difficult path in the mountain. Yan Dapping rested on his back and felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears, as if he was like mist soaring above the clouds. He thought he was in a dream. He did not believe that a person with such a high level of martial arts existed in this world. Wan Zhenchen and his disciples shouted and made chase, but they trailed further and further behind Dai Yun. Dai Yun carried Yan Dapping on his back and climbed the highest mountain peak nearby. The peak was extremely precipitous and steep. Dai Yun had never made his way up here before. From afar, he gazed on a mountain peak with He Sheng. This peak was completely obscured by clouds. They discussed whether there were monsters or deities on the peak. He Sheng said, "If there comes a day where you wrong me, I will climb up this peak and never come down." Dai Yun said, "All right then, I won't come down either." He Sheng teased, "Water spinach. If you are willing to stay on the peak with me and never come down, then I won't have to climb the peak in the first place." Back then, Dai Yun laughed foolishly, but now he thought, "I am forever willing to be with you, yet you don't want to be with me." He placed Yan Dapping down on the ground and asked, "Do you have any pain relief medicine?" Yan Dapping bent his body to pay his respects. "May I ask for benefactor's honorable surname? I, Yan Dapping, have been graced with benefactor's assistance today. How could I ever repay your kindness?" Dai Yun did not dare to accept his martial uncle's courtesy and kneeled down to return his politeness. "Elder need not be too courteous. Junior is not deserving of such an honor. Junior is a nameless individual. There is no need for you to repay such a small favor." Yan Dapping wanted to know his name, but Dai Yun did not want to fabricate a name, nor did he want to give out his real name. Yan Dapping figured that his benefactor would not reveal his name, so he did not persist. He took out some pain relief medicine from his bosom and gently smeared it on his 3 wounds. He was a bit fearful as he recalled. If he did not rescue me in time, I would no longer be in this world. Dai Yun said, Junior has a few things he does not understand and wishes to ask for Elder's guidance. Yan Dapping urgently said, Benefactor should not call me an elder anymore. If you have any questions, I, Yan Dapping, will wholehearted inform you without half a word of deception. Dai Yun said, That is for the best then. May I ask, Elder, were you the one who built that big house? Yes, replied Yan Dapping. Dai Yun asked, Elder employed many villagers to dig a large pit, naturally in search for the Lion Cheng manual. May I ask if this manual has been uncovered? Yan Dapping trembled inwardly as he thought, So he only rescued me because of the Lion Cheng manual. Then he answered, I have spent countless efforts but have yet to find even a trace of it. Benefactor is intelligent. I do not dare to hide the truth from you. If I really had the manual, I would offer it to you at once. You saved my life. How would I dare to cherish such worldly possessions? Dai Yun shook his hands repeatedly and explained, I am not looking for the manual. To be honest, although my martial arts cannot be considered exceptional, I do not believe that this Lion Cheng manual is capable of benefiting my martial arts progression greatly. Yan Dapping said, Right. Benefactor's martial arts have reached perfection. You could be considered to be matchless under heaven. This Lion Cheng manual is merely an ordinary sword manual. The reason my martial brothers and I seek this manual is because it belongs to our clan and we respect it greatly. But from the perspective of outsiders, this manual is not worth mentioning. Dai Yun could hear from his tone that it was spoken tongue-in-cheek, although he did not want to expose him at this moment. He asked, I heard that your younger martial brother Qi Zhangfa used to live in this house. This elder's name is Iron Lock Across the River. May I ask what this means? He had been with his teacher since he was young and respected his teacher greatly as an honest and sincere countryman. But Ding Dian said that his teacher was extremely treacherous. He had to ask this question to confirm whether Ding Dian was misled by rumors. Yan Dapping answered, My younger martial brother's nickname is indeed Iron Lock Across the River. This nickname was made because others believe he is a multifarious schemer and an extremely cruel individual. He is like a long iron chain locked on a boat in the river. The meaning is that the boat can neither move forward or backwards. Dai Yun grieved inwardly. Brother Ding was right. My teacher is really such a person. I have been deceived by him since I was small, and he never revealed to me his true colors. But he has always treated me well. He didn't really deceive me. He held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, This nickname that people in the realm gave to him may not be reliable. Maybe it was given to him by his enemies. But you are his martial brother and practice the same skills as him. You must know his character quite well. What is he like as a person? Yan Dapping sighed. I do not want to speak poorly of my martial brother, but since Benefactor raised the question, I must answer truthfully. Although my brother Qi looks like a sluggish person, he is actually an intelligent schemer, else how would the Lion Cheng manual fall into his hands? Dai Yun nodded his head. After a long while, he said, How do you know the Lion Cheng manual is in his possession? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yan Dapping said, I did not see it with my own eyes, but I have carefully considered and know that he definitely has it. Dai Yun asked, I heard that you like to pretend to be a beggar, is that true? Yan Dapping was taken aback and mused. This person is impressive, he even knows this. Then he answered, Benefactor sure has a way to get reliable information. It looks like I can't hide anything from you. Back then, I thought that if the Lion Cheng manual was not in the hands of Brother Wan, then it must be in Brother Qi's possession. Hence I disguised myself as a beggar and lived near Xiangxi and Hubei to investigate. Dai Yun said, Why did you think that the two of them had it? Yan Dapping said, Before my teacher died, he passed the manual on to the 3 of us. Dai Yun recalled Ding Dian told him about the night at Yangtze. The 3 of them, Wan, Yan, and Qi, joined forces to kill their teacher, Mei Niansheng. He snorted in contempt and said, Did he really give it to you personally? I'm afraid that. That is not likely. Did he die of natural causes? Yan Dapping jumped up suddenly in alarm. He pointed and asked, You are Ding. Ding, Mr. Ding. The news of Ding Dian burying Mei Niansheng had eventually leaked. So when Yan Dapping heard his benefactor accuse him of killing his own teacher, he thought this person was Ding Dian. Dai Yun replied calmly, I am not Ding Dian. Brother Ding loathes injustice greatly. He He personally saw the three of you join forces to kill your own teacher. If I was Brother Ding, I would not have saved you today. I would let you die by the hands of Wan Zhenchen." Yan Dapping was bewildered and asked, "Then who are you?" Dai Yun replied, "You do not need to worry about that. If you do something bad, people will inevitably hear about it. After you joined forces to kill your teacher, you stole the Lion Cheng manual. What happened next?" Yan Dapping trembled and asked. "Since you already know everything, why do you have to ask?" Dai Yun said, "I only know some things but not the whole story. I ask that you answer me truthfully. If you lie to me, I will have a way to find the truth." Yan Dapping was both startled and afraid. How would I dare to deceive my benefactor? After the three of us martial brothers got the Lion Cheng manual, we looked into it and realized that we only had the sword manual but not the mnemonics. It was rendered useless. Hence we tried to pursue the mnemonics. Dai Yun thought. According to Brother Ding, this sword mnemonic has a hidden relation with a great treasure. Mei Nian Sheng, Lady Ling, and Brother Ding are no longer in this world. There is no one left who knows the secret. You guys are searching in vain. Yan Dapping continued. The three of us did not believe each other. Every night we would sleep in the same room, and the sword manual would be locked in an iron chest. We threw the key to the chest into the river and placed the chest inside the drawer of a table. The iron chest was also linked to 3 small iron chains connected to each of us. Whoever moved their iron chain, the other 2 would definitely know. Dai Yun sighed. You have really thought this through carefully, Yan Dapping said. We never would have guessed that chaos would ensue. Dai Yun asked. What happened exactly? Yan Dapping said. That night the 3 of us slept in the same room. The next morning Wan Zhenchen shouted loudly, Where is the sword manual? Where is the sword manual? I was startled and woke up. I saw that the iron chest placed in the drawer had been pulled open, and the manual inside disappeared without a trace. The 3 of us were completely startled and searched mindlessly, but how could we find it? This matter was extremely strange. The window inside the room was locked from the inside and was never moved, so the manual was definitely not stolen by an outsider. If it was not the doing of Brother Wan, then it must be Brother Qi. If that is true, why would he not open the window to make it look like an outsider did it? Reasoned Dai Yun. Yan Dapping sighed. The 3 of us are linked together by an iron chain. It is possible to take the case from the drawer, but the chain does not extend long enough to reach the window. Dai Yun said. If that is so, what did you do next? Yan Dapping replied. It was not easy for us to get the sword manual. Of course, we would not let this matter rest. The 3 of us blamed each other for responsibility, but after a huge argument it was still inconclusive without evidence, so we could do nothing but go our separate ways. Dai Yun said, There is something I still don't understand. I ask for your guidance. Since your teacher possesses such a sword manual, he should have passed it on to his disciples a long time ago. Would he actually take it with him to his grave? Is that why you had to take Strike first? Is that why you had to take his life? Yan Dapping said, My teacher, AI, he is really muddled. He firmly believed that the 3 of us were malicious schemers, so he never passed the sword manual to us. When we saw that he was looking for an alternate successor, and even went as far as to pass on our clan's sword manual to an outsider, the 3 of us could not bear it any longer, hence we took action. Dai Yun asked, So that's how it is. How did you determine that Brother Qi was the one who took the manual? Yan Dapping explained. At first I suspected Wan Zhenchen because he was the first one to shout and declare thievery, so he was most suspicious. I secretly tailed him for some time and realized that he was not the one, because he was also following Brother Qi. If Brother Wan was the one who took the manual, he would not need to tail someone else. He would find a desolate place somewhere deep in the mountains to practice it. However, every time I tailed him, I saw that he gnashed his teeth with an extremely impatient and loathsome expression. Hence, I changed my target and followed Qi Zhangfa. Dai Yun asked, Did you find any clues? Yan Dapping shook his head. Qi Zhangfa is much too sophisticated. He did not leave any clues at all. I once watched his disciple and his daughter practice martial arts. He intentionally played dumb and changed the mnemonics of his Tang poem swordplay into a nonsensical mess. It really made me laugh my teeth out. But the more he pretended to be dumb, the more I suspected him. I followed him for 3 years, but he never revealed any evidence. Once he left home, I secretly went into his cottage to search. But there was no sword manual. It was difficult to even find a common book. HMPH, he is really crafty. Impressive, Dai Yun asked. What did you do next? Yan Dapping said. After that, Wan Zhenchen suddenly wanted to celebrate his birthday and sent one of his disciples to invite Qi Zhangfa over to Jingzhou. Obviously, the birthday banquet was a scheme to test his martial brother. Qi Zhangfa brought his daughter and his foolish disciple called Dai Yun or something together with him to Jingzhou. After the banquet, Dai Yun fought with the 8 disciples of the Wan clan and revealed remarkable sword stances which aroused Wan Zhenchen's suspicions. "Benefactor, did you say something?" Dai Yun shook his head. Yan Dapping continued. Thereafter, Wan Zhenchen brought Qi Zhangfa over to his study room to discuss. The two of them got into a heated argument and completely flipped faces. Qi Zhangfa attacked first and wounded Wan Zhenchen. After that, he disappeared without a trace. "It is strange, extremely strange." "What is so strange about it?" asked Dai Yun. "Qi Zhangfa disappeared without a trace, never to be heard from again. When Qi Zhangfa went to Jingzhou, he would definitely not carry the sword manual with him. He must have hid it in an extremely secluded place. Originally, I thought that after he wounded Wan Zhenchen, he would return for the manual that same night and then escape to a faraway place. So as soon as the incident occurred, I prepared a fast horse and arrived before he did. I wanted to see where he hid the manual before I made my move. However, I waited for a very long time, but he never showed up. After a few years, I figured that he would never come back, so I no longer played nice with him. I turned his cottage upside down and began digging for the manual. However, all my efforts were in vain. I did not find anything at all. If not for Benefactor, I surnamed Yan would have lost my life today. Heh, my brother Wan is really a ruthless person. According to you, where do you think your brother Qi is now? Asked Dai Yun. Yan Dapping shook his head. I really don't have a clue. Although the web of heaven has many openings, the way of heaven is fair, the guilty will not escape. Perhaps he contrived a sickness, or maybe he got into an accident and was eaten by a wild animal. Dai Yun saw that his face was full of delight, as if to rejoice at the thought of his teacher's misfortune. He became extremely angry, but upon thinking that his teacher was indeed without a trace all these years, it was actually likely that he was no longer in this world. He stood up and said, "Thank you for being honest with me. I have to take my leave now." Yan Dapping respectfully greeted him 3 times and said, "I, Yan Dapping, will never forget Benefactor's kindness." Dai Yun said, "Such a small matter you need not take to heart. Besides, you should stay here to tend your wounds. Wan Zhenchen will never find you here. You don't have to worry." Yan Dapping laughed. "He's probably as hasty as an ant on a frying pan. He will never find me." Dai Yun asked, "Why is that?" Yan Dapping smiled. "My poisonous scorpion wounded his son's hand. He needs to apply the medicine 10 times in order to completely purge the poison. He only applied it once. What use is that?" Dai Yun was taken aback. "So Wan Gui will lose his life?" Yan Dapping appeared complacent. "The poison of a modeling scorpion is no small matter. The cleverness lies in the fact that Wan Gui will not die easily. He will cry and moan for a full month before the deal is sealed." "Ha, excellent, excellent," Dai Yun said. "If it takes him 1 month to die, then he need not worry. He can find a skilled physician to cure his poison." Yan Dapping said, "Benefactor does not understand. This poisonous scorpion was bred by me and was fed various antidotes since it was small. The scorpion understands the medical nature of various antidotes, so ordinary medicine will not be of any use. Even if he finds a very skilled physician, he would use the poison of various insects to treat the wound. What use is that? There is only one antidote that the scorpion has never eaten before, and that is the only one that can be used. Besides me, there is no second person in this world who knows the formula to produce such an antidote." Ha, Dai Yun raised his eyebrows and thought, "This person can actually be so malicious, it is scary. It's possible that next time I will fall victim to his scorpion. Brother Ding always said that when wandering the realm, one should not harbor malicious intents, but one must be wary of others' malicious intents. It is best that I ask him to give me the antidote just in case." Then he declared, "That bottle of medicine, give it to me." Yan Dapping said, Of course. He could not help but ask, "May I ask why Benefactor wants the antidote?" Dai Yun said, "Your scorpion is extremely lethal. If I am not careful, I may be bitten as well. It is best that I have a bottle of medicine just in case." Yan Dapping felt embarrassed and laughed. "Benefactor saved my life. Why would I ever harm you?" Benefactor is too skeptical. Dai Yun extended his hand forward and said, "I must have it just in case." Yan Dapping said, Yes, and at once took out the medicine and handed it over. Dai Yun descended the peak and went inside the house to take a look. The various villagers in the house had long disappeared. The housekeeper and foreman were nowhere to be seen. There was not a single person to be found. Dai Yun thought, "Teacher is dead, Marshall's sister is married, I will never return here again." He left the house and followed the creek to the northwest direction. After walking several hundred feet, he turned to look at the sun rising from the east, shining on the various poplar and locust trees in front of the house. The creek, too, illuminated flashes of light. He had seen such a scene many times in his youth. He could not help but mutter to himself, "From now on, I will never see this place again." He gently felt the package on his bosom and thought, "In front of me there is still one task I have to fulfill. I must bring Brother Ding's ashes together with Lady Ling. I will have to make a visit to Jingzhou. That little scoundrel Wan Gui has caused me so much suffering. Fortunately, an evil person will meet a tragic end. I do not need to personally take revenge." Yan Dapping said that he will have to suffer an entire month before he dies, but who knows if that will happen or not. If he manages to find a skilled physician to cure his poison, then I will personally supplement his body with another strike and take his pathetic life. Ever since he seeing the battle between Wan Zhenshin and Yan Dapping last night, he became confident in his own skills. Wan Zhuliang, 181-234, was a renowned Shu strategist during the Three Kingdoms period. He is very well respected even to this day. 2A pun on words. The word 7 in Chinese is also pronounced qi, so that person thought he was asking for seventh teacher. Jingzhou was not very far from Xiangxi. After several days of travel, Dai Yun arrived at Jingzhou. He had traveled this path once before with his teacher and Marshall's sister. The river creek was the same. The path was also the same. That year when he traversed this path, the journey was filled with Qi Fang's cheerful laughter. This time when he went from Maxi to Jingzhou, there was not a single sound of laughter. Of course, people did laugh. Only that Dai Yun didn't hear it. When Dai Yun reached the outskirts of the city, he inquired and found out that Ling Tuisi was still the prefectural magistrate. Dai Yun smeared dirt across his face to conceal his identity when he went in the city. "I need to see for myself how much Wan Gui is suffering. I wonder if he has recovered. It could be that he is still in Hunan treating his injuries and hasn't returned." Dai Yun made his way to the Wan residence. From afar, he saw Shen Cheng rush out the front door looking extremely urgent. He thought, "If Shen Cheng is here, Wan Gui is probably here as well. When night comes, I will go in and take a look." Thereafter, he made his way to the abandoned garden. The abandoned garden was not far away from the Wan residence. The day Ding Dian died and Zhou Qi, Zheng Tianba, and Ma Daming were killed, all happened in this abandoned garden. Being in this garden made him reminiscence these events. The grass was grown tall as before, and there was rubble and debris everywhere. He made his way beside a plum tree and felt the various depressions and bumps of the tree. That day, Ding Dian passed away beside this very tree. This plum tree still looks the same. Nothing has changed, but Ding Dian has become a pile of ashes. Thereafter, he sat below the plum tree and slept until the second watch. Then he produced some food from his bosom and ate it. When the time came, he left the abandoned garden and made his way to the Wan residence. He leapt over the wall to get in. When he reached the garden, he could not help but feel a sense of bitterness in his heart. "That day when I suffered injuries, I hid in this firewood room. Not only did my martial sister not save me, she was even heartless enough to tell her husband to come kill me." As he was about to continue walking, he suddenly saw 3 sources of fire light up next to the river. Dai Yun hid behind a tree and looked toward the direction of the light. He saw that the 3 sources of light were actually 3 incense sticks lit by an incense burner. The incense burner was placed on a small table. In front of the table, 2 people were kowtowing to heaven. When they got up, Dai Yun saw clearly who they were. One of them was Qi Fang, the other was her daughter, Water Spinach. He heard Qi Fang pray softly for the first incense stick. "I pray that heaven will bless and protect my husband from suffering, and to purge the toxic from his body so he no longer suffers from the pain of scorpion poison. Water Spinach, speak up. Tell heaven that you wish your papa will recover." The little girl said, "Okay, Mama, I ask that Bodhisattva blesses my father and alleviates his suffering so he no longer cries." Although Dai Yun was not very close, he heard all the words very clearly. Upon hearing that Wan Gui was suffering so much, he naturally rejoiced at his misfortune, but he also resented how affectionate Qi Fang was to her husband. He heard Qi Fang say, "For the second incense stick, I pray that heaven will bless and protect my father. I hope that my father will be free of disasters and calamities. I hope that my father will return soon. Water Spinach, Tell Bodhisattva you wish your grandpa will live a prosperous life." The little girl said, "Right, Grandpa. Please return soon. Why haven't you returned?" He Sheng said, "Ask Bodhisattva to bless and protect your grandfather." The little girl said, "I ask that Bodhisattva bless and protect my grandpa. Please bless and protect my papa and grandpa." She had never seen He Sheng before. When He Sheng asked for her prayers, she naturally only considered her father and her paternal grandfather. He Sheng paused for a moment before she said, "For the third incense stick, I pray that heaven will bless and protect him. I hope that everything goes well for him, and that he will soon find someone he truly loves and start a happy family." As she said up to this point, her voice was filled with sobs. She raised her sleeves to wipe her tears. The little girl said, "Mama, you are thinking of Uncle again." He Sheng said, "Tell heaven you wish Water Spinach Uncle will be safe and sound." When Dai Yun heard the prayers of her third incense stick, he was perplexed. Who is she praying for? But when he heard her say, "Water Spinach Uncle," a buzz went through his ears as he thought, "She's talking about me. She's really talking about me." The little girl said, "Mama really misses Water Spinach Uncle. I pray that Bodhisattva will bless Uncle with a great fortune so he will buy a big doll for me. He is Water Spinach. I am also Water Spinach. Mama, where is Water Spinach Uncle? Why has he not returned?" He Sheng said, "Uncle Water Spinach is in a very faraway place. Your uncle abandoned your mama. Your mama misses him dearly." As she said up to this point, she carried her daughter back into the house. Dai Yun made his way in front of the incense burner, watching the 3 incense sticks glisten in the dark. He became lost in thought. He stood motionless in front of the 3 sticks. The sticks had burnt out into ashes, yet he still did not move. The next morning, Dai Yun left the garden and began wandering aimlessly around Jingzhou. All of a sudden, he heard some banging sounds and saw in front of him a physician selling medicine on the street. Dai Yun decided that he wanted to personally see how badly Wan Gui was suffering. So he took out 10 taels of silver and bought the physician's clothes, medicine box, and fachengwan. The physician was surprised, for he knew that all of his items were not worth more than 3 or 4 taels of silver. He was more than delighted to sell everything to him. Dai Yun returned to the abandoned garden and put on the physician's attire. He took out some herbs from the box and smeared it on his face. He smeared especially much right under his left eye. He was changed beyond recognition. Then he began to shake his facheng and made his way to the Wan residence. When he neared the entrance, he shook the facheng very heavily and walked close to the entrance and shouted with a very coarse voice, "I specialize in curing extremely difficult diseases, illnesses and nameless poisons. Insect and snake bites can be cured immediately." He walked back and forth for 3 orbits before someone came out urgently from the front door, waving, "Hey, physician, come over here." Dai Yun recognized that this was one of the Wan clan disciples. It was actually the one who sliced off his 5 fingers that year. Wu Can, but Dai Yun had completely disguised his appearance so he could not be recognized. Dai Yun was afraid that his voice would be recognized, so he slowly trotted over and lowered his voice even further. "What do you have to ask of me? Have you contracted any strange illnesses or nameless poisons?" Wu Can spat out in disgust. "Does it look like I have contracted a poison? I ask you now. Are you capable of curing scorpion bites?" Dai Yun said, "The poisons of green bamboo snakes, golden feet snakes, and iron spade snakes, all of the most poisons of the most deadly snakes under heaven, I can cure." "Ha ha, what is a mere scorpion to me?" Wu Can said. "Don't be so confident. This is not an ordinary scorpion. Even a very famous Jingzhou physician shook his head when he saw it. How can you do better?" Dai Yun creased his eyebrows and said, "Is it really that deadly? The most poisonous scorpions in this world are merely gray-haired scorpions, black and white scorpions, golden scorpions, pocked-head scorpions, red-tailed scorpions, white-legged scorpions." He spewed a bunch of nonsense and named 20 scorpions before continuing. "Every scorpion has a different kind of poison, and each has its own way of treatment. Even a famous physician may not necessarily be skilled. He may not be fully knowledgeable." Wu Can saw that this person's appearance was ugly and his clothes were shagged. Although this person was capable of naming many types of scorpions, it sounded like a bunch of inarticulately stuttered nonsense. He figured that this person was likely not very skilled at all and said, "Very well then, go in and have a look. I will just pretend it's a dead horse being treated like a live horse." Dai Yun nodded his head and followed him inside the mansion. Wu Can raised his head and shouted, "Third Marshal sister-in-law, there is a grass-head physician here. He claims that he can cure a scorpion's poison. Should we let him take a look at Marshal brother?" With an ah, the window opened. Qi Fang stuck her head outside the window and said, "Yes, please, thank you, Brother Wu. Your martial brother is suffering even more today. Please bring the physician upstairs." Wu Can said to Dai Yun, "Go on ahead then." He did not go up himself. Qi Fang said, "Brother Wu, please go up as well so you can help keep an eye." Wu Can complied and went upstairs. When Dai Yun went upstairs, he saw the center by the window was placed a very large desk. On top of the desk was placed a brush and blotting paper with about a dozen books. There was also a half-sewn child's garment. Qi Fang came out from the inner room to welcome him. She was not wearing any cosmetics and looked rather wan and sallow. Dai Yun glanced at her once and did not look again. He was afraid that she would recognize him and quietly followed her into the room. Inside the room, a person slept on a large bed, moaning in pain. It was Wan Gui. His daughter sat on a small stool beside him, gently massaging her father's legs. When she saw Dai Yun's filthy and strange appearance, she became startled and hurriedly cowered behind her mother. Wu Can said, "My martial brother was bitten by a poisonous scorpion. The poison in his body will not purge. There seems to be a serious problem." Dai Yun mumbled, "Is that so?" Earlier, when he spoke to Wu Can outside, he was cool and collected. But now that he saw Qi Fang, his heart was bouncing around his chest. Both his cheeks felt warm, and his lips and tongue felt dry. He could not even speak properly. He went to the bed and gently patted Wan Gui's shoulder. Wan Gui slowly got up. When he saw Dai Yun's appearance, he became slightly startled. Qi Fang said, "Sanj-tu, this is the physician that Brother Wu found for you. He may have some kind of miraculous antidote to treat your poison." The way she said these words, it was clear that she had no confidence in this physician. Dai Yun did not say a word. He looked at Wan Gui's swollen hand and saw that there were round black spots. It was extremely repulsive. He spoke in a coarse voice. "This poison was contracted from a modeling scorpion from Jiangxi. We do not have this type of scorpion in Hubei." Qi Fang and Wu Can both said, "Right. This wound was indeed contracted from Jiangxi and Hunan." Qi Fang continued, "Mister, since you are able to determine the type of poison just by looking at it, are you able to cure it?" Her voice was full of hope. Dai Yun counted on his fingers and said, "He was bitten at night, It has now been 7 days and 7 nights." Qi Fang glanced at Wu Can then said, "Mister really has supernatural accuracy. He was indeed bitten at night, and it really has been 7 days and 7 nights." Dai Yun continued, "Did this gentleman turn his hand over to crush the scorpion? If he did not do this, there would be a cure for him. But because he crushed the scorpion with his hand, its poison has completely forced itself into his hand. It is useless to help him now." When Qi Fang heard that this physician was even accurate enough to determine the number of days, she thought there really was a cure, and her face was full of delight. But upon hearing this, she felt anxious. "Mister has spoken very clearly, but I ask that you please save his life at any cost." The whole point of Dai Yun disguising himself as a physician was to enter the Wan residence so he could personally see how pathetically Wan Gui was suffering. He wanted to see him moaning and groaning in his pitiful state in order to relieve the accumulated anger in his heart. He really had no intention to save his life at all. But since he was small, he had listened to Qi Fang's every word. And never once did he disobey her. Now when he heard her desperate plea, his heart softened and he opened up the medicine box intending to take out the antidote he took from Yan Dapping. But upon further consideration, he thought, "This Wan Gui has caused me so much suffering. He even took my martial sister away from me. I am already being extremely kind for not killing him myself. How could I go so far as to save him?" He shook his head and said, "It is not that I don't want to save him. It's just that after so many days, the poison has slowly made its way to his brain. There is nothing that I can do now." Qi Fang hung her head down and began to cry. She pulled her daughter beside her and said, "Water spinach, my dear. Kowtow to this uncle and beseech him to rescue your papa." Dai Yun hurriedly shook his hand and said, "Please, there is no need." But the little girl was very obedient and always listened to her mother's words. She also knew that her father was gravely injured, so she felt very anxious. At once she kneeled down and gave him a resounding kowtow. As Dai Yun had lost the 5 fingers on his right hand, he hid it inside his sleeve the entire time. Instead, he extended his left hand and brought the girl up. When he saw the little girl's full body, he saw a golden locket hung on her neck. On the gold piece was inscribed the words "virtuous appearance, double luxuriance." When Dai Yun saw this, he became confused. He recalled the day he fainted in the firewood room. When he later woke up on a boat in the middle of the Yangtze, there were various gold and silver jewelries beside him. One of them was a little girl's locket which also inscribed these 4 exact words: Could it be? He only looked once and did not dare to look again. His thoughts were all over the place. Eventually, he cleared his mind and collected his thoughts. I fainted in the firewood room in the Wan residence. It must have been Marshall's sister who saved me. There can be no other person. In the past, I thought she intentionally harmed me. But last night she prayed to heaven and revealed her thoughts. She still cares about me very much. There is no way she hurt me that day. Could it be? Could it be that heaven has eyes after all the suffering that I've been through? Can I really reunite with my Marshall sister? When he thought of the word, reunite, his heart began to bounce wildly. He tilted his head sideways to look at Qi Fang and saw that her face was full of worry and troubles. Staring intensely at Wan Gui, her eyes showing great tenderness and affection. When Dai Yun saw her expression, his heart came to a halt. He felt an ice-cold sensation on his back. He remembered very clearly the events that happened that day, how he fought with the 8 disciples of the Wan clan, how he was completely humiliated by them, how his martial sister mended his garment back together with the same brimming tenderness in her eyes. But now her eyes were all for her husband, it was no longer for him. If I don't give him the antidote, no one can blame me. I can wait for Wan Gui to die an excruciating death and then leave with her at night. Who can stop me? I don't care about the past. We can become man and wife. I will take her daughter along with me. AI, this is not right. No, Marshall's sister has been the lady of the house all these years and lived a luxurious life. How can she go back to farming with me? Besides, I am ugly and I don't even know past a few hundred words and my hand is crippled. How do I deserve to be with her? How would she be willing to leave with me? He felt very ashamed of his own inferiority and became depressed. How would Qi Fang know that this physician would have so many thoughts in mind? She could do no more but stare at him intensely, hoping that he would utter the words, "There is a cure." Wan Gui groaned in excruciating pain. At this point, the poison had already made its way to the joint of his arm. His entire arm and palm was swollen and the pain was unbearable. Qi Fang waited for a very long time, but Dai Yun did not respond. She pleaded, "Mister, please give it a try, even if you can only lessen his suffering. Then that is fine, we won't fault you." The intent was that even if Wan Gui could not keep his life, she would still hope that the physician can lessen his pain. She did not want her husband to die in such an anguishing way. Dai Yun interjected and his mind came back to the moment. In a split second, his mind was completely empty, completely disheartened. He wished he could just die right now. He wholeheartedly cared for his martial sister, yet she married his arch-nemesis and even went as far as to plea him to rescue his own enemy. I would rather be in Wan Gui's position. I would rather suffer endless pain and misery. If I can have Marshall's sister care for me this much, even if I only have a few days left to live. What does it matter? He opened the medicine box and took out Yan Dapping's antidote bottle. He turned over the bottle and let the black powder fall on the back of Wan Gui's hand. Wu Can exclaimed, "Ah, it is this antidote. He can be cured." Dai Yun heard that there was a hidden meaning in his words. The words "he can be cured" should have been uttered with extreme happiness. Yet his voice seemed to suggest a hint of disappointment and even some resentment. Dai Yun felt it was extremely strange. He turned his head slightly to look at Wu Can and saw that his expression was full of cruelty and viciousness. Dai Yun was extremely perplexed, but then he thought that there was not a single good person amongst the 8 disciples. If Wan Zhenchen and Yan Dapping were willing to kill each other, how strange would it be if Wu Can and Wan Gui weren't on good terms? However, why would he waste time to find someone to cure him? Not long after the medicine was applied, a lot of black blood began to seep out of the wound on his hand. His suffering was gradually reduced and said, "Thank you. Your antidote is really effective." Qi Fang was extremely pleased and fetched a copper bowl to receive the blood. The blood constantly dripped into the bowl. Qi Fang thanked Dai Yun repeatedly. Wu Can said, "Marshall's sister-in-law. Has little brother not done a good service?" Qi Fang said, "Right. I must also thank Brother Wu." Wu Can smiled. "Just saying thanks is not enough." Qi Fang ignored him and asked Dai Yun, "What is your surname? We must thank you greatly with a gift." Dai Yun shook his head. "No need to thank me. The medicine needs to be applied 10 times to completely cure the poison." His heart felt very sour. He thought everything in the world was miserable. "I will give the rest to you." He handed over the bottle. Qi Fang did not expect that the matter would end so simply. She did not dare to accept the antidote. "We will buy it from you. May I ask how much it is?" Dai Yun shook his head. "There is no need to pay." Qi Fang was extremely pleased. She received the bottle with both hands and bowed respectfully, offering her most heartfelt gratitude. Mr. is really an honorable person. I really do not know how to thank you. Brother Wu, please see him out of here. Dai Yun said, there is no need. I will leave now. Qi Fang said, no. Mr. is our savior, yet we have no good way to repay you. At the very least, we should treat you to a cup of wine. Mister, please don't leave yet. As soon the words, please don't leave yet, made its way to Dai Yun's ear. His heart softened. He thought, looks like I won't be able to take my revenge. After burying Brother Ding, I will never return to Jingzhou again, nor will I ever see Marshall's sister again. If she wants to treat me to a cup of wine, it will give me a chance to look at her a few more times. Nothing bad could come out of that. He nodded his head. The banquet was prepared in a little guest room downstairs. Dai Yun sat on the central seat of honor while Wu Can sat opposite of him. Qi Fang repeatedly thanked the physician for his efforts and prepared the meal herself. It appeared as if everyone else in the Wan residence was not at home. The other disciples did not attend this banquet. Qi Fang respectfully treated Dai Yun to 3 cups of wine. Dai Yun accepted all 3 cups. His heart became sour and his eyes started to become teary. He knew he could not hold his feelings much longer. If he were to stay any longer, he would reveal himself. At once he got up and said, I have had enough wine. It is time for me to take my leave. I will never come back again. Qi Fang was extremely perplexed by his choice of words, but felt that this physician was weird to begin with, so she did not take it to heart. We will never be able to thank Mr. for what he has done. Here are 100 taels of silver for Mr. to buy wine during his travels. As she said this, she passed on a bag full of silver with both hands. Dai Yun turned his head and laughed heartily. I was the one who saved him. Ha ha, ha ha, this must be some kind of joke. Is there anyone in this world who is more foolish than me? Amidst his laughter, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Qi Fang and Wu Can were both shocked at his expression. The little girl said, Uncle, don't cry, Uncle, don't cry. Dai Yun became startled. He was afraid that he would reveal his identity, so he did not dare to talk to Qi Fang anymore. He thought, from now on, I will never see you again. He felt the poetry that he got from the cave in Yuanling on his bosom and put his sleeve on the chair. Not daring to look at Qi Fang again, he made his way downstairs without once turning back to look at her. Qi Fang said, Brother Wu, please escort this mister on his way out. Wu Can said, certainly, and followed through. Qi Fang held the bag of silver in her hands, her heart thumping anxiously. She thought, who is this person? How come this person's smile looks so much like his? AI. What is wrong with me? Sanj is in pain, yet my heart is all over the place. I am still thinking of him. She placed the bag of silver on the table and sat on the chair. She sat on the chair that Dai Yun sat on earlier. She felt there was something on this chair and stood up right away. She saw an old yellow book. On the cover were the 3 words, Tang Poem Anthology. She gasped slightly and picked up the book. She casually opened the book and a shoe fell out. It was the cutout that she made that year back in her hometown in Jiangxi. At this point, her mouth was wide open in disbelief. Both hands trembled. She turned another several pages and saw a cut out of a pair of butterflies. She remembered the events that year when she sat next to Dai Yun in the cave and cut out these butterflies. All of these thoughts entered her mind at once. She could not help but gasp in disbelief and thought, where did this book come from? Who brought it here? Could it be the physician? The little girl saw her mother's expression change and became startled. Mama, what are you doing? Qi Fang stared blankly. She put the book in her bosom and rushed downstairs. She rushed outside and continued pursuit. Ever since she had married into the Wan family, she had been very refined and educated. But now she was running around the halls like a wild woman, something she had never done before. The various servants of the mansion saw their lady exert her lightness martial arts and went past several courtyards. Rushing her way out, they were astonished. Qi Fang made her way to the lobby and saw Wu Can enter from outside. She hurriedly said, Where is the physician? Wu Can said, That person is really strange. He did not say a word and just left. Third Marshall's sister-in-law, why are you looking for him? Has something happened to Marshall, brother? Qi Fang said, No, and rushed outside the front door. She looked all around but did not see any trace of the physician. She stood motionless at the front door for a long time. She took the book out of her bosom and turned through the pages. Every time she saw the various figures and cutouts that she made in her youth. Her thoughts rushed forth like ocean waves. She could not help but become teary. She thought, how can I be so foolish? Father-in-law and Sanj have recently visited Uncle Yan in Jiangxi. They may have unexpectedly ventured into the cave and took the book. That must be it. How could that physician be in any way related to this book? But then she thought, no, how could there be such a coincidence? That cave is extremely remote. Even my father doesn't know about it. In this world, besides me, only my martial brother knows about it. How could father-in-law and Sanj possibly find it? They only went to find Uncle Yan. Why would they go in a cave? Just now when I set up the banquet, I remember cleaning all the seats. How could there be a book there? If the physician was not the one who brought the book, then how did it end up there? She was in a haze of doubts and suspicions. She went back inside and saw that Wan Gui looked a lot better after applying the medicine. She held the book tightly in her hands and wanted to ask her husband, but thought, I can't be impulsive. What if that physician is really? Wan Gui said, Fang Mei, that physician really is my benefactor. You must reward him gracefully. Qi Fang said, Right, I gave him 100 taels of silver, but he would not accept it. He is really a strange person. That antidote. Where is that antidote? Did you put it away? After the physician gave her the antidote, she placed it on the table next to the bed, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Wan Gui said, I did not. Is it not on the table? Qi Fang searched the table, bed, vanity table, chairs, cabinets, under the bed, and other various places, but the antidote was nowhere to be found. She felt anxious. Could it be that I unconsciously dropped it on the ground when I rushed outside? No, I remember very clearly that I placed it on the table, right beside the bowl. Wan Gui became anxious too. You must find it. How can it disappear? Before I took a nap, I remember very clearly the bottle was placed on the table. When he said this, Qi Fang became even more anxious. She rushed out of the room and asked her daughter, Just now when Mama went outside, did anyone come in this room? The little girl said, Uncle Wu came upstairs. He saw that Papa was asleep, so he left. Qi Fang took a very deep breath. She knew there was something wrong, but she did not want to worry her sick husband. Water spinach, stay with your Papa. Tell him that Mama went to find the physician to buy another bottle of medicine for Papa. The little girl nodded. Mama, come back soon. Qi Fang gathered her thoughts and opened the desk drawer. She took out a dagger and concealed it. Then she went downstairs. She thought, Wu Can must have saw that I was not around, so he harbored malicious intentions. But he was the one who invited the physician. Could it be that the two of them have colluded and planned some sort of crafty scheme? Otherwise, how could the bottle of antidote disappear after the physician left? She pondered deeply as she made her way to the garden. She reached the cloister and saw that Wu Can was leaning against the railing, looking at the goldfish in the pond. Qi Fang said, Brother Wu, you are here alone? Wu Can turned around. A smile stretched across his whole face. I was wondering who it is. So it is sister-in-law. You should be upstairs with Marshal Brother. What brings you here? Qi Fang sighed. I feel very bored staying beside this sick man all day. Your Marshal Brother is in great pain, and his temperament has changed for the worse. If I do not come outside to get some fresh air and find someone to talk to, I will suffocate. Wu Can was very surprised to hear this. He laughed. Marshal Brother is never content. He is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He has such a flowery and jade-like beauty to accompany him. Yet he is throwing temper tantrums. He is truly a hard person to please. Qi Fang walked beside her and two leaned against the railing. She looked at the pond full of goldfish and said, Your Marshal's sister-in-law is an old woman. How can she be said to be flowery or jade-like? I'm afraid other people would take that as a joke. Wu Can said, What? Where? When sister-in-law was a maiden, she had the elegance of a maiden. Now that she is the lady of the house, she has the charm of a lady. Like everyone says, the most beautiful and elegant flower lies in the Wan family. Qi Fang smirked and turned around and reached out with her hands. Hand it over, Wu Can laughed. Hand what over? Qi Fang said. The antidote. Wu Can shook his head. What antidote? The one used to treat Brother Wan's injuries? Qi Fang said. Yes, you were the one who took it. Wu Can laughed craftily. I was the one who found the physician. I was the one who found the antidote. Brother Wan has already applied it once. He will be relieved of pain for several days. Qi Fang said, The physician said that it needs to be applied 10 times. Wu Can shook his head. I repent too early. I repent too early. Qi Fang said, What are you repenting for? Wu Can said, When I saw the filthy appearance of that physician, no different from a beggar, I thought he was incapable. The only reason I brought him upstairs was so that I could find a reason to see you one more time. I did not expect that there would actually be a cure for this poison. This is completely against my original intent. Qi Fang was extremely angry when she heard this. However, the antidote was on this person's hands, so she would have to find a way to take it back before settling the score. At once she calmed herself and smiled. According to what you said, you want your Marshal Brother to personally thank you. Then you will hand over the antidote? Wu Can sighed. Marshal Brother has had the benefit of your romance for so many years. He should have died a long time ago. Qi Fang's face changed colors. She bit her lips and did not speak out. Wu Can continued. That year when you went to Jingzhou, out of us 8 martial siblings, which one of us was not completely infatuated by your appearance? That little fool Dai Yun followed you the entire day. The 8 of us could do no more than repress our anger. We came up with a plan to beat him to a pulp. Qi Fang said, so it turns out that the reason you hurt my martial brother is all because of me? Wu Can laughed. Everyone said this, but naturally the reasoning was different. We said how he meddled in our affairs to fight the bandit Lu Tong, making the disciples of the Wan clan lose face. But in fact, it was all because of you. The way you mended his clothes, the way you spoke to him so intimately, the way you treated him so affectionately. When the 8 of us saw this, we were completely enraged. Which one of us did not drink until all of our teeth became sour? Qi Fang was startled. She thought, could it be that I was the cause of all this? Sanj, why did you never tell me? She pretended not to care and laughed. Brother Wu, you really know how to tell a joke. Back then I was a little girl from the countryside and was nothing more than a rustic. My appearance must have been completely laughable. How could I be so worthy? Wu Can said. No, why would a true beauty like you need makeup or gorgeous attire if you did not cause the 8 of us to lose our souls for you? Then, all of a sudden he shut his mouth and did not continue. Qi Fang asked, what is it? Wu Can said, we kept you in the Wan family. I surnamed Wu have contributed a lot to this cause, but sister-in-law, when you see me you don't even smile. How can I not feel indignant? Qi Fang spat in contempt. I stayed in the Wan family and married your martial brother because I wanted to. What does that have to do with you? You did nothing to convince me to do such a thing. What nonsense do you speak of? Wu Can shook his head and laughed. I did not contribute. You really do not understand. Qi Fang became even more fearful. She spoke softly. Brother Wu, tell me what you contributed. Your martial sister-in-law, I will definitely not forget your grace. Wu Can shook his head. Why should such an old matter be spoken of again, even if you know it now? It won't make a difference. We should only speak of the future. Qi Fang said, well then, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Give me the antidote. If anyone sees the 2 of us here, that won't be appropriate. Wu Can laughed. In the day of light, someone would see us, but not at night. Qi Fang backed away 1 step. Her face cold as frost. Her tone became very strict. What are you talking about? Wu Can laughed. If you want to cure Brother Wan's injuries, that is not very hard. I will meet you inside the firewood room tonight on the 3rd watch. If you satisfy my desires, I will let you use the antidote once. Qi Fang clenched her teeth and scolded. Dog thief, you actually dare to speak of such things. You have some nerve. Wu Can remained calm and collected. I have long thrown caution to the wind. This is called being willing to cut off flesh to pull the emperor off the horse. In what way does that little brat Wan Gui exceed I surnamed Wu? It is only that he is teacher's son. He was born to a good life. All of us contributed, yet he is the only one who gets to enjoy the results. Qi Fang has now heard several times now of how he spoke about contribution. She became really curious but did not dare to ask. When father-in-law returns, I will report to him everything that's happened. Let's see if he will not tear your skin off. Wu Can said, I will stay here as soon as teacher calls me. I will throw the bottle of antidote into the lotus pond to feed the goldfish. I have asked the physician. He told me that there is only 1 bottle, and it takes over a year to make another one. As he said this, he took out the bottle from his bosom. He removed the stopper and extended his hand over the pond. All he had to do was tilt his hand slightly and the bottle would fall. Wan Gui's life would be lost just as easily. Qi Fang spoke urgently. Hey, put away the antidote. We can talk this over. Wu Can laughed. What is there to discuss if you want to save your husband? You will listen to me, Qi Fang said, even if you really treated me in the past, but unless you tell me what happened, I won't care about you. Wu Can was delighted. He sealed the bottle and said, so I just have to tell you the truth, then you will spend the night with me? Qi Fang said, that will depend if you are lying or not. If you lie to me, what good is that? Wu Can said, I will speak nothing but the absolute truth. This plan was conceived by Brother Shen. Brother Zhou and Brother Bu pretended to be rapists and sneaked into Tao Hong's room to lure that fool Dai Yun to save her. The various jewelries that we found under his bed were placed there by me personally. If we did not execute such a crafty scheme, how could we keep you with us? Qi Fang went into a daze. Her vision became dark. What Wu Can said felt like a sharp blade stabbing into her heart. She could do nothing but say, I have faulted you. I have wronged you. All along, she did not understand why her martial brother, who had grown up with her and had a deeply affectionate relationship with her, would so easily fall for a woman he didn't even know. Could it be that she was flirting with him? Could she have ingratiated and seduced him? Brother Dai had always been a faithful person. even if it was something as small as a piece of cake or a grain of sugar. He would not dare to take it from someone else. If someone were to give it to him without his teacher's permission, he would definitely not take it. How would he dare to take other people's jewelry? Could it be that when he went to a rich family and saw all this jewelry, he became overcome with greed and desires for wealth? This was something she did not understand all along. Although she eventually married Wan Gui, she cared for her martial brother all along. Fortunately, Wu Ken had finally untied the knot in her heart this entire time. I have wronged martial brother. I must find him. I must tell him I'm sorry. I should die in front of him. She swayed her body and nearly fell over. She supported herself with the railing and said, I don't believe you. How could such a thing happen? You are lying to me. Her voice was bitter and astringent. Wu Kan said, you don't believe me. You don't have to ask anyone else. Just ask Tao Hong. She is in the memorial hall. After you ask her, you must not tell anyone. My martial brothers and I vowed that nobody is allowed to leak out this secret. If not for our meeting at the third watch, if not for you, my sister-in-law, how would I Wu Ken reveal this to you? Qi Fang screamed and rushed outside. She pushed open the back door of the garden and continued running away. Her thoughts were all over the place. She continued running past several gardens before she regained her composure. She found a small, worn-out memorial hall in the northwest corner and pushed open the door to go inside. She saw that the floor was covered by a thick layer of dust and the tables and chairs were broken. She thought, how could the concubine of father-in-law, Tao Hong, live in such a place? Wu Kan is a deceiver. Could it be that he lied to me for some evil purpose? I should leave right away. When this beggar lady saw someone was here, she was startled. At once she turned around to leave. As she made her way inside, she turned her head to take another look and saw very clearly that it was Qi Fang. She gasped in surprise, retracted 2 steps, and kneeled down. My lady, please don't tell anyone that I am here. Qi Fang was perplexed. Who are you? What are you doing here? The beggar lady said. What, I. When she said up to this point, she immediately got up and rushed back to the inner hall. She heard the sound of footsteps were urgent. The beggar lady escaped through the rear door. Qi Fang thought, I wonder what's wrong with this lady. She was so scared when she saw me. Oh, now that I think about it, she must be Tao Hong. As soon as she thought of this, she hurriedly pursued her and rushed through the memorial hall. She stepped on debris and made her way to the rear exit. Then she fetched the dagger from her waist and shouted, Tao Hong, what are you being so secretive for? This beggar lady was indeed Tao Hong. When she heard Qi Fang yell out her name, she panicked. She turned and saw that Qi Fang was holding a sharp and shiny dagger in her hand and became even more afraid. Her knees trembled and she kneeled down at once. In a trembling voice, she said, Lady, please spare me. Qi Fang had only seen Tao Hong a few times before. After a while, she never saw her again. Every time she saw her, she would think of how Dai Yun wanted to bundle up valuables and abscond with this lady. It felt like a stab in her heart, so she never cared to ask what happened to this lady. Even if someone were to bring up the topic, she would not listen, so as to prevent her heart from being traumatized further. But she did not expect that Tao Hong would hide in such a place. This memorial hall was not far away from the mansion, but ever since Qi Fang became the young lady of the house, she was cautious in all matters. Much different from back when she was a maiden in her hometown in Jiangxi. She would never dare to wander off away from home. A few times she saw the entrance to this memorial hall from outside, but she never once went inside. Tao Hong had a dirty face and messy hair and looked very thin and pallid. Qi Fang had not seen her for only a few years, but it was as if she aged 20 years. Wu Kan told Qi Fang to go to the memorial hall to seek the truth from Tao Hong. Although she saw her face to face now, if Tao Hong had remained calm and collected, Qi Fang would not have recognized her. Qi Fang hoisted the dagger on her hand and threatened, Why are you hiding here? Tell me now. Tao Hong said, I don't know, my lady. Master kicked me out of the house. He said that if he ever saw me in Jingzhou, he would kill me. But I have nowhere to go, so I had to resort to begging for food around here. My lady, apart from Jingzhou, there is no place that I know of. Where am I supposed to go? Please do a good deed. Don't tell master about this. Qi Fang listened to her pitiful words and put the dagger away. Why did father-in-law kick you out? How come I didn't know about this? Tao Hong spoke with teary eyes. I don't know why master suddenly stopped liking me. That incident regarding that man surnamed Dai from Hunan, it was not my fault. Oh, I shouldn't speak of it. Qi Fang said, Very well then, if you won't speak. I will take you to see father-in-law. She reached for her lapel with her left hand. Qi Fang was naturally a clean person. Tao Hong's clothes were filthy and full of grease. When she grabbed her garment, it was extremely slippery and unpleasant to touch. But she urgently wanted to know the truth behind Dai Yun's unjust treatment. Even if this lady was 10 times filthier, she would still not care. Tao Hong trembled and urgently said, "I will talk. I will talk, my lady, what do you want me to say?" Qi Fang said, "Dai, regarding the incident about the one surnamed Dai. What is that all about? Why did you want to elope with him?" Tao Hong was extremely startled and frightened by her question. Her eyes opened wide and she did not speak out. Qi Fang fixed her gaze on Tao Hong and too felt frightened. In fact, what she felt was probably tenfold greater. She did not dare to listen to Tao Hong speak the truth. If Tao Hong said that Dai Yun really did want to elope with her and really did rape her, what happens then? The fact that Tao Hong did not speak out right away caused Qi Fang to turn deathly pale, and her heart skipped a beat. Finally, Tao Hong said, That wasn't my fault. Young master forced me to do this. He told me to hug tightly onto that countryman surnamed Dai. He told me to frame him for trying to rape and elope with me. I told master about this before. It is not that he doesn't believe me. He only told me that I cannot speak of this to anyone. He also returned me my clothes and money. Yet I did not say a word, but master still kicked me out. Qi Fang felt gratefulness, broken-heartedness, and pity. She thought, "Martial brother, it is all my fault. I should have known that you only cared about me all along. You have really suffered too much. You have suffered too much." At this moment, she did not hate Tao Hong. She was actually really grateful. She was happy that the tight knot in her heart was finally untied. She was even grateful to Wu Can. It was he who spat out the truth. It was he who directed her to find Tao Hong. Between feelings of grievance and desolation, she also felt a burst of agony and sweetness. Although she was married to Wan Gui, in her heart she loved Dai Yun all along. No matter how unfaithful he was, no matter how shameless and despicable he was, even if he had 1,000 faults and every possible kind of fickle, she only cared for him. She only longed for him. He was the one who Qi Fang cried and missed so dearly for. All of a sudden, her various distresses and resentments turned into repentance and remorse. She thought, if I had knew this since the beginning, even at the risk of being hacked to pieces, I would have rescued him from prison. He has suffered so much. What does he think of me? Tao Hong looked at Qi Fang's expression and spoke in a trembling voice. "My lady, thank you, please let me go. I will leave Jingzhou and never come back." Qi Fang sighed. "Why did father-in-law kick you out? Was he afraid that I would find out the truth? Today I have finally come to a resolution." She let go of her hold on her sleeves. She wanted to give her some silver, but she ran over here in such a hurry that she did not bring any with her. When Tao Hong saw Qi Fang release her, her fear changed and she urgently hurried to leave, mumbling, "Master saw ghosts at night. He wanted to build a wall. Can he fault me? It is not my assertion." Qi Fang caught up with her and asked, "What ghost? He's building a wall." Tao Hong knew that she said something she shouldn't have and urgently said, "Nothing. It's nothing. Master always sees ghosts at night. He builds a wall late in the depth of night." Qi Fang heard that what she said seemed like a bunch of nonsensical drivel. She thought that it must be because she had suffered so much after being kicked out that she started to go crazy. Why would father-in-law build a wall in the middle of the night? She had never seen him build a wall before. Tao Hong was afraid that she wouldn't believe her and said, "It is a fake wall. Master wants to become a mason late at night. I talked to him before, but he got very angry at me and beat me to an inch of my life and kicked me out. He said that if he saw me again, he would kill me." She chattered garrulously as she walked away with a crooked back. Qi Fang thought, "She could not even be 10 years older than me, yet she has become like this. I wonder why father-in-law kicked her out. Speaking of seeing ghosts and building walls, this woman must be insane. Because of a foolish girl. Martial brother has suffered for a lifetime." As she thought up to this point, she could not help but become teary. Eventually, she wailed loudly without restraints. She cried for a very long time, leaning against a parasol tree. Eventually, she calmed herself and slowly returned home. She avoided the garden and went in from the side door on the east and went upstairs. When Wan Gui heard the sound of her footsteps, he urgently asked, "Fang Mei, have you found the antidote yet?" Qi Fang went inside the room and saw Wan Gui sitting up and looking somewhat anxious. He put his wounded hand on the bedside, black blood seeping out the back of his hand. It took a while for the blood to finish seeping into copper bowl. The little girl was sleeping next to her father's legs on the bed. When Qi Fang heard the words of Wu Can and Tao Hong, originally she resented Wan Gui extremely. She hated him for using such a despicable method to set up Dai Yun. But when she saw how pale and delicate he looked, their conjugal love of several years softened her heart. She thought, after all, It is because Sanj loves me that he set up martial brother. Although the method he used was extremely treacherous and despicable, and caused my martial brother endless suffering, he did it all because he loves me. Wan Gui asked, "Have you bought the antidote yet?" Qi Fang could not at that moment decide whether she wanted to inform her husband about Wu Can's shameless words. She casually said, "I found the physician and gave him some silver for him to buy the ingredients to formulate the antidote." Wan Gui breathed a sigh of relief. His heart immediately relaxed. He smiled. "Fang Mei, you saved my life." Qi Fang forced a smile. She saw that the air of poisonous blood inside the washbowl was extremely sensitive to her nose. Hence she switched to a new bowl to take in the blood and took away the copper bowl. She only walked 2 steps when the odor rushed right to her nose. She felt a bit dizzy and thought, "The scorpion poison is really powerful." She quickened her pace out of the room and placed the washbowl on the floor beside a table. She turned around and took out a handkerchief from her bosom to cover up her nose before throwing out the blood. When she felt her bosom, she also felt the Tang poem book she had with her. She was dumbfounded and her heart began to bounce around her chest. She took out the book and placed it on the table, turning it page by page. She remembered very clearly that day when she was checking on some old clothes. Under a suitcase of old clothes, she found this book. Her father's knowledge of words was incredibly limited. She did not know from where he got such a book. After she finished cutting up 2 embroideries, she conveniently put it in the book. That afternoon, she went with her martial brother to the cave and took the book with her and left it there ever since. How did it end up here? Was it Brother Dai who told the physician to bring it over? That physician. Could it be? Could it be? The 5 fingers of his right hand were sliced off by Wu Can. That physician. That physician? Why did he never take out his right hand? As she thought up to this point, she remembered something. She recalled how the physician helped her daughter up, how he opened the medicine box and got the bottle of antidote, how he pulled out the cork and smeared the powder. She also recalled how he accepted her wine, and how he placed the cup of wine next to his lips. All these things were done using his left hand. Only at that time she did not really pay attention and did not notice. Could it be? He is martial brother. Why does he look so different? Her heart was distracted and her thoughts were in turmoil. She could not hold back her grief, and her tears dripped on the book on her hands. As the tears dripped on the page, it also dripped on the 2 paper butterflies. It was Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. They could not reunite until after death. Wan Gui said from the other room, "Fang Mei, it is extremely stuffy in here. I want to go out for a walk." But Qi Fang was completely immersed in her thoughts and did not hear him. She thought, "That day he killed a butterfly and broke up a pair of butterflies. Is it that heaven wants to punish him to have him suffer so much?" All of a sudden, a voice beyond him cried out in disbelief. That is the Lion Cheng manual." Qi Fang was startled. She turned her head and saw Wan Gui's delightful expression, who excitedly said, "Fang Mei, where did you get this book from? Look, so that's how it is, right? That's how it is." He pressed both his hands on the Tang poem anthology and saw that the title of one of the pages was Sacred Fruit Temple. Its words revealed the number 33. The characters were a damp yellow from Qi Fang's tears. Wan Gui was so happy that he lost all self-control. He shouted, "So that is the secret. The book must be wet for the words to appear. Excellent, excellent. This is definitely the book. Water spinach, water spinach." He called out loudly and woke the little girl up. "Water spinach, go and find your grandpa. Tell him that I have something urgent to say." The little girl agreed and went her way. Wan Gui held the book tightly in his hands and forgot all about the pain. He said, "This must be it. Father said that the sword manual was actually a Tang poem anthology. How could this not be it? No one could figure out the secret. You actually have to wet the pages in order for the secret to appear." When he talked in this way, Qi Fang figured out over half of the truth. She thought, "So this is the Lion Cheng manual that father and father-in-law are looking for, so it is actually my father who had it. But I did not even realize it and used it to clip together my shoes. If father lost his book, why did he not look for it? He must have looked for it but could not find it. He must have thought that it was martial uncle who took it. Why did he not ask me? That is really strange." If this was Dai Yun, he would not be baffled at all. He knew that Qi Zhangfa was an extremely crafty and calculating man. Even in front of his daughter, he would not reveal his intentions. When he lost the book, he searched frantically but to no avail. He pretended as if nothing happened and slowly observed, using various methods to investigate and probe potential suspects. Was it that little brat Dai Yun who stole it? Was it his own daughter who stole it? However, Qi Fang did not actually steal it, so she did not feel the least bit guilty. Naturally, Qi Zhangfa could not figure this out. Wan Zhenchen returned from the streets. He was just eating dim sum at a restaurant when he heard his granddaughter calling for him. He thought that his son's condition had changed for the worse, and at once. Without even finishing his bowl of beans, he put down his chopsticks and rushed home while carrying his granddaughter. He made his way upstairs and heard Wan Gui's delightful voice. "There is actually such a remarkable technique in this world. Fang Mei, how did you splash water on the book? This is fate. It was really meant to be?" When Wan Zhenchen heard the tone of his son's voice, he became more relaxed and made his way inside the room. Wan Gui was holding up the Tang poem anthology and called out, "Father, look at what I have." Wan Zhenchen saw the thin yellow book and his heart immediately trembled. He urgently put down his granddaughter and took the book from his son. His heart was bouncing all over his chest. The Lion Cheng manual that he had been searching for over a dozen years was right in front of his eyes. Indeed, this really was the book. This was indeed the book that he and his martial brothers took after they combined forces to kill their teacher. The three of them tossed and turned at the inn and stared at this book day and night. But this was nothing more than an ordinary book of Tang poems, no different from any other Tang poem anthology that can be bought from the market. Their teacher had taught them the Tang poem swordplay. The verses of the Tang poem served as names to the sword stances. All these verses were in this book. But what does the Lion Cheng Manual of Legend have anything to do with this? The three of them had once put the book under sunlight to shine, trying to discover if there was some kind of hidden layer. They tried to read the dozens of poems in the book in chronological order, in reverse order, reading horizontally, reading diagonally, reading every other word, reading every other 2 words. They wanted to find the hidden secret in the book, but all their efforts were in vain. The three of them began to suspect each other. They were afraid that one of them had already figured out the secret but did not want to share it. At night, the book would be locked inside an iron chest. The iron chest was held together by 3 iron chains, and each chain was tied on each of their wrists. But one morning, the book simply disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. And that was the start of their endless strife for the next dozen or so years. He tried every method to find the book, yet all of a sudden it is right in front of his eyes. Wan Zhenchen flipped to the 4th page. Indeed, the top left corner was slightly torn. That was the mark that he left when he took the book that year. He was afraid that Brother Yan or Brother Qi would replace the book with a fake copy and keep him in the dark. Wan Zhenchen flipped to the 16th page. Indeed, the fingernail print that he left was still there. This really was the book. He nodded his head and tried his best to suppress his inner happiness. He said, "This is the book. Where did you get it from?" Wan Gui turned to look at Qi Fang and said, "Fang Mei, where did you get the book?" Qi Fang looked at Wan Gui's expression the entire time. She only thought of her father. "I wonder where father is. I am really an unfilial daughter. I hid his book inside a cave and caused him to expend so much effort to look for it. Father must treat this book like his most prized possession. I wonder what this book is used for. Since I took this book from my father, it naturally belongs to my father. I can't let father-in-law take it away." If this had been just one day ago, she would not have known the inner story of Dai Yun's tragedy. She would be full of tenderness and consideration for her husband. Her love for her husband may not necessarily be inferior to her love for her father. Besides, she doesn't even know where her father is, nor did she know if he would ever return. But now it is an entirely different story. I must not let father's book fall into their hands, even if I am not doing this for father. I am doing this for Brother Dai. When Wan Gui asked her where she got the book from, she only thought, how can I take the book back? The book was now in her father-in-law's hands. Wan Zhenchen had outstanding martial arts and her husband was right beside her. Obviously, she could not simply just take it. Her thoughts changed rapidly and her eyes skated across the room. She saw that the copper bowl was beside the book, and the bowl was half filled with bloody water. This was the bowl that Wan Gui used to wash his face, and a lot of the poisonous blood dripped from the back of his hand. The water in this book was a dark purple color. If she quietly put the book inside the bowl, they may not be able to find it. However, she was afraid that the book would be ruined. But if she did not take the opportunity now, she would not have another chance. She would rather ruin the book than let them have their way. Wan Gui and his father both stared intensely at Qi Fang. Wan Gui repeated, "Fang Mei, where did you get this book from?" Qi Fang shivered and said, "I don't know. A moment ago when I left your room, I saw this book placed on the table. Is it not yours?" Wan Gui did not understand and momentarily did not pursue further. He had to tell his amazing discovery to his father. "Father, take a look. When the page is soaked with water, the words will appear." He extended his hand to point at the handwriting beside the poem, Sacred Fruit Temple, that was written 33. If he knew that this was his wife's tears, if he knew that she cried because she longed for Dai Yun, what would he think? Wan Zhenchen extended his fingers to point at the poem and recited the words of the poem. The road follows the peak, examining the ficus pumila, reaching the end of a lake. Distant coasts climb over mountains. Ancient wood clusters green mists. Remote sky immerses white waves. Underneath the city. The 33rd character was city. Wan Zhenchen slapped his thigh and said, "Right, this is the correct way, so that is where the secret lies. Gear, you are really intelligent to be able to come up with such a method. We have to use water, that's right. We never tried using water." If he knew that this was his daughter-in-law's tears, if he knew that she cried because she missed another man so dearly, what would he think? Qi Fang saw that father and son were so happy that they were mad. Discussing together the secrets of the book, she brought her daughter back to the inner room and hugged her. She asked, "Water spinach, look at this wash bowl. Do you see it?" The little girl nodded her head. "I see it," Qi Fang said. "In a moment your grandpa and your papa and mama will rush outside. Mama will place grandpa's book in the drawer. You will take it quietly and throw it inside the bowl and let it sink in the bowl. Don't let papa and grandpa see this so they can't find it." The little girl was delighted. She thought her mama was playing some kind of amusing game and shouted. Yeah, Qi Fang said. "You cannot let grandpa and papa know, nor can you tell them about it." The little girl said, "Water spinach will not tell, water spinach will not tell." Qi Fang walked to the outside of the other room and said, "Father-in-law, I think there is something really strange about this book." Wan Zhenchen turned around and asked, "What is so strange?" He had already thought that it did not make much sense for this book to just randomly appear in front of him. It all seemed too easy. He was afraid that there was a bad omen when his daughter-in-law spoke such words. It furthered his suspicions. Qi Fang said, "It is over here." She reached out with her hands. Wan Zhenchen handed the book over to her. Qi Fang opened the book and took out the 2 paper butterflies. "Father-in-law, did this book originally have these 2 butterflies?" Wan Zhenchen received the 2 butterflies and inspected it carefully and answered, "No," Qi Fang said. "Then what is the meaning? In the martial world, is there anyone nicknamed Flower Butterfly or a butterfly sect? I fear that they harbor malicious intentions when leaving behind this book." It was very typical of realm folk to leave a warning sign of vendetta. Wan Zhenchen had committed so many crimes in his life. Naturally, he had many enemies. When he heard Qi Fang say these words, he saw that the pair of butterflies were cut out with extreme precision. He became slightly fearful and startled. He thought, "Do I have an enemy nicknamed Flower Butterfly or a clan called Butterfly Sect?" He was muttering to himself irresolutely when suddenly he heard Qi Fang shout, "Who is it? Who is being sneaky?" She pointed at something on the roof outside the window. Wan Zhenchen and his son both looked outside the window at the same time. Qi Fang turned and grabbed 2 long swords leaning against the wall. She gave one to Wan Zhenchen and the other to Wan Gui and shouted, "There is someone on the rooftop." Wan Zhenchen and his son took the weapons. Qi Fang opened the drawer and threw the book inside. She said quietly, "We can't let our enemies take it." The other 2 nodded in agreement. The 3 of them jumped out the window together and climbed over the rooftops. They looked all around, but there was no one to be seen. Wan Zhenchen said, "Let's look at the back." The 3 of them rushed to the back garden and saw a shadow at the junction of 2 walls. Wan Zhenchen shouted, "Who is it?" He leapt forward and saw that it was his 6th disciple, Wu Can. He asked, "Did you see the enemy?" Wu Can saw his teacher. Martial brother and martial sister-in-law all rushing forward with sword in hand and knew that something had happened. He turned deathly pale when he heard his teacher's inquiry. He urgently said, "Someone ran from over there." Your disciple rushed forward to investigate. He was trying to conceal his own faults, but unwittingly reinforced Qi Fang's lie as well. The 4 of them rushed all the way outside the rear door. Wu Can repeatedly called out for help and beckoned Lu Kun, Bu Yuan, and the others to join the search. However, they could not find any trace of this enemy. Wan Zhenchen and Wan Gui were concerned about the Lion Cheng manual and ordered Lu Kun and the others to continue searching and told Qi Fang to go back inside with them. Wan Zhenchen opened the drawer and extended his hands. How would the book still be in the drawer? The ones surnamed Wan were completely startled. They searched frantically around the room. But how could they find it? They asked the little girl, "Did anyone come inside?" The little girl replied, "No one." She turned her head and winked at her mama, extremely proud of herself. Wan Zhenchen and Wan Gui clearly saw that Qi Fang placed the book in the drawer, and during their pursuit of the enemy, they did not once leave her side. Naturally, she was not the one who took it. It must have been the enemy who carried out a stratagem of moving the tiger out of the mountain and stole the sword manual. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, incessantly depressed. He Sheng winked at her daughter winked back at her. It was a happy sight. 1A Fa Cheng, Chinese letter, is a pole with an iron hoop that emits small jingling sounds. It's a symbol that you're a physician. Tu Kai Fang calls him Sanj, which means third brother because Wan Gui is Wan Zhenshin's third disciple. The disciples of the Wan clan were flustered for a while. But how could they find the enemy? Wan Zhenshin instructed He Sheng that she was not mention how they found and lost the sword manual to the other disciples. He Sheng promised without reservations. Over the years, He Sheng became more and more aware of the relationships between the various disciples of the clan. Each one of them had their own plan, and they would always be wary of each other. Wan Zhenshin collected his anger and returned to his own room. All he thought about was the butterfly insignia. Who could his enemy be? Why would this person bring the manual and then take it back? Is this person the one who saved Yan Dapping? Could it be Yan Dapping himself? Wan Gui exerted a lot of energy to chase the enemy. Consequently, his blood flow circulated quicker and his hand began to hurt again. He lied down on the bed to rest and slept for a while. He Sheng pondered, "My father must have some use for this book. It has been submerged in blood water so long, it must be ruined now." She went inside the room and called for Sanj twice, but saw that he was in a deep sleep, so she went to get the copper bowl and emptied the bloody water in the well outside, revealing the book. She thought, water spinach is really clever. Her face was full of joy. This book was completely immersed in bloody water and had a really bad smell that assailed the nostrils. He Sheng unwillingly picked up the book and wondered, where should I hide it? She thought of the side room in the back garden that was always filled with sieves, hose, rock mortars, fans, and other miscellaneous items. She figured that nobody would go there, so at once she picked a few leaves from a chrysanthemum to cover up the book. It now looked like a dish of chrysanthemum leaves. Then she went to the back garden. She entered the west room and concealed the book in the middle of a fan and thought, this fan is only used when we collect rent. If I hide it here, nobody should find it. She threw away the bowl and began to whistle a light tune, pretending as if nothing happened. She passed through the corridor when all of a sudden, a person appeared at the junction of two walls and spoke softly, "Tonight at the third watch, I will wait for you in the firewood room. Don't forget," it was Wu Can. He Sheng was already a bit frightened. When he saw him just suddenly appear and said these words, her heart rate shot up the roof. She spat in disgust. "You really have the nerves of a wild dog. Do you not value your own life?" Wu Can salivated and said, "I am most willing to lose my life for you. Martial sister-in-law, do you want the antidote?" He Sheng clenched her teeth, and with her left hand she reached for the handle of her dagger. She wanted to attack him when he least expects and take the antidote away from him. Wu Can laughed and said softly, "If you execute a stance of the mountain approaches from the face and brandish your blade to attack, I will evade with a stance of the cloud approaches the pier," and conveniently threw the antidote into the pond. As he said this, he extended his hand forward holding the bottle of antidote. He was afraid that He Sheng would try to take it and backed away 2 steps. He Sheng knew that she would not be able to take it by force and walked over to his side. Wu Can said, "I will only wait until the 3rd watch. If you do not come on the 3rd watch, by the 4th watch I will take the antidote with me and run away. I will never return to Jingzhou. If I surnamed Wu have to die, I will definitely not die at the hands of the Wan family." He Sheng returned to her room and was greeted with the painful moans of Wan Gui. It was evident that the scorpion poison was acting up again. She sat on the bedside and thought, he caused so much suffering for martial brother, his methods are extremely despicable. But the deed has already been committed, what more can be done? Either martial brother has a life full of hardships, or I have a life full of hardships. I have been treated so well all these years. A woman should follow whatever her husband orders. I will be his wife for the rest of our lives. But that scoundrel Wu Can is extremely repulsive. How can I take the antidote from him? She saw that Wan Gui became more pale and withered, and both his eyes sunk deeply. Sanj is seriously injured. If I tell him now, he will fight a battle with Wu Can to the death. That would only make things worse. The sky slowly turned dark. He Sheng absent-mindedly ate her dinner, then she settled her daughter to sleep. She kept pondering whether she should tell her father-in-law, thinking that since he is such a rigorous schemer, he would have a way to deal with the problem. But she could not let her husband know about it, so she had to wait until he was asleep before telling her father-in-law. He Sheng slept beside Wan Gui. In the past few days of attending for her husband, she did not get a single good night's sleep. She waited until Wan Gui was in a deep sleep before she quietly got up and went outside to find Wan Zhenchen. The house was lighted and there were some weird sounds coming from inside. Hey, hey, hey! It sounded like as if someone was using a lot of energy to do something. Qi Fang felt strange. Originally, she already arrived at the door and called for her father-in-law, but then she withdrew. From the narrow slit of the window, she peeked into the insides of the room. The moonlight illuminated through the window into the room. She saw Wan Zhenchen lying supine on his bed, both hands slowly pushing against the air. Both his eyes were shut tightly. Qi Fang thought, father-in-law must be practicing some profound martial arts. He must not be interfered by external affairs or he might fire deviate. I should not call him now. I will wait until he finishes his training. She saw Wan Zhenchen pushing against the air with both hands. Then he slowly sat up and placed his feet on the ground. He walked a few steps before crouching down and appeared to be grabbing something in midair. Qi Fang thought, father-in-law must be practicing a capturing technique. After watching for some more time, she saw Wan Zhenchen's movements were more and more strange. Wan Zhenchen repeatedly grabbed something in the air and placed it neatly in a row. It appeared as if he was piling up a lot of bricks together, but under the moonlight it was clear that there was nothing there at all. All of a sudden, she recalled what Tao Hong said to her at the memorial hall. Master builds walls in the middle of the night? But Wan Zhenchen's movements did not look like he was building a wall. It appeared more as if he was tearing down a wall. She saw him grabbing for a while, comparing the size to his hands, and figured that it was big enough. Then with both hands he struck a posture as if he was picking up something heavy and placed it in front of him. Qi Fang watched, incessantly perplexed. She saw that both his eyes were closed and his movements did not appear to be that of practicing martial arts. It looked more like a mute putting on a play. After a while, Qi Fang became worried. She thought, father-in-law has contracted somnambulism. According to physicians, people with this disease will get up in their dreams to do something. Some people will walk around the roof without any clothes on, others will even commit arson and murder. But when they wake up, they won't remember anything about it. She continued to watch as Wan Zhenchen stuffed these imaginary items into the imaginary hole that he created in the wall. After he finished stuffing these items, he exerted some force to pile it firmly together, before he picked up the imaginary bricks on the ground and set the wall back together. Indeed, he really was building a wall. There was a faint smile on his face with an air of complacency as he piled the bricks. At first, when Qi Fang saw the gloomy expression on his face, she was absolutely horrified. But when she realized that he was building an imaginary wall, her heart had already figured as much, so she was relieved. According to Tao Hong, father-in-law has had somnambulism for a while now. Naturally, he would not want anyone to know this. Tao Hong sleeps with him, so naturally she must have known. Father-in-law must have been very unhappy about this. When she realized this, it helped solve a chain of suspicions in her heart as she figured out why Tao Hong was kicked out of the house. Then she thought, I wonder how long he will build this wall for. If he continues past the third watch, then Wu Can will really take the antidote and run away. Then there will be trouble. She saw Wan Zhenchen place the bricks he took down and stuff it into the hole in the wall. Then followed that he sealed it with quicklime and continued working until he was satisfied. His face revealed a smile and he went back to sleep. Qi Fang thought, father-in-law has been working hard, he is probably not very conscious. I will let him rest for a while before I call him. At the same time, she suddenly heard someone lightly knock on the front door, softly calling, Father, Father! It was the voice of her husband, Wan Gui. Qi Fang thought, why is Sanj here? What is he doing here? Wan Zhenchen got up immediately and asked. Is it Gear? Wan Gui replied, it is me. Wan Zhenchen got off the bed and opened the door latch to invite Wan Gui inside. Have you found any news of the sword manual? Wan Gui shouted. Father! He extended his left hand to hold the back of a chair. The moonlight seeped in through the window slits and reflected the hazy figure apparently slightly swaying. Qi Fang was afraid that her own shadow would be seen, so she ducked beneath the window to listen. She did not dare to watch their movements. She heard Wan Gui say, Your daughter-in-law, your daughter-in-law. She is not a good person. Qi Fang was startled. Why would he say such a thing? She heard Wan Zhenchen ask. What's that? Have the two of you got into an argument? Wan Gui said. I found the sword manual. It was your daughter-in-law who took it. Wan Zhenchen said. You found it. That's good. Where did you find it? Qi Fang was extremely perplexed. How does he know? It must be that water spinach could not help but reveal it. But the next thing Wan Gui said immediately told her that her suspicions were incorrect. Wan Gui said that she saw Qi Fang and his daughter winking at each other and became suspicious. He thought there was something strange about it and pretended to fall asleep. Then from the window slit he observed Qi Fang's movements. He saw her taking the copper bowl to the back garden and followed along. He saw her put the sword manual inside a fan in the west room of the back garden. Qi Fang sighed inwardly. My poor father, in the end, the book will still be taken by father-in-law and Sanj. It will be next to impossible for me to take it back. Very well, I admit defeat. Sanj has always been more difficult to deal with than me. She heard Wan Zhenchen say, Very well then, we will take the manual. You will pretend as if nothing happened and see how she reacts. If she does not mention it, you do not need to expose her. I am still suspicious as to where the book came from. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. He said, I'm afraid, 3 times but did not continue. Wan Gui called. Father, his voice was somewhat painful. Wan Zhenchen asked, What is it? Wan Gui said, Your daughter-in-law stole our sword manual. She did it for. As he said up to this point, his voice trembled. Wan Zhenchen said, For whom? Wan Gui said, She did it for that dog thief Wu Can. Qi Fang's heart trembled violently. She could hardly believe what she heard. I did it because of father. Why would I do it for Wu Can? Would I do it for that dog thief Wu Can? Wan Zhenchen's voice was too full of disbelief. She did it because of Wu Can? He repeated. Wan Gui said, Yes, I saw that bitch hide the sword manual in the back garden and I followed her. Then I saw her at the winding corridor. She was flirting with that bastard Wu Can, that whore. She is shameless. Wan Zhenchen muttered to himself and said, I can see that she is usually an upright and well-behaved person. It doesn't look like she would do such a thing. Are you sure you saw her? What did the 2 of them say? Wan Gui said. Your son, I was afraid that they would notice, so I did not dare to get too close. There are no hidden areas around the corridor, so I could only hide behind the junction of the walls. The 2 of them spoke very quietly, so I could not hear everything, but I heard a good half of it. Wan Zhenchen groaned and said, My son, you do not need to be angry. How can a gentleman suffer from a loss of a wife? Now that we have the sword manual, we only have to decipher the secret inside, then we will be showered with wealth. Even if you want to buy 100 concubines, that would be incredibly easy. Sit down and explain everything to me slowly. Qi Fang heard the groaning of the board mattress as Wan Gui sat down on the bed. He said, That whore concealed the manual and was so proud of herself she even sang a little tune. As soon as that whoremonger saw her, his face was full of delight and said, Tonight at the 3rd watch, I will wait for you in the firewood room. Don't forget, I heard him say these exact words very clearly. Wan Zhenchen was enraged. How did the whore reply? Wan Gui said, She said, You really have the nerves of a wild dog. Do you not value your own life? Qi Fang was totally confused and upset. The 2 of them keep calling me a whore. How could they wrong me like this? Sanj, I am doing this all for you. I want to get the antidote to cure your injuries, yet you dishonor me in such a way. Do you have any conscience? Wan Gui continued. When I heard this, I was so mad that I wanted to kill them both immediately with a sword. But I did not bring a sword, and I am also weak from my injuries, so I could not fight them head-on. I returned to my room at once in case that whore doesn't see me when she returns and becomes suspicious. What the whore and whoremonger said after that I did not hear. Wan Zhenchen said, HMPH, like father, like daughter, the 2 of them are both shameless. We will first take the sword manual, then we will wait for them outside the firewood room. We will catch that cheating couple in the act, then the 2 of them can't complain after death. Wan Gui added, That whore was so horny she could not even wait until the 3rd watch. She went out a long time ago. Now, as he said up to this point, he clenched his teeth hard. Wan Zhenchen said, Then we will go right away. Go get a sword first. You do not need to attack first. Wait until I cut off their arms and legs, then you can personally take their worthless lives. Qi Fang watched as the door opened. Wan Zhenchen helped Wan Gui by the shoulder, and the 2 of them rushed to the back garden. Qi Fang leaned her body against the wall, her tears constantly dripping on her sleeves. All along, she had only hoped that her husband would recover from his injuries, yet now her husband suspects her. Her father left her and never returned. Her martial brother has too suffered his own injustices. Now even her husband is treating her like this. How can anyone live in such despair? Her heart was completely torn. She no longer wished to live. She did not consider explaining herself to her husband, nor did she consider confronting Wu Can to reveal the truth. She only leaned herself against the wall, completely paralyzed. After a while, she heard the sounds of footsteps approaching. Wan Gui and his father returned and discussed quietly. Wan Gui said. Father, why did you not kill Wu Can just now? Wan Zhenchen said. Only the whoremonger was there. The whore must have got wind and escaped ahead of time. We were unable to catch both of them in the act. We are a prestigious family in Jingzhou. How can we so casually kill a person? After we get the manual, there are still many things that we have to do. There is no time to meddle in such petty affairs. We cannot act arbitrarily. So we are just going to let them go. How am I supposed to repress my anger? Complained Wan Gui. If you want to vent anger, how hard is that? We will use the old trick. What old trick? Inquired Wan Gui. The same old trick we used to deal with Qi Zhangfa. He paused for a moment. Return to your room first. I will assemble the disciples together, and then you will come with the rest of them outside my room. Don't arouse any suspicions. Qi Fang's mind was still in a complete mess. She did not have half a clue what to do next. She only thought, I don't want to live, but what about water spinach? Who's going to take care of her? When she heard Wan Zhenchen say something about using an old trick he used to deal with Qi Zhangfa to deal with Wu Can, her mind felt as if an ice chunk was placed on it. At once she was wide awake and thought, how are they going to deal with my father? I must find out until the water recedes and the rocks appear. Father-in-law will gather all his disciples outside his room, then I must not delay. Where can I eavesdrop? She heard Wan Gui agree and leave. Wan Zhenchen went outside the hall and called loudly for his servant to light a lamp. Not before long voices came from both the front and back. The various disciples and the servant assembled from all directions. Qi Fang knew that after only a bit more time someone would pass by the window. She hesitated, and then at once as quick as lightning, entered Wan Zhenchen's room and tore open the curtains and squeezed herself under the bed. The curtains of the bed were drooping low to the floor. If no one intentionally tried to uncover it, they would not find her. She reclined herself under the bed. After a while, she saw light translating through the curtains. Someone had lit a lamp and went inside the room. She saw Wan Zhenchen's shoes enter the room, both feet making their way to a chair. The chair gave off a slight hindrance as Wan Zhenchen sat down. Then she heard him tell the servant to close the door. The eldest disciple Lu Kun and fifth disciple Bu Yuan were injured on the left leg and right arm by Yan dapping back in Yuanling. But fortunately only their bones were broken and they did not suffer too heavily. Right now they were in recovery, but because of their teacher's urgent gathering, they were still on bandages and walking sticks to await their orders. She heard the eldest disciple Lu Kun say, Teacher, we are all here now, we await your orders. Wan Zhenchen said, Very good, you come in first. Qi Fang saw the door pushed open, Lu Kun's feet walking inside. Then the door closed. Wan Zhenchen said, Our enemies are here for us, do you know that? Lu Kun asked, Who is it? Your disciple does not know. Wan Zhenchen said, This person disguised himself as a physician and came to our house today. Qi Fang thought, Could it be that he knows who that physician is? Who is he? Lu Kun said, Your disciple heard from Brother Wu, teacher, who is our enemy. Wan Zhenchen said, This person likes to disguise himself. I did not take a good look, so I could not figure out his background. Early next morning, I want you to search the north part of the city. You may take your leave now. I will give you further instructions later. Lu Kun agreed and left. Wan Zhenchen called his fourth disciple Sun Jun and fifth disciple Bu Yuan inside. He said similar things to them. He asked Sun Jun to search the south part of the city and Bu Yuan to search the east part of the city. He also added, Let Wu Can search the west part of the city. Feng Tan and Shen Cheng will work together in coordination for information. Your brother Wan has not yet recovered from his injuries and cannot leave. Bu Yuan said, Right, Brother Wan should get some more rest. He opened the door and left. Qi Fang knew that these words were intentionally said for Wu Can's ears so that he would not harbor any suspicions. Then Wan Zhenchen said, Wu Can, come inside. This was said the same way he called the other disciples. It was not especially strict or gentle. Qi Fang saw the door open again. When Wu Can placed one leg in the room, he felt a bit hesitant, but eventually came in. He slowly walked a few more steps. Qi Fang had a clear view of the lower half of his gown and saw a slight tremble. She knew that he was very scared. Wan Zhenchen said, Our enemies came for us, did you know that? Wu Can said, Your disciple heard from outside the room. It is that physician who sold us the medicine. It was your disciple who asked him to take a look at Brother Wan's condition. I did not realize that he was our enemy. Your disciple asks for forgiveness. Wan Zhenchen said, This person has disguised himself. I cannot blame you for not being able to recognize him. Early next morning, I want you to investigate the west parts of the city. If you see him, pay attention to his every move. Wu Can said, Yes! All of a sudden, Wan Zhenchen stood up with both legs. Qi Fang could not resist the temptation to extend her hands to uncover a corner of the curtain to look outside. What she saw made her so pale with fright that she almost cried out. She saw that Wan Zhenchen had already clutched Wu Can by the throat with both hands. Wu Can used his hands to resist Wan Zhenchen's clutch, but it was completely ineffective. She saw Wu Can's eyes protruding outwards like a goldfish, opening wider and wider. Wu Can scratched and clawed so frantically that the back of Wan Zhenchen's hands started to bleed from his fingernail attacks. But he continued his hold on Wu Can's throat and would not let go no matter what. Wu Can could not even utter half a noise, and soon his body began to sway. After a while, both his hands slowly dropped down. Qi Fang saw his tongue was extended out, his expression very terrifying. She became extremely frightened. It was not until Wu Can was completely motionless before Wan Zhenchen let go of his hold and placed him on the chair. Then from the table he grabbed 2 cotton cloths that he had wet beforehand and placed it on his mouth and nose. This way Wu Can could not breathe and would definitely not wake up. Qi Fang's heart was bouncing all over her chest. She thought, father-in-law said that they are an aristocratic family and will not easily kill people. I heard that Wu Can's father is a local gentleman. He will not let this matter drop easily. I think this will become a serious issue. At this same time, she suddenly heard Wan Zhenchen's coarse yell, "You better confess to everything that you've done, or do you want me to take action?" Qi Fang was startled. So it turns out that father-in-law saw me. But in her heart, she was not frightened. "I will die by his hands then, I don't want to live anyway." She was about to reveal herself from under the bed when suddenly she heard Wu Can say, "Teacher, what? What do you want disciple to confess?" Qi Fang was completely startled. How could Wu Can speak again? Did he come back to life? That was clearly not the case. He was still on the chair, completely motionless. She peeked from under the bed and saw Wan Zhenchen's lips move. She thought, "What? So it is father-in-law who is speaking, not Wu Can, but how come I heard Wu Can's voice?" She heard Wan Zhenchen shout. "Confess what? HMPH, Wu Can, you really have some guts. You sent a mole inside and colluded with bandits. Are you planning on a big trade in Jingzhou?" "Teacher, what? What trade is your disciple doing?" This time, Qi Fang saw everything very clearly. It was Wan Zhenchen mimicking Wu Can's voice. She was startled that the voice was actually so alike. So father-in-law actually has the ability to mimic the voices of his own disciples. I never knew this. But what's the point of scolding Wu Can so loudly? She faintly remembered something, but it was a very hazy reflection that she did not understand. She only felt an unfathomable fear in her heart. She heard Wan Zhenchen say, "HMPH, you think I don't know? You were the one who brought that physician to Jingzhou. That person is actually a local bandit. Wu Can, you collaborated with him. You wanted to infiltrate." "Teacher, what does your disciple want to infiltrate?" "You wanted to infiltrate into the mansion of Magistrate Ling. You wanted to steal a classified document, am I right? Wu Can, you are still denying this." "Teacher, how did you know?" "Teacher, please consider my filial piety for you over all these years. Please forgive me. Your disciple does not dare to do such a thing again." "Wu Can, how can such a serious matter be forgiven so easily?" Qi Fang figured out that Wan Zhenchen's imitation of Wu Can's voice was actually not that similar. It's just that he lowered his voice and spoke with extreme obscurity, and every sentence was uttered with formal addresses of teacher and disciple. So naturally others would think that Wu Can was speaking. Everyone saw Wu Can enter the room and heard him converse with Wan Zhenchen. Even if the voice was not completely alike, besides Wu Can, who else could be speaking? Furthermore, Wan Zhenchen constantly addressed this speaker as Wu Can. He saw Wan Zhenchen lightly tap Wu Can's body. Then he slowly bent his lower back and reached for the bed curtain with his left hand. Qi Fang was so scared that her heart nearly stopped beating. She thought, "Father-in-law must have discovered me. He is going to strangle me to death." From the hazy lighting, she saw a head drilling into the area under the bed. It was Wu Can's head. His eyes were wide open and really looked like a dead goldfish. Qi Fang could only do her best to get out of the way, but Wu Can's body kept forcing itself inside and hit both her legs and waist. She heard Wan Zhenchen sit down on the chair and with a very stern voice and scolded. "Wu Can, why haven't you kneeled down? I will tie you up and send you to Magistrate Ling. Whether you will be forgiven or not is up to him, I cannot decide." "Teacher, will you really not forgive your disciple? To think that I taught such a disciple, you have really shamed the Wan family to no end." How can I forgive you?" Qi Fang peeked from the curtains and saw Wan Zhenchen take out a dagger from his waist area, lightly stabbing it into his own chest. although the chest part of his garment was cushioned by softwood and moist clay and items like pastries. When the dagger stabbed into his chest, it still went in and didn't budge. Qi Fang now understood his intentions. She heard Wan Zhenchen say, "Wu Can, will you not kneel?" Then he lowered his voice to imitate Wu Can's voice. "Teacher, you made me do this. Do not fault your disciple." Wan Zhenchen let out an "Ayo." Then with a flying kick, he kicked open the window and shouted, "Little thief, you dare to attack me!" A loud crash was heard. Someone kicked open the door. Wan Gui was the first to enter. He already knew beforehand that now was the time to break and enter. Lu Kun, Sun Jun, Bu Yuan, and the others followed closely behind. Wan Zhenchen held his chest, fresh blood dripping from his fingers. This is likely from a bottle of red water that he carried with him. He began to sway and pointed at the window, shouting, "Wu Can, that thief, he stabbed me and ran away. Quick, chase him." After he said this, he slanted his body and fell on the bed. Wan Gui cried out in fear. "Father, father, how is your injury?" Lu Kun, Sun Jun, Bu Yuan, Feng Tan, and Shen Cheng all rushed outside the window, shouting and quarreling as they rushed out. Various people from the mansion began to cry out in alarm and shout in grievances. Qi Fang remained under the bed. She felt Wu Can's body colder and colder. She was extremely frightened and did not dare to move in the slightest. Her father-in-law sat on the bed while her husband was standing beside him. She heard Wan Zhenchen quietly say, "Is anyone suspicious?" Wan Gui said, "Nope. Father, that was a really good ruse. Just like Qi Zhangfa, not a single trace of error." Just like Qi Zhangfa, not a single trace of error. These words stabbed into Qi Fang's heart like a sharp dagger. Originally, she had already faintly understood this extremely terrible truth, but she did not dare to believe it. She thought, "Father-in-law always treated me in an amiable manner. My husband has always been tender and considerate. Why would they harm my father?" But this time she saw it with her very own eyes. She saw how they set up such a brilliant trap to kill Wu Can. That day when she heard outside the study room how Qi Zhangfa and Wan Zhenchen were arguing, how Wan Zhenchen was stabbed by her father, and how her father escaped from the window. Obviously, all of this was planned beforehand by Wan Zhenchen. This time it was no different. Then it must be the case that her father was killed a long time ago. He imitated her father's voice. No wonder her father's voice was so hoarse and completely different from usual. If not for this coincidence that she just happened to witness the incident, how would she ever have figured out the truth? She heard Wan Gui say, "What about that bitch? What shall we do with her?" Wan Zhenchen said, "We will find her and torture her slowly. But we must do it with obscurity such that no human can know about it and no ghost will feel it. We cannot tarnish the reputation of the Wan family, our reputation." Wan Gui said, "Yes, father has really planned this out carefully." "Io," Wan Zhenchen said. "What is it?" Wan Gui said, "The wound on the back of my hand is hurting again." Wan Zhenchen sighed. Although he was full of multifarious schemes, he was completely helpless against this situation. Qi Fang slowly extended her hands to reach for Wu Can's bosom. That little bottle was coldly placed inside his pocket. She took it out and put it in her own bosom. She felt really bitter inside. "Sanj, oh Sanj, you only heard half the story and already accuse me of committing adultery with that thief. You did not want to understand the whole truth, hence you did not listen to everything. This antidote was on him the whole time. Your father has killed him now. Originally, to take back the antidote would be as easy as lifting a finger, but now you don't even know about it." Lu Kun and the others could not catch up to Wu Can and returned one by one. All of them made their way to Wan Zhenchen's room to await further orders. Wan Zhenchen exposed his chest. He was bandaged from neck to chest, and to his back, then back to his neck. This time, the injury he suffered was not as severe as before. Wu Can's martial arts were not as high as Qi Zhangfa's, so naturally the dagger did not penetrate deeply and caused no serious injuries. The various disciples felt at ease. They all cursed Wu Can for being so ungrateful. They all said that they would find his father tomorrow to settle the matter. They wished their teacher a speedy recovery and left the room. Wan Gui sat on the bed alongside his father. Qi Fang wanted to find an opportunity to escape. She was reclining next to Wu Can's body and felt an indescribable fear in her heart. She was afraid that the two would notice her, but she could not figure out a good way to escape. Wan Zhenchen said, "We will first take care of the body in case we give ourselves away." Wan Gui said, "Should we deal with him just like we did with Qi Zhangfa?" Wan Zhenchen muttered to himself and said, "We will use the old trick." Qi Fang was in tears. "How did they deal with my father?" she wondered. Wan Gui said, "You built it here. You sleep here too, that wouldn't be too good." Wan Zhenchen said, I will temporarily move out and sleep at your place in case of trouble. How would others so easily put the sword manual on our hands? We will deal with this menace together. In the future, when we are showered with wealth, do you think we won't be able to find a place to live?" When Qi Fang heard the word build, an image suddenly flashed through her mind like lightning. She understood completely. He hid my father's body inside a wall, hiding any traces of the body. No wonder after father left there was no more news of him. No wonder father-in-law, no, not father-in-law. No wonder the treacherous Wan Zhenchen began to build walls in the middle of the night. He has done so many bad deeds he must feel guilty at heart and conceived somnambulism. Even in his dreams he would wake up and build walls. That treacherous bandit would actually feel guilty. That is really strange. No, he does not feel guilty. He is very proud of himself. He keeps repeating the same action of building a wall unconsciously, but he was building it in his dreams, yet he was smiling the whole time. She heard Wan Gui say, "Father, what is the secret behind that sword manual? You said that we will become showered with wealth and overwhelm the world. Could it be that? That it is not a martial arts manual, but a treasure," Wan Zhenchen said. "Of course it is not a martial arts manual. In the sword manual is written the location of a great treasure." The old Mei Niansheng's thoughts must have been clouded by pig oil. He actually passed the sword manual to an outsider. "Ha, well, he is dead now. Gear, quickly take out the sword manual." Wan Gui hesitated slightly and then took out the book from his bosom. It turns out that as soon as Qi Fang hid the book inside the fan, Wan Gui had already taken it out. Wan Zhenchen glanced at his son and took the book. He skimmed through the pages. The pages near the front and back covers of the book were not yet dried, but the middle of the book was dried. Wan Zhenchen said softly, "It is hard to say whether the two of us can protect this book. We must first discover the secret within this book, then even if someone takes it from us, it's not a big deal. Get a pen, you must write this down carefully." The first stance of Lian Cheng's swordplay comes from Du Fu's poem, Spring Returns. He extended his fingers to his mouth and wet it with saliva, then smeared it on the page beside this poem. He gently cheered and said, "It is the number 4. Very good. Moss track nears river bamboo. The fourth word is river, you must remember." The second stance is also from Du Fu's poem. It comes from Heavy Scripture Manifest's tomb. He wet his finger again and smeared the page. It is the number 41. He counted to the number. 5, 10, 15, 20. The Emperor's tomb builds empty songs. Valiant warriors prefer jade miniature. The 41st word is tomb. Jiangling 1, excellent, so it is in Jingzhou, Wan Gui said. "Father, don't speak so loud." Wan Zhenchen smiled gently. "Right, I must not be so pleased yet. Gear, your father's entire life of efforts are finally not in vain. We have finally discovered this great secret." All of a sudden, he hid the book and slapped his thigh and softly said, "I finally understand why our enemy gave us the sword manual," Wan Gui said. "What is the reason?" "I never figured it out," Wan Zhenchen said. "Our enemy found the sword manual, but he could not figure out its secret. What use is that? Our Lian Cheng swordplay, every stance is named after a verse from a Tang poem. People from other clans or sects, even if their martial arts were through the roof, they still won't be able to figure it out. In this world, only Yan Dapping and I know what poem the first stance comes from, what poem the second stance comes from. That is how I know to search the first number from the poem, Spring Returns, and to search for the second number from the poem, Heavy Scripture Manifest's tomb." Wan Gui said, "The name of the stances from Lian Cheng's swordplay, haven't you already explained that to us?" Wan Zhenchen said, "It is completely out of sequence." Wan Gui said, "Father, you didn't even teach your own son the actual swordplay." Wan Zhenchen felt slightly embarrassed and said, "I have 8 disciples and we are together day and night. If I only teach it to you, the others will notice. That won't be good." Wan Gui groaned and said, "That must be our enemy's plan. He knows that the numbers will appear when the pages are soaked in water. Hence he purposely soaked some pages in water and handed the book to us, so we could figure out the secrets of the book. He will wait until we search for this treasure and then use the stratagem of the mighty bandit encounters the grandpa of bandits." Wan Zhenchen said, "Correct. We must be extremely cautious, otherwise not only will we not get the treasure, we may lose our lives as well." He wet his finger again to find the third number. The third stance comes from Chu Mo's Sacred Fruit Temple, the 33rd word. Underneath the city near the clock sounds mixed with music. The 33rd word is city. Jiangling City, right. What is there to be dubious about? Why am I so itchy? He extended his right hand to scratch the back of his left hand. He felt his right hand was itchy too, so used his left hand to scratch his right. Then he looked at the sword manual and continued. The fourth stance, 28th word, 5, 10, 15. The 28th word is south. Now we have Jongling City south. Haha, hey, it's very itchy. He lowered his head to look at his right hand. He saw the back of his hand had 3 distinct black lines. He felt very surprised. I did not write today. Why would I have ink marks on the back of my hand? He felt the back of his hand became itchier and itchier. He looked at his left hand and also saw several streaks of black crisscrossed. Wan Gui gasped and said, Father, where? Where did that come from? That looks like the poison from Yan Dapping Scorpion. Wan Zhenchen was reminded by this and felt his hand became even more itchy. He could not resist and began to scratch it. Wan Gui said, Don't scratch it, it's your fingernail that is carrying the poison. Wan Zhenchen shouted, Ayo, that really is the case. At once he understood the reason. That little whore hid the sword manual inside the bloody water. Your blood has scorpion poison. That little brat Wu Can simply would not die in short order. He left several scratches on my hand. Damn it, the scorpion poison is going to seep into my wounds. Fortunately, it has not been too long. It should not be too serious. Ayo, why is it getting more itchy? Yo! He could not help himself and began to moan loudly. Wan Gui said, Father, you did not contract much of the scorpion poison. I will get some water for you to clean your wound. Wan Zhenchen said, Right. Then he shouted loudly, Tao Hong, get me some water. Wan Gui raised his eyebrows and thought, Father is so scared he's lost his mind. He kicked Tao Hong out of the house a long time ago, yet he is still calling for her. He carried a copper wash bowl out of the room and scooped up a bunch of water from the well outside. Then he went back inside and placed the bowl on the table. Wan Zhenchen hurriedly dipped both hands in water. After some ice-cold sensation, his pain and itchy reduced. It should be noted that when the scorpion poison on the back of Wan Gui's hand came into contact with the antidote, the black blood that seeped out of the wound too carried poison. In fact, this poison was even more toxic than the original scorpion poison. When Wu Can was being strangled by Wan Zhenchen, he scratched frantically and left some deep marks in Wan Zhenchen's hand that penetrated deep into the flesh. As soon as it made contact with this poison, it was even more serious than Wan Gui's condition. When he dipped both his hands in water, it was not long before the water in the entire bowl grew dark. After a while, it became a dense concentration of black ink. Both Wan Zhenchen and his son turned pale at sight of this. Wan Zhenchen took his hands out of the water and let out an ah and almost lost his voice. He saw both hands were swollen like 2 black beads. Wan Gui said, Ayo, this is not good. I'm afraid you can't use this water anymore. Wan Zhenchen was in so much pain that he kicked his son on the waist and scolded. If you know that I can't use water, why did you get me water? Are you trying to screw me over? Wan Gui was in so much pain he kneeled down and said, I did not know this originally. Why would I harm you? Qi Fang listened to the two of them bicker from under the bed. She did not know whether to feel desolate or happy that she would have her vengeance. She heard Wan Zhenchen say, What now, what now? Wan Gui said, I have some painkillers upstairs. Although it won't cure the poison, it can still momentarily ease your pain. Do you want to use some? Wan Zhenchen said, Yes, get it for me now. Wan Gui said, Whether it will work or not, your son does not know. It's possible that it could make things even worse, then father will kick me again. Wan Zhenchen scolded, Son of a lamb turtle, at this point you are still acting like this. Your daddy I gave birth to you, is it such a big deal if I kick you once? Go now, get it for me? Wan Gui replied, Yes, and turned to leave. Wan Zhenchen's hands were swollen so badly, the skin on the back of his hands were dark but also appeared light, not a single trace of wrinkle. It was like inflated pig urine foam. He saw that it became more swollen. He thought his skin would definitely crack and shouted, I will go with you. It can't be delayed. He stuffed the sword manual in his bosom and rushed out of the room to catch up with Wan Gui. Qi Fang heard the two of them were quite far away and urgently crawled out from under the bed. She mused, Where should I go now? At this time, she was completely out of her wits. She thought the world was so boundless, yet there wasn't a single safe haven for her. They killed my father, how can I not take my revenge? But how do I go about taking action? In terms of martial arts and intelligence, I am much inferior to father-in-law or Sanj. Besides, they believe that I have an affair with Wu Can. As soon as they see me, they will kill me. How can I resist? The only thing to do is to find martial brother and then decide. But how would I know where he is? What about water spinach? How can I just leave her behind? As soon as she thought about her daughter, she sped up her pace and rushed to the back building. She intended to take her daughter to escape with her, then come up with a plan for revenge. In her heart, she still could not completely believe that it was the Wan family who caused the death of her father. Wan Zhenchen was a vicious and merciless person, but what about Wan Gui? She was very tender and sweet to her husband. She could not simply just suddenly sever all ties with him. She rushed to the first floor and heard Wan Zhenchen's coarse voice shouting and crying. She thought, if he keeps yelling like this, he will wake up water spinach. As soon as she thought that her daughter may be scared, she could not simply just worry about her own safety. She swiftly went upstairs, careful not to emit any noises from the staircase. Water Spinach slept in a room behind where she and her husband slept. It was separated only by a thin layer of metal sheet. Qi Fang slipped into the small room. The room was lighted inside. She saw that her daughter had awoken a long time ago, her face full of fright. As soon as she saw her mother, her mouth was flat as if she was about to cry. Qi Fang hurriedly rushed forward to pick her up. She made a gesture with her hands to signal her daughter not to make any noises. Water Spinach was smart and obedient, and she did not make a single sound. Qi Fang embraced her daughter and reclined on the bed. The voice of Wan Zhenchen was heard. No good, this is no good. The more I use this painkiller, the more pain I feel. We must find the physician and use his antidote. It's the only way. Wan Gui said, yes, only that antidote is capable of curing this poison. As soon as the sky turns bright, I will ask Brother Lu and the others to set out to search for him. The wound on the back of my hand is in great pain too. Wan Zhenchen scolded. How can we wait until morning? I can't take it, I can't take it. All of a sudden his legs became numb and he collapsed on the floor. He was in so much pain he began rolling on the ground. He shouted, quick, get the sword, cut off my hands, cut off my hands. Qi Fang heard as the sounds of various furniture inside the room crashed and banged across the room. The vases and bowls clanged against each other and shattered on the floor. Water Spinach was so scared she hugged her mother with all her might, her face deathly pale. Qi Fang gently comforted her with her hands and did not dare to make a noise. Wan Gui was deeply troubled and panicked. Father, you must endure a bit longer. How can I cut your hands off? We must find the antidote. Wan Zhenchen was in so much pain he simply could not take it anymore. Why won't you cut off my hands and relieve me of my pain? I know you. You want me to die, then you can take the manual and find the treasure yourself. Wan Gui reprimanded. Father, you are in so much pain your mind is unclear. Quickly rest on the bed. I don't even know the sequence of the sword stances. What use do I have for the sword manual? Wan Zhenchen constantly rolled on the floor. You say I am unclear. I say you have malicious intentions. I am in so much pain I am about to die. I am about to die. I will make sure neither of us gets the treasure. Suddenly both his eyes turned red. He pulled out the sword manual from his bosom and extended his hands to rip out the pages. All 10 of his fingers were swollen like roots of red carrots. He could barely move them, but he still managed to rip out a few pages. Wan Gui was startled. Don't tear it. Don't tear it. He extended his hands to take the manual away. He took hold of half the manual while Wan Zhenchen held the other half, unwilling to release his grip. Wan Gui was blank for a moment, and Wan Zhenchen took the opportunity to pull. Wan Gui was unwilling to let go of the treasure that he had right in front of him turn into passing mist, so he hurriedly extended his hands to push away his father. The two of them were on the ground stealing and seizing, rolling and flipping about on the floor. The manual became even more torn. All of a sudden Wan Gui screamed loudly, damn it! My wound has contracted poison again. It hurts so much. The two of them pulled and dragged on the manual. The poison smeared on the sword manual had once again seeped into Wan Gui's original wound on the back of his hand. In an instant, Wan Gui's hand was swollen again. The pain shook his heart and pierced into his bones. Since he had been sick, his endurance was weak. As soon as the poison went into his wound, it immediately followed the circulation of blood and flared out remarkably fast. The two of them rolled on the floor shouting and screaming in pain. Qi Fang listened for a bit longer. After all, they were husband and wife. She could not simply just ignore his cries. She got up from the bed and walked in front of the room and said coldly, What's going on? What are you two doing? The two of them saw Qi Fang, but under such excruciating pain they did not have the time to be angry. Wan Gui cried. Fang Mei, quickly find the physician, tell him to make the antidote. I really can't take it anymore. Please, I beg you. When Qi Fang saw he was in so much pain that his head was covered in sweat, her heart softened even more. From her bosom, she took out the bottle and said, "This is the antidote." Wang Zhenchen and Wang Gui both saw the antidote. The both of them crawled forward at the same time and shouted, "Excellent, excellent. Quickly apply it on me." Qi Fang saw Wang Zhenchen's eyes were fierce and malicious and greedy like a wild beast. She thought that she could take this opportunity to threaten him. She could find out the truth. She said, "Not so fast, don't move. If any one of you make a move, I will toss this antidote out the window into the water. Both of you will die." As she said this, she opened the window and unscrewed the porcelain bottle. She suspended the bottle of antidote by the window. All she would have to do is lightly shake her hand, and the bottle would fall into water, rendered completely ineffective. The two wands stopped moving instantly. They looked at each other at a loss for words. Wang Zhenchen said, "My good daughter-in-law, if you give me the antidote, I will let you run away with Wu Can. I will not pursue you. I will even give you 1,000 taels of silver for the two of you to spend on your journey. Ah, it hurts. Since you have the heart and he has the feelings, Gear cannot keep you here. You are free to leave." Qi Fang thought, "This person is truly shameless and despicable. Wu Can was strangled to death by his own hands, yet he is actually lying to me right now." Wan Gui said, "Fang Mei, although I cannot bear to part with you, there is no other way. I promise I will not make things difficult for Wu Can." Qi Fang laughed coldly and said, "The two of you are completely muddle-headed. You still harbor such an vile and repulsive desire. I am only going to ask you one thing. If you two answer me honestly, I will hand over the antidote." Wang Zhenchen said, Right, ask away. Io. A breeze of wind came from outside through the window. It blew the various paper and butterfly figures dancing on the ground. The fragments of paper were torn from the sword manual, and thin slices flew out the window. All of a sudden, a pair of colorful butterflies flew up. It was the butterfly cut out that she made that year that was placed in the middle of the book. The two paper butterflies began dancing around the room swiftly and followed the wind out of the window. Qi Fang felt her heart sour as she recalled the happy moments she spent with Dai Yun that day back in the cave. How lovely the world was back then. In all of heaven and earth, there wasn't a thing that she was unhappy about. Wan Gui rapidly urged, "Ask away. What is it? There is nothing I won't say." Qi Fang trembled slightly, then asked, "Where is my father? What did you do to him?" Wang Zhenchen forced out a laugh and said, "You ask me about your father, I don't know either. I also miss my martial brother dearly, and martial brother is my in-law now, It hurts so much." Qi Fang remained calm and collected. "Even now you are still lying to me. What's the use? My father was killed by you, am I right? You killed him with the same trick you used to kill Wu Can, am I right? You have already stuffed his corpse inside the wall, am I right?" Qi Fang repeatedly asked, "Am I right?" 3 times. Both wands were so startled and in complete disbelief. They did not expect that not only did she know about her father's death, but she even knew about how they dealt with Wu Can. Wan Gui trembled in his speech and said, "How? How did you know?" When he uttered the words, "How did you know?" it was basically confirming everything that she said. Qi Fang's heart turned sour and her rage shot through the roof. At once she wanted to release her hold on the bottle of antidote and let it fall out the window into the water outside. Wan Gui saw that the situation was urgent and wanted to pounce himself forward to take it. Wang Zhenchen scolded, "Gear, don't act rashly." He knew that in such a circumstance, trying to force things to happen would only make matters worse. All of a sudden, collapsing footsteps were heard. Water Spinach walked towards them from her room with her bare feet. She shouted, "Mama, Mama!" She wanted to pounce herself to be embraced by her mother. Wan Gui came up with a bright idea. He extended his left arm, catching her daughter halfway as she ran across the room. With his right hand, he took out a dagger and aimed directly at the top of her daughter's head and scolded. "Very well. It looks like our family, both old and young, will perish tonight. I will kill Water Spinach first, then talk." Qi Fang was extremely startled and urgently said, "Release her now. What does this have to do with our daughter?" Wan Gui said in a severe tone, "Since none of us will come out alive, I might as well kill Water Spinach first." The dagger was hovering slightly above Water Spinach's head. Wan Gui made a few gestures of fake stabbing in the air, aiming at the direction on top of her head. Qi Fang shouted, "No! She rushed forward to rescue her daughter and extended her hand to grab Wan Gui by the wrist. Although Wang Zhenchen was in so much pain, after all he was very experienced. When he saw his son lure Qi Fang over, at once he thrust his elbow forward and hit her hard on the waist. Then with both hands he reached to grab the bottle that she was holding and poured the powder on the back of his hand. Wan Gui also extended his hands for the antidote. Qi Fang rushed forward for her daughter and embraced her tightly. With a flying kick, Wan Zhenchen knocked Qi Fang down on the ground. Then he followed to untie his belt and tied Qi Fang's hands behind her back. He also tied both her legs. Qi Fang exclaimed, "Mama! Mama!" Wan Zhenchen flipped his hand to smack her so hard that she passed out. But this slap hit himself hard on his wound and he let out another "Io." The antidote was really remarkable and effective. After the two of them applied it, in a short period of time, blood began to seep out of their wounds, and their pain slowly reduced and turned into numbness and itchiness. After some more time, the numbness and itchiness also reduced. Both father and son became relieved and knew their lives were saved. They saw the various fragments of paper flying out the window and gasped, "Uh-oh!" and pounced themselves forward to grab the pieces of paper dancing around. But the pieces of paper on the ground had been completely scattered. More than half of it had already flown out the window, spiraling above the water. Wan Zhenchen shouted, "Quick, quick! Get it!" The two of them rushed downstairs, and with all their efforts grabbed the various fragments of paper flying about with the wind. But there were several hundreds of pieces scattered, fluttering about in the wind that blew out the enclosure. Some blew very high up the sky. The two of them rushed east and west, appearing demented. But how was it possible for them to collect all the fragments, let alone put together the sword manual back in its original form? Although the pain at the back of Wan Zhenchen's hands had reduced greatly, the pain in his heart was indescribable and he could not repress his anger. He vented, "It is all your fault. Why did you fight over the manual with me? If you did not try to take it from me, how would the manual be torn?" Wan Gui sighed and did not further pursue the fragments. "If your son did not try to take it away, father would have already torn the manual to shreds." Wan Zhenchen replied, "Bullshit." In his heart he knew that his son was speaking the truth, but he could not help but say, "Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit." Wan Gui said, "Fortunately, we know that it is located somewhere south of Jiangling. Once we search further into the bits and fragments of the sword manual, we may be able to find more clues. It is not necessarily the case that we won't find the treasure." Wan Zhenchen became more alert when he heard this. "You are right, it is in Jiangling City South." All of a sudden, from outside the wall, a voice softly repeated, "Jiangling City South?" The two Wans were taken aback. They jumped over the wall and looked outwards. They saw the back of two people making their way to a small alley. Wan Gui scolded, "Bu Yuan, Shen Cheng, don't move." The two of them did not turn their heads around, nor did they stop moving. In fact, they began to run even faster. Wan Zhenchen quickly lowered himself from the wall and made chase. Wan Gui said, "Father, the whore is still upstairs." Wan Zhenchen changed his mind and nodded in agreement. The two of them made their way back upstairs. They saw that the little girl Water Spinach had already woken up and was hugging her mother and crying. Qi Fang's hands and legs were tied, so she was unable to comfort her daughter. Water Spinach saw that her grandfather was coming back and let out a wah, and began to cry even louder. Wan Zhenchen ran forward and kicked her from behind, scolding, "If you cry any more, I am going to cut open your stomach." Water Spinach was so scared that she turned deathly pale. She did not dare to make any more noise. Wan Gui said softly, "Father, that whore knows everything. We can't let her live. How shall we deal with her?" Wan Zhenchen muttered to himself, then said, "Those two people outside just now, you saw clearly it was Bu Yuan and Shen Cheng?" Wan Gui said, "It is definitely those two. I can't be wrong. I'm afraid that the secret is leaked and they both know the treasure is in Jiangling." Wan Zhenchen said, "We can't waste any more time then. We will take action now. We will deal with this whore the same way we dealt with her father." Qi Fang had long cast away her life, but she could not bear to part from her daughter. Sanj, you and I are a couple after all. I don't mind if you kill me, but after I die, please take good care of Water Spinach," Wan Gui said. "Very well," Wan Zhenchen said. "We must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. How can we let her offspring remain in this world? This little girl is intelligent and erratic. She saw everything that happened today. How can we be sure that she won't leak this information to outsiders?" Wan Gui faintly nodded his head. He really loved his daughter dearly, but his father also spoke true words. If he were to keep her alive, there could be extremely severe consequences. Qi Fang began to cry from both eyes, her voice choking with sobs. You are very cruel. You won't even spare a little girl," Wan Zhenchen said. "Stuff something in her mouth, don't let her speak. If she screams, the whole world will know about it." Qi Fang remembered how her daughter's life was in jeopardy. At once she raised her voice and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Help! Help!" In the stillness of the night, these two screams of help pierced across the empty sky and traveled far into the distance. Wan Gui pounced himself forward and covered her mouth with his hands. Qi Fang continued to yell, "Help! Help!" but because her mouth was covered, her voice was greatly reduced. Wan Zhenchen tore a portion of his son's long robe and passed it to him. Wan Gui immediately stuck this piece of garment in her mouth. Wan Zhenchen said, "Bury her in the same place we buried Qi Zhangfa. Father and daughter will share the same burial place. Excellent." Wan Gui nodded his head and picked up his wife, taking big strides as he made his way downstairs. Wan Zhenchen carried water spinach. The four of them made their way to the study room. Qi Fang looked at the white wall on the west side of the room and thought, "So that old thief stuffed my father inside the hole in this wall." Wan Zhenchen said, "I will break the wall now. Bring Wu Can here. Be careful not to let anyone see you." Wan Gui replied, "Yes," and rushed over to Wan Zhenchen's bedroom. Wan Zhenchen pulled apart drawer in the desks, including the chisel, hammer, and spade knives and other sort of equipment, every variety imaginable. He took them all out and placed it beside the wall. He looked at the white wall for a moment before rubbing it with both hands. Then he turned his head to look at Qi Fang, his appearance looking extremely complacent. Qi Fang could not help but shiver at his gaze. Wan Zhenchen picked up the iron hammer and chisel, and after looking at the correct position in the wall, he stuffed the chisel at a crack between two bricks. The chisel cracked one of the bricks in the wall. He extended his hand to shake it a few times and pulled the brick out. It appeared that he was very familiar with this procedure. After he took out the brick, he sniffed it a few times with his nose. When Qi Fang saw the way Wan Zhenchen took out the bricks, she recalled how he saw him do the same thing during his dreams, digging bricks, pushing out corpses, building walls, the entire procedure. She was so scared that she trembled all over. When he saw how he was sniffing the brick that held her father captive for the odor of a corpse, she was even more afraid and saddened. She was also very angry. She abused roundly, "You traitor, you shameless old thief!" But because her mouth was stuffed, she could only make out faint mumbling sounds. Wan Zhenchen reached for the second brick when suddenly the sound of urgent footsteps fast approached. Wan Gui entered and said, "Father, this is not good. Wu Can. Wu Can." His body crashed against the edge of the table and choked on himself. Then the oil lamp fell on the ground and the entire room was completely dark. There was nothing left but a very faint moonlight piercing through the window paper. Wan Zhenchen asked, "What about Wu Can? You make such a big fuss about nothing. How can you lose your cool so easily?" Wan Gui exclaimed. "Wu Can has disappeared," Wan Zhenchen scolded. "Bullshit, how can he disappear?" But his voice trembled. It was obvious that fear was flourishing in his heart. With a loud clap, the brick that he held on his hands dropped on the ground. Wan Gui said, "I extended my hands to reach under the bed where you placed the body, but there was nothing there. I lit the oil lamp and shined it under the bed, but the body had disappeared without a trace. I searched thoroughly throughout the room, the back of boxes, tables. I searched everywhere, but I could not find anything." Wan Zhenchen muttered to himself irresolutely, That is very strange. It must be Bu Yuan and Shen Cheng who are playing tricks on us." Wan Gui said, "Father, could it be? Could it be that Wu Can was not completely dead? Maybe he temporarily sealed his breathing and then came back to life?" Wan Zhenchen scolded. "Bullshit, your father's nickname is Five Cloud Hand. How proficient am I with my hands? Do you think I can't even kill a mere disciple?" Wan Gui said, "That's true. It is logical that Wu Can was definitely killed by father, but why is it that his corpse has disappeared? Could it be that his departed spirit is demanding vengeance for grievances?" Wan Zhenchen scolded. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's deal with the whore and little demon quickly, then we will find Wu Can's body. I'm afraid that if this incident gets known to the public, it will be hard for us father and son to find a safe haven in Jingzhou." After he said this, he increased his pace to take out all the bricks. In his dreams, he had already practiced this procedure extremely thoroughly, and now when actually doing it, he was very proficient. Even without a light source, his movements were fast and nimble. Wan Gui answered, "Yes," and with knife in hand, he walked in front of Qi Fang and trembled as he said, "Fang Mei, you wronged me first. After you die, you cannot blame me." Qi Fang was speechless. She turned her body and rammed him hard with her shoulder. She had nothing to complain about the Wans wanting to kill her, but to even go so far as to kill water spinach. Such people with the heart of a wolf and lungs of a dog were truly hard to come by in this world. Wan Gui was rammed by her shoulder and got knocked back several steps. He raised his saber and shouted, "Little whore, you are at the verge of death and still dare to play rough with me." At this time, footsteps were suddenly heard approaching. The door in the study room slowly creaked open. Wan Gui was startled and he turned his head to look. In the dimness of the moonlight, he could only see that the door was open, but nobody was there. Wan Zhenchen shouted, "Who is it?" The door creaked a few more times, but nobody responded. In the glimmer of light, it could be made that someone suddenly jumped inside the room. This person jumped forward several times in succession, his body straight and his knees not curving the slightest. Wan Zhenchen and Wan Gui were both startled by this, and they could not help but retreat 2 steps each. They saw that this person had their eyes wide open, his tongue sticking out, and his nose and mouth were covered in blood. It was none other than Wu Can. Wan Zhenchen and Wan Gui both shouted, "Ah!" When Qi Fang saw such a frightening sight, she too was so scared that her heart nearly stopped beating. Water Spinach was so scared that she stuffed her head in her mother's bosom and did not dare to make a noise. Wu Can did not move in the slightest. Both his arms slowly raised up and extended forward to reach for Wan Zhenchen. Wan Zhenchen scolded, "Wu Can, you little thief, you think your daddy I will be afraid. Afraid of your zombie?" At once he took out his saber and aimed to crack open Wu Can's head. However, he suddenly felt both his wrists were numb, he could not even grasp his saber properly, and with a loud clank it fell on the ground. Then followed that his waist felt numb, and his entire body could not move in the least bit. Wan Gui was already so scared that his entire body was paralyzed. Now upon seeing what Wu Can's zombie did to his father, it then followed that the zombie extended both hands to grab him slowly. He wanted to shout, Brother Wu, forgive me." But his voice was clogged in his throat, and he could not even yell out no matter how hard he tried. He retreated 2 steps, his legs became numb and collapsed on the floor. Then he saw Wu Can's right arm drooping down, feeling his face, its fingers cold as death without any hint of warmth. Wan Gui was so scared that he completely lost his soul and passed out at once. All of a sudden, Wu Can's body pushed forward and pounced itself on Wan Gui's body, completely lifeless. There was someone standing behind Wu Can. This person walked beside Qi Fang and took out the ragged garment that was stuffed in her mouth. With both hands, this person pulled and easily broke the cord that tied around her arms and legs. Then this person turned around and kicked Wan Gui hardly on the waist. The internal energy of this kick was so profound that Wan Gui felt pain all over his body. Qi Fang picked up Water Spinach, then trembled and said, "May I ask for the name of benefactor who saved my life?" This person's hands extended forward. Under the moonlight, one could make out that in each palm there was a cut out of a butterfly. It was the butterfly cutout that was placed between the pages of the manual. This person caught these cutouts as it was flying out the window. Qi Fang glanced at these butterflies and saw that this person's right hand was missing all 5 fingers. She almost lost her voice as she called out, "Brother Dai." This person was indeed Dai Yun. When he suddenly heard Qi Fang call out, "Brother Dai," his heart was filled with an indescribable warmth. Tears began to fall from his eyes as he called out, "Fang Mei, heaven has pity you. You and I can finally see each other again." At this point, Qi Fang was like a small boat drifting along the vastness of the great ocean. Under the compounded effects of fierce winds and torrential rain, she miraculously found a tranquil harbor where the breeze was calm and the waves were quiet. She pounced herself to be embraced by Dai Yun and said, "Martial brother, this, is this a dream?" Dai Yun said, "This is not a dream. Fang Mei, for the last 2 nights I have kept watch around here. I have witnessed everything those 2 have done. In regards to Wu Can's body, I was the one who took it out to scare them." Qi Fang shouted, "Father, father!" She placed Water Spinach down and rushed in front of the opening on the wall. She extended her hand to feel the insides, but there was nothing there. She let out an ah and softly said, There is nothing." Dai Yun lit the oil lamp and illuminated the opening in the wall. He saw that between the walls there was nothing but lime plaster and bricks. Where could one find the body of Qi Zhangfa? He said, "There is nothing there, nothing at all." Qi Fang took a candle from Wan Zhenchen's bed and lit it from Dai Yun's light, then raised the candle and looked closely at the cracks between the bricks. Where could one find Qi Zhangfa's body or anyone's body? She was both startled and delighted, for she now had a string of hope in her heart. It could be that father was never killed by them. She turned around to look at Wan Gui and said, Sanj, where is my father?" Wan Gui and Wan Zhenchen did not realize that she did not find the body inside the wall. They thought that she saw her father's corpse and wanted to take revenge. Wang Zhenchen remained upright and unafraid. He said, "A gentleman bears the full consequences of his own actions. I was the one who killed Qi Zhangfe. If you want to take revenge, you can kill me." Qi Fang said, "Father was really killed by you, then? Where is his body?" Wang Zhenchen said, "What's that? Does the dead body inside the wall not belong to him?" Qi Fang said, "Where is there a dead body?" Wang Zhenchen and Wang Gui looked at each other in dismay, their faces deathly pale. They could not believe it. Dai Yun picked up Wang Zhenchen and pushed him forward to stick his head inside the wall to take a look. Wang Zhenchen trembled and said, "In this world there really exists a zombie that can walk. I definitely. Then immediately he changed his words. "My good daughter-in-law, I deceived you. Although my martial brother and I are not on good terms, I would not go so far as to kill him. Why would you believe that's what actually happened?" Ha 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 ha. Usually he was pretty good at telling lies, but at this point he was so startled and afraid his words were all over the place and weren't even remotely believable. If he insisted on continuing his lie, perhaps Qi Fang and Dai Yun would carry a very small glimmer of hope. But with the way he spoke, it only served to further confirm that he was the one who killed Qi Zhangfe. Dai Yun extended his hand forward to reach for Wang Zhenchen's shoulder and said, "Uncle Wan, you have caused me so much grief. I will not settle the score with you now, but I only ask you, did you kill my teacher or not?" As he said this, he utilized the internal energy of the heavenly glow. In an instant, Wang Zhenchen felt as if his entire body fell into a large fiery furnace. It felt that even his blood was burning so hard it was about to boil. He was in so much pain, and when he further thought about how Qi Zhangfe's body disappeared without a trace, he became even more frightened and alarmed. His thoughts were all over the place and did not dare to resist his opponent. That is correct. I was the one who killed Qi Zhangfe," Dai Yun asked. "Where is my teacher's body? Where did you put him?" Wang Zhenchen said, "I really did stuff him inside the wall. His body has changed. Changed into a zombie." Dai Yun glared at him violently. He recalled all the vast and endless pain and grief he suffered throughout the years. It was all because of him and his son. And now that Wang Zhenchen had just admitted that he was the one who killed his teacher, how could he not be in raging fury? If he had not just reunited with Qi Fang, which caused his heart to be filled with more happiness than bereavement, he would have instantly killed this person with one palm strike. He clenched his teeth and picked up Wang Zhenchen. Wang Zhenchen was a big person, and the hole in the wall was small. Several bricks had to be knocked down before he was able to stuff his body inside. Qi Fang let out an ah and cried out lightly. Then Dai Yun picked up Wang Gui's body and also stuffed it inside the hole and said, "One revenge follows another. The two of them, father and son, killed my teacher in such a way. Now we will deal with them in the exact same way." He picked up the loose bricks on the ground and began to stick it back in the wall. In no time at all, the wall was completely sealed up again. Qi Fang trembled and said, Marshal brother, you have finally avenged my father's death, if not for you. Marshal brother, what should we do with this person's body?" As she said this, she pointed at Wu Can's corpse on the ground. Dai Yun said, "We should leave now. We don't need to care about anything that happens here anymore." Qi Fang said, "The two of them are stuffed inside the wall, but they aren't dead yet. What if someone saves them?" Dai Yun said, "How would others know that there would be someone inside a wall? We will take Wu Can's body outside for others to see. Then nobody would even think about coming in here to investigate. The two of them can't live inside the wall for very long." At once he lifted up Wu Can's body and threw it out of the study room. Then he made a hand gesture at Qi Fang and said, "Let's go." The two of them rushed out of the enclosure of the Wan residence. Dai Yun let go of Wu Can's body and said, "Marshal sister, where should we go now?" Qi Fang said, "You think my father was really killed by those two?" Dai Yun said, "Hopefully teacher is still alive, but judging from what Wang Zhenchen said, I'm afraid that teacher has already ran into misfortune. But we should investigate and seek out the truth." Qi Fang said, "I have to go back and get something. Wait for me near that ruined memorial hall." Dai Yun said, "I will go with you." Qi Fang said, "No, that is not good. If anyone sees us, that will cause for some trouble." Dai Yun said, "It is best if I stay with you. There is not a single good person amongst Wang Zhenchen's disciples." Qi Fang said, "It's not a problem. Hold water spinach and wait for me." Water Spinach was so frightened by the events that had just occurred that she had long fainted and slept under her mother's embracement. Dai Yun usually listened to Qi Fang's instructions. When he saw that she was determined, he did not dare to disobey her. He could only take hold of her daughter and watch as Qi Fang once again went inside the Wan family, entering through the memorial hall and pushed the door inside. After the time it took to eat a meal had passed, Qi Fang still did not return. Dai Yun became anxious and wanted to go inside to look for her. But he was afraid that she would be unhappy, so he only carried water spinach and walked back and forth around the corridor. He thought about how he finally reunited with his martial sister after all this time. It was really a feeling of joy that he could not describe. But in the most inner depths of his heart, he felt an indistinct sense of fear. Would his martial sister stay with him forever? He constantly wished in his heart, "Heaven, please bless and protect us. I have already suffered endless tragedies. I wish that I can spend the rest of my days with her, to protect her, and to take good care of her. I do not dare to become her husband. I only hope that I can see her every day, and that every day she would call me once martial brother. Heaven, in my entire life I will never ask you for anything ever again." All of a sudden, there was a rustling noise coming out from the window in the memorial hall. It appeared that there was someone there. Dai Yun turned his body and stood near the window without moving. After a while, the long window creaked open as someone came outside. In the darkness, Dai Yun could faintly make out that this person had messy hair draping over her shoulders. It was a beggar woman. Dai Yun did not pay much attention to her and only thought, "Why has Fang Mei not come out yet after so much time?" Water Spinach began to cry out in her sleep. She was so scared that she cried out, "Mama! Mama!" The beggar woman was taken aback. She withdrew to the corner of the corridor and hugged her own head. Dai Yun lightly tapped Water Spinach on the shoulder and said, don't cry, is Mama here yet? Is Mama here yet?" The beggar woman listened and made out that a little girl was screaming. Dai Yun appeared to have no intention of harming her in the least bit. She mustered up her courage and got up to slowly walk forward, helping him console Water Spinach. "My darling is a good girl, your mama will come out soon." She spoke softly to Dai Yun. "A person will see ghosts at night. Someone will build walls in the middle of the night. No. No. Don't ask me about it," Dai Yun asked. "What are you talking about?" The beggar woman said. "No, nothing. Master kicked me out of the house. He doesn't want me anymore. Once upon a time I was young and beautiful. He liked me very much. As the saying goes, a day of man and wife is worth 100 nights of grace. 100 nights of grace is deeper than the ocean. Master will one day ask me to return, I know it. A night of man and wife is worth 100 nights of grace. 100 nights of grace is deeper than the ocean." Dai Yun was startled and thought, martial sister and her husband, would she not care about her old affection? All of a sudden it felt as if his chest was clogged and could not breathe. He felt a bit dizzy and carried Water Spinach closely. Then he rushed inside through the memorial hall. He never would have guessed that the beggar woman just now was in fact Tao Hong, the same beautiful lady who framed him that year. When the word river is pronounced Jiang and the word tomb is pronounced Ling, Jiangling is a county in Jingzhou. Dai Yun jumped over the outer wall and made his way to the Wan family's study room. At this point it was about daybreak. Under the haziness of the light he could see someone was lying on the ground. This person vaguely looked like Qi Fang. Dai Yun was startled. Immediately he took the fire knife and the flint to light a fire and lit it on the candle on top of the table. Under the candlelight he saw that Qi Fang's body was completely covered in blood. There was a short knife stabbed on her lower stomach. There were piles of bricks all around her. The wall had cracked open and the two wands were nowhere to be seen. Dai Yun knelt down beside Qi Fang and shouted, "Martial sister! Martial sister!" He was so scared that he trembled throughout his whole body. His voice was nearly inaudible. He extended his hands to reach for Qi Fang's face. He felt that there was still some warmth and there was very faint breathing in her nose. He calmed himself and called out again, "Martial sister." Qi Fang slowly opened her eyes. She revealed a very bitter smile on her face and said, "Martial brother, I'm sorry." Dai Yun said, "You don't have to say anything, I'm here to save you." He gently put Water Spinach on the side, then with his right hand he reached for Qi Fang's body. With his left hand he picked up the short knife by its handle and wanted to pull it out, but after a glimpse he saw that the knife was stuck really deep in her stomach. If he were to pull it out, she would definitely lose her life at once, so he did not dare to act rashly. He was urgent but was completely powerless at this situation. He did not know what to do and asked, "What can I do? What can I do? Who did this to you?" Qi Fang smiled bitterly and said, "Martial brother, as the saying goes, a night of man and wife. I won't say it, Please don't fault me. I could not bear it in my heart. I let my husband out. He. Dai Yun clenched his teeth and said, He stabbed you with a knife, is that right?" Qi Fang smiled bitterly and nodded her head. Dai Yun was in so much emotional pain that it felt as if the knife was stabbed in his own heart. He could do nothing but watch as Qi Fang's life was hanging by a thread. Wan Gui's strike stabbed into her very deeply, no matter what, she could not be saved. In his heart there was a faint hint of a jealous snake gnawing at his insides as he said, You really do love your husband. You are willing to save him at the expense of your own life. Qi Fang said, Martial brother, promise me take good care of water spinach. Treat her like your own daughter. Dai Yun did not respond and nodded his head. Then he said, That little thief, where did he go? Qi Fang's expressions were messy and her voice was ambiguous. She softly said, From that cave the two big butterflies flew in here. Liang Shanbo, Zhu Yingtai, martial brother, look. One of them is you, the other is me. We will fly together hither and thither just like that. We will never separate, what do you say? Her voice was barely audible. Her breathing became more faint and weak until it came to a full stop. Dai Yun carried water spinach on one hand while he carried Qi Fang's body with the other. He jumped out from the enclosure of the Wan residence. At first, he wanted to set the Wan residence completely on fire with one torch, but he changed his mind and thought, If I burn down this house, the Wans will never come back again. If I want to avenge Martial's sister, I'd better leave this place intact. Dai Yun made his way to the abandoned garden that he stayed in with Ding Dian that year. He walked under the plum tree and dug a hole and placed Qi Fang inside. He kept the short saber with him. He intended to use this short saber to take the lives of both Wan Gui and his father. He was in so much grief that he could not even cry out. All he could do was fault himself. Why didn't I just kill those two villains and then seal the wall? Why was I so careless as to cause Martial's sister to lose her life? He did not fault her Martial's sister. He only faulted his own actions. Water Spinach kept crying, Mama, Mama. She cried so loud that Dai Yun was distraught with anxiety. Thereupon, he found a peasant family outside Jiangling and gave them 10 taels of silver to the couple to look after the little girl. Day and night he camped outside the Wan residence. Half a month passed. He did not see any trace of the Wan family. The strange part was that even Lu Kun, Bu Yuan, Sun Jun, Feng Tan, and Shen Cheng had disappeared completely, never returning to the Wan residence. The remaining servants in the Wan family became like a housefly without a head. Some began to steal things, while others began to fight and argue with each other. Inside Jiangling City, there were many characters from the martial world who assembled from all directions. One night, Dai Yun heard the conversation of several grand characters from the realm. It turns out that a deadly secret is hidden inside a Tang poem anthology. The first 4 words are Jiangling City South. That is correct. These past few days, the wind has sure blown quite a few people here after hearing this news. Except that nobody knows what follows after those 4 words. Who cares what follows afterwards? All we have to do is camp south of the city. As soon as someone digs out the treasure, we will impede their path and rob them. Correct. Even if we can't rob the whole thing, we will at least get a small portion. Anyone who sees it will take it. How will we be missing out? Ha! In the past few days, many people have bought the Tang poem anthology from the local bookstore in Jiangling. Today I walked by the bookstore, and before I even said a word, the shopkeeper asked me, Elder, are you here to buy the Tang poem anthology? This book we have just imported from Hankou. If you want to buy it, come early. If you come late, it will be sold out. I was very curious, so I asked him, How do you know I wanted to buy the Tang poem anthology? What do you think he answered? I don't know. What did he say? Damn it, that shopkeeper said. I will not hide the truth from you, Elder. Several days ago, there were many folks who wielded swords and sabers, sticking out their chest and belly in a shocking manner. They all came to the bookstore, whether it was 10 or 11 people. They all wanted to buy this book. I sold them for 5 taels of silver each. Do you want that book too? Damn it, how can a book be so expensive? Do you know how much the book is worth? Have you looked at its contents? Ha, your daddy, I have never entered a bookstore my entire life. Books, your daddy, I am a gambler. I only buy something that will let me win. Why would I buy a book one? Ha, Dai Yun thought. It looks like the secret of the Lion Cheng manual has leaked out. I wonder who leaked it out? Right, the exchange between the Wan Zhenchen and his son was heard by Lu Kun and the others. Wan Zhenchen wanted to investigate, and his several disciples escaped as well. In such a way, the news spread, and more people knew about it. He recalled how during the years he spent in prison with Ding Dian, there would often be realm folks who came, but they were all effortlessly killed by Ding Dian. I have not fulfilled Brother Ding's wish yet. Brother Ding's business is even more important than my own affairs of vengeance. Lady Ling's father was the prefectural magistrate of the Jiangling prefecture. Dai Yun made his way to the largest coffin store and largest tombstone store in Jiangling to investigate. He found out that Lady Ling was buried on top of a small hill about 12 li east of the city. He bought an iron shovel and a crane-mouth hoe and made his way eastwards. It did not take him very long to find the tomb. On the tombstone was written the 7 words, resting place of beloved daughter Ling Xuanghua. There were no flowers or trees in front of the tomb. During her life, Ling Xuanghua loved fresh flowers the most, yet her father did not even place any on her tomb. Beloved daughter, haha, do you really love your daughter? He laughed coldly, and then he thought about Ding Dian and Qi Fang. He could not help but cry, tears falling from his eyes. His lapel had long been wet throughout from Qi Fang's tears. Now in front of the tomb of Ling Xuanghua, he added another layer of tears. Nobody lived near this small hill, and it was distanced very far from the main road, so nobody would ever come here. But no matter what, he could not dig out her tomb in the light of day. He waited until the sky was completely dark before he began digging at the grave. He dug open the large rock that was sealed by concrete mortar, and the coffin was revealed. After experiencing several years of distress and misery, Dai Yun was no longer a person who would easily cry or be overcome with grief. But seeing the coffin under such gloomy moonlight, he thought about how Brother Ding died because of this very coffin. He could not help but become sad. He could not help but become teary again. Ling Tuisi had once smeared the coffin with the poison of the golden ripple flower. But after so much time had passed, and the fact that the coffin was taken all the way here to be buried, it was expected that the poison had long been wiped off. But nonetheless, Dai Yun did not dare to extend his hands to touch the coffin. He took out his blood saber and slightly shoved it in the opening between the coffin and case. The blood saber was capable of scraping gold and slicing jades. As soon as it made contact with the coffin, it was like slicing tofu. He did not even need to use any strength, and the tenon on the cover of the coffin was already cut off. He exerted some strength on his right arm until it was enough to send the cover flying out of place. In a split second, he saw that 2 rotten hands were pointing upwards, but as soon as the cover flew off, the 2 hands drooped down again, just as if it was moving lifelike. Dai Yun was slightly startled and thought, when Lady Ling entered the coffin, how come her hands would be raised in such a way? That is very strange. He saw that there were no burial clothes or beddings inside the coffin that was typical of a burial. Lady Ling wore nothing but an unlined garment. Dai Yun silently prayed. Brother Ding, Lady Ling, the 2 of you could not become man and wife during your lifetimes, but now you 2 are buried together after death. Your wishes will finally be fulfilled. The 2 of your spirits will smile in the golden springs. He undid the burden on his back and opened it. He took out Ding Dian's ashes and scattered it completely on Lady Ling's body. He kneeled down and respectfully kowtowed 4 times. Then he got up and conveniently tossed the cloth wrapper that contained the ashes into the coffin. Then he sealed the coffin again. Under the gloomy moonlight, he saw that there were some faint words written on the back of the coffin. Dai Yun got closer to look and saw that these words were a trembling scrawl of writing. Darling Ding, in our next life we will become man and wife. Dai Yun trembled in his heart. He sat down on the ground cross-legged. These few words were clearly written by fingernails. He only thought for a moment before he came to a realization. Lady Ling was buried alive by her father. When she was placed in the coffin, she was not dead yet. These few words must have been written right before she died. That is also why when she died, her hands were still upwards facing the cover. It's hard to believe that in this world there could actually be such a heartless father. Brother Ding was unyielding, and Lady Ling never betrayed Brother Ding. Her father became more and more ruthless and even went so far as to bury her alive. He also thought, when Magistrate Ling realized that Brother Ding escaped from prison, he should know that Brother Ding would definitely settle the score with him. That's why he rapidly smeared the poison of the golden ripple flower on the outsides of the coffin. The heart of this person is actually 100 times more deadly than that of the golden ripple flower. He leaned closer to the coffin to take a closer look at the next 2 lines of writing. He saw under several words were written 3 lines of numbers, written 4, 41, 33, 53, and other various numbers. Dai Yun inhaled a cold breath of air and thought. Right, even before Lady Ling died, she remembered her wish of being buried together with Brother Ding. She promised Brother Ding that if there was anyone capable of burying the 2 of them together, she would reveal the secret of the Lian Cheng manual to this person. Brother Ding also spoke to me about these numbers in the abandoned garden, but he passed away before he finished speaking. The secret on the manual that teacher took was uncovered by Marshall's sister's tears, but this book was then ripped to shreds by Wan Gui and his father. I only know that from now on the secret will be like passing mist. Who knows the significance of the numbers written here? He prayed in his heart. Lady Ling, you really are an honest person. I thank you for your kindness, but my heart is like dust. I wish for nothing more than to kill myself and bury myself beside you and Brother Ding. Just that I have not yet sought my revenge. I have not yet killed the Wan family and your father. Gold and silver mean nothing more to me than dirt or clay. After he said this, he took the cover of the coffin and was about to seal it up when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Io, right. I don't know where the Wans have hid themselves. It may be that for the rest of my life I won't be able to track them down. But right now the secret of the great treasure is written right in front of my eyes, and naturally the Wans will go and check it out. Right, this secret is actually a very pleasant pastry. Even if the Wans were suspicious, even if they were 10 times more careful, they would not be able to resist the temptation of the secret. He placed the cover down and looked carefully at the numbers written. With the blood saber, he carved each number on the back of the shovel. After engraving all the numbers, he matched it with the numbers on the coffin to make sure he did not make a mistake. Then he wrapped a cloth around his hands and covered up the coffin and placed the stone slab carefully. Finally, he piled the dirt around the tomb neatly. This desire has finally been fulfilled. After I take my revenge, I will scatter hundreds of different chrysanthemums around the tomb. Brother Ding and Lady Ling loved chrysanthemums more than anything else. It's best if I can find the spring water jade ripple flower. Early next morning, 3 lines of numbers were remarkably written using calcium oxide on the west city wall of Jiangling. Every number occupied about 10 feet of space and could be seen from afar. 4, 41, 33, 53. The strange part is that these several rows of numbers were separated nearly 20 feet from the ground. It's unlikely that in Jiangling there would be such a big ladder. For someone to be capable of climbing their way up the wall to write these numbers, it would only be possible if this person tied a rope around their body and wrote it from top down. Several hundred feet away from the numbers on the wall, Dai Yun disguised himself as a beggar and took off his jacket, sitting under the sun and pretending to catch lice. Many people entered and exited through the South City gate. In only the span of several hours, discussion erupted all throughout various markets and restaurants. They were all talking about the numbers on the wall. Many people went in front of the city gate to take a look. The position in which these numbers were written was really strange, but besides that there was nothing fancy about it. Most people would take a look, make a random guess, and then head on their way. But there were still several formidable folks from the realm who remained. These people all held a Tang poem anthology in their hands. They copied down the numbers on the wall and creased their eyebrows in deep contemplation. Dai Yun saw Sun Jun had arrived, and Shen Cheng had arrived too. After a while, Lu Kun arrived as well, but they did not know the sequence of the stances of the Lion Cheng swordplay. Although they each had a copy of the Tang poem anthology, even though the numbers on the wall were written so remarkably, and even though they knew that the numbers had something to do with the secret of the manual, and even though they eavesdropped and heard their teacher and his son talk about the method to discover the secret, it was impossible for them to figure it out without knowing which number applies to which poem. In this world, the only ones who knew the answer to this were Wan Zhenchen, Yan Dapping, and Qi Zhangfa. Lu Kun and the other 3 got together for a discussion. Dai Yun was separated quite a distance from them and could not make out what they were saying. He only watched as the 3 of them discussed for a while and then returned inside the city. After some time, the 3 of them changed into a disguise and came out again. One disguised himself as a fruit salesman and carried a bucket of tangerines. Another disguised himself as a vegetable dealer, and the third disguised himself as a local peasant carrying a shovel. The 3 of them camped near the city wall and watched attentively for anyone who passed by. Dai Yun knew of their intentions. They were waiting for Wan Zhenchen to appear. They could not figure out the secret of the manual, but they knew that if they followed Wan Zhenchen, they would be able to find the location of the treasure. Even if they could not take the whole thing, at least they could get a portion of it. Naturally, it would be extremely dangerous for them to see their teacher again, but if they wanted to become filthy rich, how could they not take such a risk? The first 4 numbers of the Lion Cheng manual had long been revealed to the general public. 4, 41, 33, 53, which was decoded to mean Jiangling City South. Even if a person was more stupid, they would realize that the numbers following those 4 numbers would naturally reveal the location of the treasure. More and more people came near the city wall. Some disguised themselves while others kept their everyday appearance. Dai Yun counted that there were 78 people in total. After a while, Bu Yuan and Feng Tan also came. The 2 of them were for some reason flushed with anger. It appeared as if they were about to fight but finally quieted down. They sat next to the moat. It was now afternoon. The wands still did not show up. Then night began to fall, but the wands were still nowhere to be seen. Many people began to curse profanities out loud. All of Wan Zhenqin's ancestors were abused roundly, especially Wan Zhenqin's grandmother. The sky was getting dark now. A scholarly person held a piece of paper and an ink case and a pen. He shook his head as he copied down the numbers written on the city wall. A big person was so bored that he did not have any place to vent his anger. He came forward and scolded. "What are you copying down the numbers for?" the scholar said. "I will naturally have my own use for it. Others need not care." The big man said, "Will you tell me or not? If you don't speak up, I will hit you." He raised his large fist and swayed it back and forth around the tip of the scholar's nose. The scholar was afraid and said, all right, someone told me to copy it down." The big man said, "Who told you to copy it down?" The scholar said, "This old fellow, I do not dare to deceive you. This person is the renowned and venerable Wan Zhenqin. You cannot offend this elder." As soon as the name Wan Zhenqin was uttered, there was much hubbub from the crowd. Dai Yun was also delighted, but amidst his delight, most of his emotions consisted of enmity and grief. This scholar trembled back and forth in front, 1 foot high and the other foot low. He staggered along his way and continued walking east. Over 100 people followed closely behind. Since Wan Zhenqin did not show up, the only solution was to find Wan Zhenqin. He is the only man capable of figuring out the secret behind these numbers. The news of the secret had long spread across the city. Many people wanted to pressure Wan Zhenqin into leading them to the treasure. Many people complimented the big man. "It is fortunate that elder brother was so smart. Otherwise, we could have waited here for 3 days and 3 nights, and Wan Zhenqin would have already taken the treasure for himself." The big man was very proud of himself and said, "That little fellow was sneaky and secretive. I knew that there was something up with him." He talked as if he did a good deed for everyone. Dai Yun mixed himself with the rest of the crowd and thought, Wan Zhenqin is an old and extremely cunning person. He would not be as careless as to let others find the secret. There must be some kind of scheme behind this. At this point, the group had already traveled several li away from the south gate. Dai Yun turned his head to look and looked at the city wall. In a glimpse, he saw a shadow rushing past the city wall heading westward. Dai Yun thought, all of these people have their attention fixed on the scholar and won't let him escape. If they find Wan Zhenqin, they won't separate from him. In such a big city, it would be extremely difficult to find Wan Zhenqin and his son, but to find such a messy crowd would be as easy as flipping my hand. Why do I have to merge myself with the crowd? He changed his thoughts, and in a flash hid himself behind a tree. Then he exerted his lightness martial arts and turned around to head towards the south gate. He headed westward and followed the direction that the shadow went. He caught up to this person before the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Although this person's lightness martial arts were decent, it paled in comparison to Dai Yun's. He did not even notice that he was being followed. He only kept on running. Dai Yun saw as this person made his way in front of a small house. The person went inside the house, and Dai Yun kept watch outside and waited for this person to come out. After a while, he saw through the window that a lamp was lit from inside the house. He made his way under the window and peeked through the narrow window slit. He saw there was an old person sitting on a chair inside the house. This person had his back against the window, so Dai Yun could not make out who it was. This old person took out and began reading a book on the table. Dai Yun only took one glance and knew that it was the Tang Poem Anthology. In the past few days, this book was incredibly popular in the city. Evidently, even an old person was unable to break the custom. He too had a copy. Dai Yun watched as this old person took out a writing brush and on a piece of yellow paper wrote words, Jiangling City South. Then this person faintly counted the numbers 5, 10, 15, 16. Then on the piece of paper he wrote the word inclined. Dai Yun was startled at what he saw. He thought, there is actually someone capable of deciphering the numbers from the Tang Poem Anthology. Could it be that he knows the Lian Cheng swordplay? but judging from the back of this person, it was not Wan Zhenshin. This person wore very old and shabby gray clothes. Dai Yun could not figure out who it was. Dai Yun watched as this person continued to read the book, counting on his fingers the number of words every now and then writing down the corresponding word. This person wrote down 26 words in total. Dai Yun read the words one by one. Inclined west, Tianning Temple, main hall, Buddha statue facing the pious and sincere worshipper. The praying spirit informs Buddha will bless a future life of bliss. The old person became very angry and slammed the brush hard on the table. What facing the pious and sincere worshipper, the praying spirit informs, and what Buddha will bless a future life of bliss. Damn it, future life of bliss. Are they telling me to go see Yama too, or what? As Dai Yun listened, he felt that this person's voice was quite familiar. He was just thinking who it could be when this person turned around to face the window. Dai Yun ducked under the window and thought, "It is second uncle, no wonder he knows the sword stances. But what is the secret then? It seems to be nothing more than a joke." He could not help but chuckle in his heart. So many people spent so much effort, they were willing to kill their teachers, kill each other, and in the end, it is nothing more than a phrase meant to make a fool of you. He did not actually laugh out loud, but inside the room Yan Dapping began to laugh. "Haha, this phrase is telling me to sincerely worship Buddha, then that damn filthy clay statue will bless me and wish me a future life of bliss. Haha, damn it. It's telling me to live a future life of bliss. The three of us combined our forces to kill our teacher. The three of us martial brothers engaged in a fierce rivalry all these years, and we were fighting for nothing more than a future life of bliss. The hundreds of heroes and courageous people in Jingzhou City, the various turtle thieves and bandits, all of them have tried to take this manual, and it was all for nothing more than a future life of bliss. Ha-ha. Ha-ha, his laughter was filled with sadness and grief. As he laughed, he tore the yellow paper to shreds. All of a sudden, he stood there motionless, his gaze completely fixed outside the window. Dai Yun thought about his own misfortunes. He thought about Qi Fang's tragic death and how it was all because of this secret. But in the end, this secret was nothing more several phrases of a big joke. Under such extreme grief and indignation, he could not help but start laughing out loud. At the same time, he saw Yan Dapping fixed his gaze outside the window, as if he was staring at something. Dai Yun heard him mumble to himself, "Now that it has come to this, might as well go to Tianning Temple and take a look. What harm can it do? Jingzhou City South? This is correct, there is indeed an old temple there." He brandished his hand to extinguish the candlelight. He pushed open the door and executed his lightness martial arts to travel westward. Dai Yun became hesitant in his heart. Should I look for Wan Zhenshin or follow Uncle Yan? AI, such a big group of people can't be hard to find. I should go after Uncle Yan first. At once he looked at Yan Dapping and followed closely behind. It did not take a full hour before Yan Dapping reached the outskirts of the old Tianning Temple. He first stayed outside the temple for a very long time to listen for any activity. Then he toured once around the outside. He realized that the temple was completely empty before he pushed the door open to go inside. This Tianning Temple was located in a very desolate area and had been abandoned and worn down over the years. There were no acolytes or monks inside this temple. Yan Dapping reached the main hall and lit up a torch. He wanted to light the candle in front of the altar. Under the firelight, it appeared that the candle wax was somewhat fresh. His thoughts changed, and he extended his hands to pinch the wax. Indeed, it was still soft and mushy. It was obvious that someone lit this very candle not too long ago. He became suspicious and blew out his torch. He was about to go outside to investigate when suddenly he felt a pain on his back. A sharp blade was plugged in through his back. He let out a loud screech and lost his life immediately. Dai Yun hid behind the double doors. He only saw that the flame was extinguished, and Yan Dapping let out a miserable screech. Dai Yun realized that Yan Dapping had met with an unfortunate accident. All of this happened so fast that Dai Yun did not have time to come to his rescue. Dai Yun remained where he was, unmoving. He wanted to see who it was who killed Yan Dapping. In the darkness, all he could make out were the sounds of faint, cold laughters. When the voice of this person reached his ears, Dai Yun was absolutely horrified. This voice was gloomy and extremely frightening, but it was also extremely familiar. All of a sudden, a fire was set ablaze. Someone had lit up the candle. The candlelight reflected directly on the body of this person. This person slowly turned his head to face the front. Dai Yun blurted out, "Teacher?" This person was indeed Qi Zhangfa. Dai Yun watched as his teacher gave a hard kick at the body of Yan Dapping. Then he took out the long sword from his back and stabbed this body from behind several times in succession. When Dai Yun saw how cruel and vicious Qi Zhangfa could be towards his own martial brother, the word teacher reached the tip of his mouth, but was immediately swallowed back in. Qi Zhangfa laughed coldly and said, "Martial brother, it looks like you have also found the secret of the Lion Cheng manual, am I right?" "Ha ha." Inclined west, Tianning Temple, main hall, Buddha statue facing the pious and sincere worshipper. The praying spirit informs. "Haha, martial brother, the sword manual says Buddha will bless a future life of bliss. Are you not heading to your afterlife now? Was this not blessed by Buddha?" He turned his head to face the appearance of the benevolent Buddha statue, his face full of violent rage. Very fiercely he scrutinized. "Damn it, you sorry excuse of a stinking Buddha have capered your daddy eye for my entire life. You have caused me so much suffering." He leapt on top of the altar and raised his long sword. Ting, ting, ting. He slashed the belly of the statue 3 times. This Buddha statue was made from clay and engraved in wood. Yet when these 3 slashes struck firmly on the statue, it emitted a clang of metals like the sound of gold clashing. Qi Zhangfa became very suspicious and slashed the statue 2 more times. He only felt the more he slashed the statue, the tougher the substance became. He took the candle and looked closer at the statue. He saw that the sword slashes left a deep scar in the statue. The scars glittered a brilliant golden light. Qi Zhangfa was shocked. He extended his fingers to reach for the 2 sword scars and peeled off the nearby clay. What he saw was sparkling gold. The inside of the statue was actually completely made of gold. He could not help but yell out, "Golden Buddha, it is all gold. It is all gold." This Buddha statue stood over 30 feet tall. It was very thick and solid and definitely exceeded any ordinary Buddha statue. If it was true that the entire statue was made of gold, there would be at least 50 or 60,000 caddies worth of gold. Would that not be a great treasure or what? Under great ecstasy, Qi Zhangfa pondered for a bit and then turned the statue around. He raised his sword and began hacking at the statue. He saw that the waist area of the statue had a very small hidden contraption. He repeatedly hacked away at this contraption, the clay flying in all directions. He made over a dozen cuts on the statue before he completely cleared up the clay surrounding the contraption. He saw that this contraption was also made of gold. Qi Zhangfa extended the tip of his sword to pry it open. He was unable to contain his joy. His heart rate was off the charts. He got so excited that his sword unexpectedly broke in half. He picked up the remaining half of the sword and continued to pry open the hidden contraption from another side. After several attempts, the contraption gradually began to loosen itself. Qi Zhangfa threw away his long sword and extended his finger to lightly open it. He illuminated the insides of the statue with the candle and saw that inside the stomach of the Buddha was filled with the glowing aura of sparkling gems piled up in grandiosity. He could not even figure out how many gems and other treasures were stuffed inside this Buddha. Qi Zhangfa spat out some saliva. He was about to extend his hand inward to reach for the various gems to take a look, when suddenly he felt the altar slightly tremble. He knew there was something going on and dropped back down on the ground. As soon as his left foot reached the ground, he felt a faint pain on his lower stomach. Someone had already sealed his acupoint. With a loud crash, he fell on the ground. Someone came out from under the altar who laughed coldly. "Brother Qi, you have finally found it. Since old Second found this place, why didn't you consider that your eldest martial brother would find it too?" The speaker was none other than Wan Zhenchen. When Qi Zhangfa unexpectedly discovered this great treasure, no matter how intelligent and crafty of a person he was, when he saw so many precious gems in front of him, he was completely overjoyed with his discovery. Now that his mind was back to reality, he figured he should have known that Wan Zhenchen would indeed have come here. He toughly said, "The first time you failed to kill me, who would have thought that I would end up dead by your hands after all?" Wan Zhenchen was complacent and said, "I was very perplexed about this too. Brother Qi, I know I strangled you to death and stuffed you inside the wall. How did you come back to life?" Qi Zhangfa closed his eyes and did not answer. Wan Zhenchen said, "Even if you don't answer, you think I don't know the answer. Back then you weren't my match, so you sealed your own breathing and faked your death. After you were sealed inside the wall, you were still able to make your way out. Excellent. Impressive. Back then, when I saw there was a piece of brick sticking out of the sealed wall, I knew that something wasn't right, but I would never have guessed that it was the result of you breaking yourself out of the wall." Ever since Wan Zhenchen sealed Qi Zhangfa inside the wall, the next day he saw one of the bricks was sticking out. That incident had made his heart ill at ease ever since. It went so far as to give him somnambulism, and he would be building walls in the middle of the night during his dreams. All along he was afraid that He Sheng became a zombie and would jump out of the wall. That's why even in his sleep, every single night he would build the same wall over and over again. He wanted to seal the wall completely. Wang Zhenchen laughed coldly. "Ha ha, you are really impressive. You looked on helplessly as your daughter became my son's wife, yet you never revealed yourself. I ask you, what is it all for? Why?" He Sheng spat out some phlegm in his direction. Wang Zhenchen slanted his body to evade the spit. He laughed. "Old third, would you rather die an easy death or have me cut you piece by piece? If you want to die an easy death, then tell me, how were you able to take out the sword manual from the inn? How were old second and I unable to find it after all these years?" He Sheng felt a chill and said, "Do you think it was easy? That night I waited until the two of you were asleep like a pig, then I quietly got up and opened the box. I took out the sword manual and put it inside the interval between the drawer and the table. The next day, the sword manual naturally disappeared without a trace. The three of us bickered with each other for a very long time and then went our separate ways. You followed Yan Dapping followed me, and I followed you. The three of us tailed each other for over a month before going our separate ways. Then I returned to the inn and took out the sword manual from the hidden compartment. I returned home and put the manual inside a box of old clothes. But for some reason my daughter took the manual. You surnamed Wan, just end my life quickly." Wang Zhenchen laughed maliciously and said, "Very well, I will give you a quick death. Logically, I should not let you go so easily, but your martial brother I do not have any time to waste. I must use some dirt and seal up the Buddha statue again. Very well then, my martial brother, it is time for you to move on." He raised his sword and was about to strike down at He Sheng's chest. All of a sudden a red light flashed across the scene. Wang Zhenchen's right arm was completely sliced off from his elbow, and along with the sword all fell on the ground. Then his body was kicked away violently. It was Dai Yun wielding the blood saber to rescue He Sheng. He lowered his body and unsealed the acupoint on He Sheng's body and said, "Teacher, you have been startled." All of this happened so fast. He Sheng was completely dumbstruck for a long time before he could clearly see that this person was Dai Yun. He said, "Yun, Yuner, is it you?" Dai Yun and his teacher had been separated for such a long time. When he once again heard someone call him Yuner, he could not help but begin to grieve and said, "Yes, teacher, it is Yuner." He Sheng said, "So you have seen everything?" Dai Yun nodded his head. Then he said, martial sister, she." He Sheng looked at the dead bodies of his two martial brothers and slowly said, "Yuner, fortunately you arrived just in time and saved your teacher's life. Hey, who else is here? Is that Fanger?" As he said this, he pointed his finger to the side of the hall. When Dai Yun heard the words Fanger, his heart trembled violently. He turned around to look, but there was nobody there. He was surprised when suddenly he felt a sharp pain from his back. He flipped his hand over to grab his enemy by the wrist. He turned around and saw that this person was holding a very sharp and dazzling dagger. It was none other than his teacher, He Sheng. Dai Yun was perplexed. Teacher, what crime did your disciple commit that you would want to kill me?" He saw that this dagger had already stabbed him firmly from behind, but because he had the protection of the dark silkworm vest, he did not lose his life. He Sheng was seized by the wrist and half his body became numb. He could not even exert the slightest bit of strength. Under such alarm and anger, he said fiercely, "Very well, you have learned a set of profound martial arts. Naturally, you no longer take your teacher seriously anymore. Kill me then, kill me, why haven't you killed me yet?" Dai Yun released his hold, but he was still at a loss for words. "How would I dare to kill my own teacher?" He Sheng shouted. "Why are you so insincerely courteous? This Buddha statue is filled with gold and precious gemstones. Do you not want it all for yourself? If I don't kill you, then you will kill me. What is so strange about that? This is a remarkable gold Buddha. Inside its stomach are invaluable gemstones and jewels. Why won't you kill me? Why won't you kill me?" The way he shouted so hoarsely, his voice was filled with greed, anger, and lament. This voice did not even sound like the voice of a human. It sounded like the voice of a wounded beast howling in the wilderness. Dai Yun shook his head and retreated a few steps. "Teacher wants to kill me because of this gold Buddha?" Then, in an instant, he came to a startling realization. He understood everything. He Sheng was willing to go so far as to kill his own teacher, his own martial brothers. He was even suspicious of his own daughter. What does a mere disciple mean to him? In his heart, he suddenly recalled what Ding Dian once told him. His nickname is Iron Lock Across the River. What isn't he capable of doing? Dai Yun retreated another step and said, Teacher, I have no intention of taking away any part of your gold Buddha. You can take it all for yourself. Dai Yun really did not understand. How could a person in this world actually care for nothing but riches? This person did not care for his teacher. He did not care for his martial brothers or his disciples. He did not even care for his own daughter. Even if he possessed such a priceless treasure, what does it really mean in the end? He Sheng did not even believe his own ears and thought, in this world there is actually someone who is not moved by so many precious gems and jewels. This little brat Dai Yun must have some other sort of scheme up his sleeves. At this point, he had already completely lost his cool and shouted, What trick are you pulling now? This here is a gigantic gold Buddha. Its stomach is completely filled with pearls and gemstones. Why do you not want it? What scheme are you trying to pull? Dai Yun shook his head. He was just about to exit the temple when suddenly he heard the sounds of a lot of footsteps fast approaching. There were lots of people entering the temple. Dai Yun jumped up to the roof and looked outside. He saw over 100 people holding torches, shouting with much hubbub. They were all heading towards the temple. It was the group of realm folks from earlier. He heard someone shout, Wan Gui, damn it, let's go. Let's go. Dai Yun wanted to leave, but as soon as he heard the name Wan Gui, he stopped himself. He still had yet to avenge Qi Fang. The crowd of people stormed and fought their way into the temple. Dai Yun watched very carefully. Wan Gui was captured by several big fellows and was beaten to a pulp. His nose was swollen and his eyes were darkly bruised. But he was still wearing a very scholarly outfit. It turns out that he was the one who dressed up as a scholar in order to lure away the group of people crowding around the city wall, so as to let his father go to Tianning Temple and take the treasure for himself. But under the constant interrogation of the crowd, he finally revealed his tracks. The crowd of people beat him to a pulp and threatened to kill him if he did not lead them to Tianning Temple. He Sheng heard that people were approaching and urgently jumped up the altar. He wanted to cover up the sword markings on the statue that revealed the various hidden gemstones, but he was too late. The crowd had already seen him standing on the altar and hugging the gold Buddha's big stomach with both hands. At once, under the illumination of several dozen torches, the temple was as bright as day. Everyone saw the dazzling reflection of gold and let out a roar as they rushed forward. Everyone rushed forward in a complete mess and cut off all the clay from the statue. Everyone had their own saber or sword and slashed mindlessly. In no time at all, the statue was completely naked and emitted a radiant gold light. Then followed that someone discovered the hidden contraption in the statue and extended his hand to reach for it, fishing out large quantities of precious gemstones. The ones that were standing at the back used their strength to push this person aside. The various gemstones were taken out large quantities at a time. The stronger people stole the gemstones from the weaker people. All of a sudden, from outside, a bugle horn sounded repeatedly, and the door of the temple was kicked open. Over a dozen soldiers rushed inside and shouted, "The prefectural magistrate is here. Nobody make a move." From behind, someone in an officer's outfit proudly walked inside. It was none other than the prefectural magistrate of Jiangling, Ling Tuisi. He had many followers outside the city, and several were in the group of people that came to the temple. As soon as he heard the news, he immediately dispatched soldiers and rushed to the scene. Ling Tuisi caused the death of Ding Dian and even forced his own daughter's death. Yet he did not have a single clue about the mysteries of the sword manual. But nonetheless, his desires for the great treasure never decreased. He knew that it was definitely related to Mei Nian Sheng. Only he did not know that the crux of the secret lied within the Tang poem swordplay. He continued to part with large quantities of bribes and continued to serve his term as the prefectural magistrate of Jingzhou. In addition, using his position as the leader of the Raspy Dragon sect, he dispatched many of his sect followers to search. Eventually, he found news that A Deadly Secret had to do with the Tang poem anthology. Ling Tuisi came from a background of academics and imperial secretaries. His education and literature was remarkably impressive. As soon as he looked at the Tang poem anthology, he found out that this poem was written by late Tang poets that lived sometime during the reign of Emperor Liang Yuan, around 500 to 600 AD. Emperor Liang Yuan's treasure could definitely not have evidence that could be found inside the Tang poem anthology, so he further investigated thoroughly. Then he figured out that after Emperor Liang Yuan concealed the treasure, he completely eradicated all of the soldiers who ever came in contact with this treasure. Later, he was killed by soldiers of the northern Zhou dynasty, and from then on the location of the treasure was unknown. It wasn't until the reign of Kangxi that a senior monk with supreme martial arts stayed in the Tianning Temple in Jingzhou and accidentally discovered the treasure. He wanted to give it to the Heaven and Earth Society in their quest to destroy Qing and restore the Ming dynasty. But he was afraid that the secret would leak out, so he encoded the location of the treasure into a set of numbers located in a bunch of sword mnemonics. Then he put it inside the popular Tang poem anthology. Then he gave it to Wu Liyuqi, who was a disciple of his elder martial brother from the same clan. Just like the senior monk, Wu Liyuqi also knew the Tang poem swordplay and knew the sequence of stances in this swordplay. Unfortunately, when he was about to pass on the secret code, he met with an accident and was killed. From then on, the secret code of the sword mnemonics leaked outside 3. From then on, the information passed around outwards, but the information did not connect the treasure to the Tang poem anthology, so it was useless. The ones who knew of this information did not know the Tang poem swordplay. Although they knew the mnemonics of the swordplay, they did not know the sequence of the stances, so they had no way of finding the treasure. He Sheng belonged to the same clan as Wu Liyuqi and the senior monk. Naturally, he knew the Tang poem swordplay. Later on, he received the sword mnemonics, but the news leaked, and he suffered at the hands of his 3 traitorous disciples. Now that the various realm folk saw so many treasures in front of them, how would they be afraid of the authorities? Everyone exerted all their efforts to steal the gemstones in front of them. Various pearls, gemstones, white jades, green jades fell on the ground. All of the heroic people of the realm and soldiers all reached to grab the treasure at all costs. Some began to fight each other, others even jumped on the gold Buddha. How would Ling Tuisi's subordinates not fight for the treasure? The soldiers bent their bodies to pick up the treasures, and the officials too took the treasures. Nobody dared to fall behind and lose out on anything. Qi Zhangfa was plundering the treasures. Wan Gui was fighting over the treasures. Even the great magistrate Ling Tuisi could not resist and stuffed handfuls of treasures into his bosom. To fight for the treasures in such a way, fights and casualties could not be avoided. Some people managed to win their fights, some people bled, some people died. The fights became more and more intense. Some people even pounced themselves on the gold Buddha and began biting at it. Some people rammed their heads against the statue. Dai Yun was extremely perplexed. What's going on? Even if they loved these treasures so much, they should not go so far as to be this crazy. Indeed, all of them had lost their minds. Their eyes became red. They were fighting mindlessly and biting mindlessly, scratching mindlessly. Dai Yun saw that twin knights of Bell Sword, Wang Xiao Feng, was amongst the group, as was the remaining member of Luo Hua Liashui, Hua Taigen. They had all become crazy as wild beasts. They were all clawing and biting frantically. They put the various precious stones in their mouths. Dai Yun understood the truth. There must have been extremely deadly poison smeared on these jewels. Back then, the emperor who concealed the treasure was afraid that soldiers of the Zhou dynasty would come and take it away, so he smeared poison on these jewels. He wanted to save his teacher, but it was too late. After these people contracted the poison, they were suffering endlessly and would not live long. Ling Tuisi, Wan Gui, Lu Kun, Bu Yuan, Shen Cheng, and the others had committed endless atrocities. Now that they finally got their hands on the treasure, there was no need for Dai Yun to finish them off. They would not live for much longer. Dai Yun went back to Ding Dayan and Lady Ling's grave and brought with him several hundred varieties of flowers. He did not hire anyone to help him out. He did everything by himself. He grew up in the countryside as a farmer. Naturally, he specialized in digging. The only problem was that he was not very knowledgeable about flowers. What he usually grew consisted of hot peppers, cucumbers, winter melons, cabbages, eggplants, water spinaches. He left Jingzhou and took water spinach with him. He took a horse and set forth on a long journey. He no longer cared about the various events of the realm. He only wanted to find a place where nobody would find him and raise water spinach into an adult. He returned to the snowy valley. Qi Fang gave him 100 taels of silver back in the Wan residence. This money not only served to help tidy up the tomb of Ding Dayan and Lady Ling, it also served as expenses to the family who took care of water spinach during his absence, and also served to pay out the expenses of food and resting along his journey. He bought some new clothes and shoes for water spinach. He also bought some cotton-padded clothes and trousers and over a dozen straw sandals for himself. He stuffed it all into a big bundle and carried it on his back. By the time he reached the snowy valley near Sichuan, he only had about 30 taels of silver left on him. He weighed the remaining silver in his hands and then exerted his strength to throw it far away, casting it into the deep canyon near the side of the road. Even if I have 1,000,000 taels of silver, even if I have an exorbitant amount of precious treasures, what use would it be in a snowy valley? But his martial sister did not come with him. She would never ever come with him. He could not even see her one more time. He felt very lonely and desolate. "Uncle, uncle, why are you crying? Do you miss my mama? We promised each other that neither of us are allowed to cry anymore." The snow began to pour down from the sky again, making its way to the cave he once resided. All of a sudden, from afar, he saw a young girl standing outside the cave. It was He Sheng. Her face full of delight, she rushed forward, laughing and calling, "I have waited a long time. I knew you would eventually return. If you don't come back, I will wait 10 years. If you don't come back in 10 years, I will search across the realm for 100 years. The end won the word book is pronounced the same as the word lose in Chinese. So he would not buy any books because he does not want to lose when he gambles. Tuyama is the king of hell in Chinese mythology. 3 for more information about Wu Liyuki, read. In my youth, back in my home at Haining County in Zhejiang Province, there was a servant by the name of He Sheng. He was a hunchback that tended to tilt to the right, giving off an oddly appearance. Although I am calling him a servant, he was not responsible for any heavy-duty work. He only swept floors, cleaned off dust, and took the kids to school. When my brother's classmates would see him, they would sing, He Sheng, half hunchback. Call him 3 times, he will get angry. Call him another 3 times, he will turn a somersault. When he flips over, he looks like a paralyzed basket. Paralyzed basket is a native slang from home which refers to rice baskets that have been broken. At that time, I only held He Sheng's hands and shouted at my brother's classmates to not sing. I even cried once as a result. As such, He Sheng was especially close to me. Even in the case of rainy or snowy days, he would still take me to school. Because he was a half hunchback, he could not carry me on his back, and he was already very old at the time. My parents urged him not to carry me for the fear that both of us would fall and hurt ourselves, but he insisted. One day, he contrived a great sickness. I went to his room to give him some dim sum, and he told me about his life story. He was a person from the Danyang County in Jiangsu Province. His home operated a family business of tofu, and his parents helped him find a pretty lady from the neighborhood as his wife. He had to save up money for a few years before he had enough to complete the marriage. In December of that year, the family man told him to grind the rice vermicelli used to make year cakes. This rich man in the family opened a pawn shop and a seasoning store, and his home had a big garden. Whether it be grinding tofu or grinding rice vermicelli, both required similar amounts of effort. The rich man wanted the rice to be finished grinding by New Year's. The work of grinding was done in the back section of the rich man's house. I have seen people grind vermicelli before. They would grind for a few days, and there would already be a circle of dull footprints to be seen around the mill from the grinder. The social customs around Jiangnan was pretty similar throughout, so I understood as soon as he said it. Because he was in a hurry to finish, he would have to work until 10 or 11 p.m. One day after he was finished work, it was already very late and he was about to go home when suddenly several people from the rich man's family shouted, "There's a thief!" and ordered people to capture the thief in the garden. He ran into the garden and was beaten with a stick by several people who called him a thief. There were quite a few people beating him with a stick, causing him to bruise up severely and even broke his ribs. That was how his half-hunchback was caused. He took several strokes to the head and fell unconscious. When he woke up, there were many good and silver jewelries that they said they found on his body. And someone also found copper coins and gold hidden in the rice basket, so they took him to the government office. As the spoils were there, he could not deny his accusations and was hit with several dozen strokes before being sent off to prison. Originally, even if he was accused as a thief, it would not be any sort of unforgivable crime, likely to be kept in prison for 2 years and then released. During this time, his father and mother both died of shock, and his unwed wife married the son of the rich man. After he was released from prison, he realized that he was framed by the rich man's son. One day, they came across each other on the street, and he took out a sharp knife that he hid in his pocket and stabbed the man. However, he could not escape and was once again arrested. That man suffered serious injuries, but he did not die. But his father consistently contacted various officials and jailers, intending to murder him inside prison for the fear that he would seek revenge once he was released. He said, It is really a blessing from Bodhisattva within a year. Master became a high-ranking official in the office of Danyang County. His greatness saved my life. Who he referred to as his master was actually my grandfather. My grandfather was Wen Qing. Originally his surname was Mei, but when he went to school and during exams he used Wen Qing as his name. His knowledge of literature was vast as coral. Back in his hometown, the elders would call him Mr. Vast Coral. He graduated middle school during the 22nd year of the reign of Qing Emperor Guangxu and continued his service examination in the middle of the 23rd year. He was sent to Danyang to become a magistrate. He had strong achievements as a county magistrate and moved up in rank. Not long after, the incident called Danyang Religious Case occurred. The fifth scroll of Mr. Deng Zicheng's 2,000 Years of Chinese History mentions this incident. The Treaty of Tianjin permitted foreigners to preach. Hence, many religious people spread all over China. Vicious people joined religions and treated foreigners as protection from the functionary of the government. The people hated the arrogance of the preachers, and also claimed that this operation was sly, and there was much speculation causing much dispute and controversy. There were many casualties amongst local preachers, and the foreign preachers made the excuse to threaten them, extort a huge sum of money, and even blamed the officials. They threatened the Qing court to punish harshly. The regional general removed them from their positions and can never come again. The internal affairs was meddled, and the country was no longer a country. Danyang Religious Case. In August of the 17th year of the reign of Guangxu, Liu Kunyi made a resolute. That year in Jiangsu, the counties Danyang, Jingzhou, Wuxi, Yanghu, Jiangyin, and Rugao each had a church and were each burnt down in succession. People were sent to investigate this case in Jiangsu. Danyang was first to be investigated, and the screening of Wen Qing caused him to be expelled. The Guangxu records, p. 105, before my grandfather was expelled. He tried to appeal the decision. His superior told him to behead the two criminals who set the churches on fire in public in order to satisfy the foreign preachers. However, my grandfather sympathized with the citizens who burnt down the churches and notified the two criminals to escape. Then he explained to his superior that this incident was caused by foreign churchmen bullying our good citizens, which caused public anger. Several hundred people rushed at once to burn down the churches. There was no leader in this act. Following this, he was formally removed from his position. Later, my grandfather went back to his hometown to study and write poems. He provided many services to the public. He wrote a Haining Cha clan poem compilation, which consisted of several hundred scrolls. But he passed away before it was completed. This copy was placed in 2 houses and later became the entertainment of me and my cousins. At the time of the funeral, Danyang sent a dozen or more priests to provide libation. The 2 men who were responsible for the burning down of churches attended and were crying. According to my uncle and my father, the 2 of them went from Danyang to my hometown, and every half a kilometer they would give a respectful kowtow. Even today I am suspicious of this statement, let alone during the time of my childhood. However, those 2 men were indeed very grateful, so it's not out of the question that they did these kowtows for the last several kilometers of the journey. A while back I went to Taiwan and saw my older cousin Mr. Jiang Fukong. He was the head of the National Palace Museum, and he used to be classmates with my second uncle back in Beijing University. He mentioned to me the deeds of my grandfather and praised him greatly. Had he not told me, I would not have known this. He Sheng said that after my grandfather became the magistrate of Danyang, he reinvestigated the cases of every prisoner and realized that He Sheng was innocent. However, the incident of him stabbing the rich man's son was completely true and could not be denied. Hence, he could not be released. After my grandfather resigned from his position to return home, he brought He Sheng with him and raised him in my family. He Sheng did not pass away until the war began. My father and mother would not mention his deeds to anyone. When He Sheng spoke to me, he thought that he would not recover from his illness, so he did not instruct me not to release this information. This incident has always been stuck in my heart. A deadly secret was developed from this real-life story to serve as a memory of an elder that was very near and dear to me in my childhood. What He Sheng's surname was. I never knew He Sheng was not his real name. Obviously, he did not know any martial arts. I only remember that he would often not speak for 1 or 2 days. My parents treated him with much generosity and respect and never ordered him to do anything. This novel was written in 1963. At that time, Mingpao newspaper and Singapore's Nanyang business paper cooperated to do a weekly publication called Southeast Asia Weekly. This novel was written for that newspaper. This novel was originally entitled Su Xin Jianwan. Jin Yang, April 1977, won the title is Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Literal translation, Pure Heart Sword,